Alright guys, BLM here back with a new video, and in this video, we're back with another review of another Survivor season, this time talking about Survivor 48. A massive mixed bag of a season, one that did have some pretty high points, a lot of them happening earlier on in the season, that made me come out of the pre-merge of the season thinking it might be one of the best New Era seasons, only for that to kind of go downhill with some stagnant gameplay, some not particularly rootable figures running the show. However, at the end, I do feel like this is just a season that, again, has its issues for sure, but still does have some pretty big gameplay moments along the way, has some pretty interesting characters, though not to any extreme. I think for me, this comes off as still probably one of the lesser New Era seasons, in a spot where, again, production seemingly loved this season coming into it, which, again, just feels like kind of the trend of seasons that we hear production likes beforehand turning out to not be that good, where I do think this is a season that is kind of 44 coded, though probably has more high points than that season. But either way, again, like my other reviews, I'll obviously be talking about the season from beginning to end, talking about my opinions along the way. So let's start off with the premiere, which was just kind of an okay premiere. While as a whole, I did enjoy a lot of the pre-merge of this season, I did feel like the premiere itself just felt kind of middling, but it does start off in a unique way here, I guess. So us being shown players' reactions to them being told that they're on the season, with Mitch getting to start it off, but then we get short clips from most people following that until we get to Joe, who's saved for last. It has this very long emotional moment here, eventually saying that his kids are going to be proud. They needed this so badly, really implying his backstory that I was shocked we didn't get later on in the season, but still a spot where it instantly starts off this concept of Joe, again, wanting to be this good person, wanting his kids to be proud, and it gets constantly reiterated across the season. And a spot where, again, I think it's very clear we're meant to like Joe from the offset. I think it's something that I thought was pretty apparent from even before the season started, where we had him being the first and last person to talk in the initial trailer that came out. He also someone that Jeff propped up in the preseason as a player to watch, and talk about how you're going to be crying within the first minutes of the episode. And again, it felt very clear how much production seemed to love Joe. So I think with this as a way to start off the season, very much came off to me as Joe being someone that definitely had a deep run in him. But anyway, we then cut to the players being ridden on boats. Again, the more standard intro, where we then cut to Joe again, this time talking about being a fire captain, where we even get footage of him back on his truck, where he says that when the calls come in, he wants to be the person you want to call, which is, again, a pretty strong opening confessional here, especially mixed in with that previous content that really helped with making Joe my Edgic frontrunner from the very beginning. Well, then we cut to saying he never knows what's coming out of her mouth, and that can get her in trouble, which, again, I wonder if that's foreshadowing. But literally, obviously, Say ends up becoming a massive character across this season, with you just kind of instantly being able to see why just from her intro here. Oh, and then cut to Eva, who talks about being used to being in a male-dominated area. I wonder if she'll prove that by the time of the merge. Again, being the only girl on the men's hockey team, saying that she's going to be battling her ass off and she's going to beat them, which I will say, very strong opening confessional for Eva there as well. Again, something that definitely could have been a winner quote. But this is when we then cut to Jeff speaking, with us getting, again, those shorter confessionals in between. First from Cedric in what was a pretty pointless confessional, just him saying that's time to, as his son says, ball out, whatever that means, because haha, Cedric's old. Again, nothing of true depth there. We see Charity getting to talk about being a flight attendant and how she's been playing Survivor for 9 years, I guess, but still an okay opening confessional here from Charity, which is something that actually kept her in contention for me over the first few episodes, in a spot where everything else about her edit was pretty bad. But then we get introduced to David, who talks about wanting to be the hero, and he's going to be waving a giant sign saying that they need to worry about him, with this feeling like a kind of similar-ish confessional to what Sam got at the beginning of 47, of just kind of being very blatant the fact that he is going to be this big threat in the game. So I did like his opening confessional here, talking about wanting to be a hero, which is something they directly tie into his final words, which I thought was pretty interesting. But really, David was someone that I was expecting to be a pretty big character on the show, someone that also got a lot of hype in the preseason. Also someone that was a very interesting casting choice for the season, in the sense that he just hadn't watched the show, which, again, in a modern era of Survivor where almost everybody has to be a diehard fan of the show, for someone like David to be cast in a spot where, like, he had barely watched any, did not even know Prope's last name when entering the casting process, for him to actually end up being on the show here and actually becoming a pretty major character was, again, kind of a breath of fresh air. But anyway, we see the boats then arriving on shore, with us now getting introduced to Shaheen, the last one to get off here, saying he's been imagining playing the game for a very long time, which I wonder why that is. Where, if you do not know, Shaheen, someone that was an alternate for Survivor 46, and was someone that was very talked about in the preseason Survivor 46, this elusive beard guy that supposedly was causing drama at Ponderosa, with people talking about how big of a personality he was, to where, again, he's actually on Survivor now, and if only he was still that big of a personality. For a while, Shaheen was my winner pick, and I do think he was still, again, not a bad pick in the very beginning. I did think he came off a bit underwhelming to me from an entertainment standpoint, but he does get an opening confessional here talking about how everyone's like a pack of dogs being held back, and that he's sizing everyone up, and that when he looks at the other tribe, he's going to eat their lunch, which is a very strange opening confessional here. One that, again, I think you can maybe imply this is kind of like a winner quote, and this is that he's going to be beating the other tribes, I guess. But in general, I do feel like this is actually a pretty weak introduction for Shaheen, someone that a lot of people had very high on their boards from an Edgic perspective for a lot of the season. I just was genuinely confused why throughout most of it. For a while, not the worst intro in the world, I did not feel like this was one that gave me much confidence. But then we get to the typical Matt chat where we get a big cheer with Jeff saying that might be the biggest initial reaction from any season, which is like, I feel like you say that every season. But first we get content here from Mitch, who is obviously someone that has a speech impediment, and he ends up being able to talk about that on the mat, even referencing Survivor Amazon and being inspired by Christy Smith, which leads to us getting a flashback to Christy, which was kind of insane in the year 2025. Clearly Mitch is someone here that's meant to be very likable and inspirational from the very beginning. Oh, we then get to Chrissy, who talks about having watched the show since day one and never thought she'd be here. And that's all she has to say, which again, I don't know why that made the cut. Also, we get Kevin talking now about how he's been watching the show since a young kid and watched Yule, to which we get a flashback to Yule. And also talks about being inspired by the Davids on David vs. Goliath, only to not get a flashback of the Davids on David vs. Goliath. Then talks about how there's so many Goliaths around him, which I will say, just in general, this is a very physical cast here in a spot where I do feel like in Modern Survivor, you don't get as many massive physical presences off the bat, where in this season, again, you had David and Joe to get two really big physical threats. So just in general, I do feel like the casting philosophy for this season did seem to be a bit different from previous New Era seasons, where again, we do see someone like David who had not watched the show before. We see a lot of people in their 30s, which was something to note from this cast in the preseason, along with the fact that this is also a cast that just felt like a little bit more like old school tinge. It didn't feel like we had as many like diehard super fans on it. But again, it definitely made this feel had older school in terms of the characters that we were getting here. But this then leads to Jeff's monologue, him going off about how you need to make decisions and commit to attack the game or hesitate, during which we do get a cut to a shot of Joe shaking his head, which I did note there. But Jeff says that just because you attack doesn't mean you'll succeed, but failure in the face of something amazing is admirable, and that if you have failure due to fear, why bother? Which all this felt like such blatant propaganda from production, them trying to tell the players, hey, play hard please. But though this actually does become a running theme of this episode in particular, where we see a lot of focus on this concept of should you be attacking the game from the beginning or should you be hesitating, which again, you can clearly know where production stands on that. Anyway, we get to our challenge, our typical Marooning challenge, has them go out in pairs, race under a net, and get birthed into the mud. Again, they have to get a chest, then get a key, and then land sandbags. It's all really boring. Though really notable moments from this challenge is coming from the fact that Kevin ends up dislocating his shoulder almost instantly, which again was a moment hyped up in the preseason. We saw this in the initial trailer of medical coming in, only for medical to never come in, where this is so strange they did this. The fact that they actually edited out this entire medical visit here, where supposedly Kevin eventually blacked out and they had to call in medical, and it made the initial cut of the episode that they eventually cut it out because they felt like it wasn't important to the story. AKA, you're telling me that clearly Kevin doesn't win here. Obviously, if Kevin won, this would have been very important to the story. So again, all that was very strange. And again, it is something that does very much impact Kevin's run on the rest of the season. I know he's talked about it in post-game press that he was in pain pretty much the entire time. And also the potential of him being medevaced. It also put a bit of a target on his back where, and coming from the Vula tribe, who's going to tribal over and over and over again, you don't want to lose an extra number from that group along the way. But here we do end up seeing Vula just clearly being underpowered for this challenge, and where we do end up getting our first moment of Cedric struggling at a challenge, which will be pretty often. But again, I just don't understand what they were doing here in these tribe divisions, where I know people do claim that production intentionally creates a disaster tribe, as again, we've had many of them in recent history. And again, it does seem like production likes to hype up those storylines when they happen. Yeah, again, I don't know if I believe that they intentionally did this. I think they're actually just incompetent in the fact that, again, I don't know how you put together this Vula tribe and genuinely think that this is a group that will be winning challenges against, again, the likes of Loggy, who has a team of like almost all people that are very fit and very into sports. Again, a team like Siva, who has, again, David and Kyle. Like, Mitch don't end up being slouches. To where, again, I just think it's kind of insane that they thought this Vula group, who strongest guy was, again, Kevin, who, to be fair, again, obviously got injured right away. Well, again, you can maybe argue that Steph is like one of the stronger women on the cast. Then maybe they thought they'll bounce it out. But again, I just think this is kind of an insane decision, to the point where, again, Jeff himself kind of apologized for on the On Fire podcast. I'm owning up to the fact that, yeah, they made a mistake with how they divided the tribes, to where I do think it's a spot where it does seem like a genuine mistake, but it's one that did seem like largely incompetent. But either way, Loggy ends up getting a pretty easy win here, leading to a very similar format to what we got in 47, where the other two tribes have to pick one person to go on a journey, where the winner of the challenge at the journey ends up getting supplies for the tribe. Again, just fine. Though here we end up seeing Vula instantly volunteer Kevin, which again was kind of insane because he just got patched up for medical, which I don't know why you would want him to go. And I guess, like, again, there's the concept of him wanting to potentially prove himself post his injury. And he does get a pretty decent confessional following this, saying that he wants to show that he's an asset and change his fate. But again, it just felt like a spot where probably would have been better off like instantly making connections back at the tribe, where I do think in general, again, taking this journey is still a net negative. Again, we've now seen 4 people take on this journey. All but 1 are gone by episode 3. Even the other one was talked about as a target for people to where, again, I just don't think this is a journey we're taking. But again, for the Siva tribe, we do end up seeing Kyle being picked there in a spot where it's not explained why. But we do have Kyle's first confessional here, him saying that losing the Marooning challenge was horrible and that he feels accountable and needs to get the job done, which is a very shallow opening confessional here. And that like completely sunk me on Kyle's chances from the offset, where by him going on the win, I just feel like his intro here is just so bad that I just like instantly wrote him off. Again, it's the fact that his first confessional here is based around how terrible it is to lose the challenge and how he needs to win this falling challenge, only for him to not even do that. Or even in a spot where that initial content wasn't really personal to him. I feel like all that was very bad. Much worse than Erica and Gabler, who at least were introduced earlier in the episode and also given stronger opening confessionals. With Kyle's introduction here feeling so shallow and presenting him as a failure, which ultimately makes sense by the time of the finale, with this turning out to be like the start of his journey, and his story being how he develops from his failures here. But the problem is that doesn't seem like a story that was properly told. It was just minorly set up here and then not brought up again until the finale, which leads to Kyle's story being a bit lacking from my point of view, with him really just having a pretty lackluster first few episodes here, with it feeling like his winning trajectory not really being properly set up until the last few episodes. And even there, it's not even particularly clear that's what they're attempting to do until the finale itself, which ends up being a major reason why I was so low on Kyle edgically throughout most of the season, even coming into the finale. And we get to the journey. Again, like last time, we get a challenge, though a very different challenge this time. This being one that has them doing a series of 3 tasks that they can technically complete in any way they want, but each item that they get per task ends up helping with the falling task. And I really like this challenge here, and the fact that they first have to dig up the machete, then the machete helps them knock down the pot, and then they eventually use the pot to fill up a vase to get the key to open the flint. Again, I thought this was a fun little challenge here, and it did seem to be pretty back and forth here, where initially we see Kevin take the lead, where Kyle ends up being confused during the machete portion, and a spot where you can clearly tell by his confessionals that he was a bit disappointed, where you can kind of tell he ultimately ended up losing the challenge. But again, Kyle ends up taking back the lead when getting the pot, only for him to then rush through final portion until he accidentally breaks the vase, which essentially is an automatic DQ, which is kind of insane. But I feel like obviously it's very rare that we see like a player like genuinely breaking the challenge. I can only think of like Jake in 45. But even this, like, was a spot where it didn't even seem like he did anything that bad. I mean, I guess, like, it hit the vase enough for it to break, but which I think in the future they'll probably end up changing this up, as, again, that feels kind of ridiculous that it broke that easily. But still, ultimately does lead to a pretty good moment here for Kyle, and that after he ends up failing here, he ends up helping Kevin, which, again, good move for social capital. Again, opens up this relationship to work with Kevin for down the road, if only Kevin was still there. It does lead to talk about how Kyle's a stand-up guy, which I guess you could say is, like, a good intro for Kyle, even though it's also followed up by Kyle saying how much he screwed up and he let his tribe down. But either way, with that, let's finally get into the actual tribes themselves. Starting off with Loggy, where Shaheen ends up getting the first confessional as they arrive at camp, which ends up being a pretty shallow one of just talking about how they won the challenge, which is an all-time memory for him, and that he knows that he's living one of the best days of his life while in it, which I'm sure. And like calling back to like last season with Rachel, where while Rachel's opening confessional, which was in this exact same spot, was one where it was essentially just her talking about how excited she was to win. It fully ended up playing into the themes of community, which was constantly talked about in that season. While this season, it's just a generic confessional that doesn't really tie into anything. But we then cut to players introducing themselves, where we got an introduction to Thomas, who says first impressions go a long way, and that he's worried that he's going to be the weak link. He can bond with anybody, to where we see him bonding with Joe and Xiaoheen right away. More than he expected, which leads to some fun commentary from him saying, "Who am I?" But beyond that, we also get to see his relationship with Bianca as well, leading to our only Bianca confessional of the episode, of her being happy to find her day one alliance, which was, again, not great. Now, at the end of the day, this was a season about partnerships, and at least Bianca got a partnership from the very beginning. So again, at least that's something. But that was really the only thing keeping her alive to me, edgically, where I didn't feel like there was much substance here. Oh, for Thomas, again, this was a very good opening to his season. Again, him really getting to details in all of his relationships, even though, again, I do think it was kind of lacking a solid through line through it. But it does lead into Xiaoheen talking about how much he loves Joe and Thomas, to which he declares their alliance the California Girls, because they're all from California. Somehow. That is insane. That is genuinely insane that we have 3 men on this tribe and they're all from California. It's like, how did they put this group together? Like, you literally have half of the tribe from the same location, and that is just insane. But still does lead to more fun commentary from Thomas about how he can't believe he's in an all-guys alliance. We do get some initial talk here about who's the 4th, where Thomas wants to obviously bring in Bianca. Oh, well, the others want to bring in Eva. Though who cares, because none of this matters anyway. Where just in general, I am very shocked at the fact that the California Girls weren't. It's a very important alliance where it very much felt like they were set up to be from this premiere, only for them to just obviously be done by the time of episode 4, which is even more damning for someone like Xiaoheen, where this is his only like true relationship being set up early on. But anyway, we also get content from Star here with her first confessional being her talking about how this tribe is fire and that everyone fell into their roles, and talks about how much of a beast Eva is here for collecting bamboo, which is a terrible opening confessional for Star here, where again it's more about Eva than it is herself. But anyway, we then follow it up with her going idol hunting, walking past an animal symbol, which again obviously was going to play into the eventual task from the Beware Vantage. But this is when we get the typical content of everyone else noticing that Star's gone, and Xiaoheen saying that this is Survivor 101, and clearly Star is being set up as a target for the tribe, where it did seem like naturally she would have been the first boot had they gone the tribal. But this is when we then start to get some content revolving around Eva, who is the youngest on this tribe, youngest on this cast by actually a decent amount, which is pretty surprising. But this does lead to her revealing to the audience here that she's on the autism spectrum, somehow being the first openly autistic Survivor player, which again you would assume that we would have had one before this point, though obviously right away makes Eva a very sympathetic presence here. And fully talking through right away, like how she doesn't pick up on social cues and is a very direct person, though is aware of the fact that everyone else isn't going to be, which again, I did like that little touch there. But let's talk about how she needs one ally to tell this to. Cutting to Joe, saying that we have to play this game together and we can't do it alone, and that he wants strong bonds with his team. Saying confessional that he wants to be a player that people say was a good dude, which again just felt like production just telling us, hey, like Joe. But he does also then go on to talk about how he wants to play with loyalty and take a group to the end and wants to change the game. Because thank God the game definitely needed that. Though I will say, again, it did definitely feel like this season had a bit of a reaction to Survivor 46, where that was the last season they had seen. A season where no alliances really stuck together. It was a lot of people turning on the number one allies for no reason. And I do feel like that is a major motivation behind a lot of the gameplay on Survivor 48, is people realizing how dumb that was and wanting to do the complete opposite of that. But obviously this leads into the setup of the Eva-Joe relationship, with Eva saying how amazing he is and he's so caring and loving for his family and that she can trust him. To see them instantly talking about being each other's ride or dies. And we obviously get the big moment of Eva revealing to him about her having autism, telling him her entire story, but also explaining to him there are going to be times where she needs help, that she has episodes, and tells him what to watch out for and what to do in that moment, which again felt like very clear foreshadowing. But again, this was such an endearing moment. Again, seeing Joe just react to this very supportingly, saying how honored he is for her to reach out to him, and that this is bigger than the game now. And that he's made this decision, that she's with him, and that she came to the right person, and it was meant to be. But again, this clearly being a very important duo for the season, especially in the way it was portrayed, it being a spot where already from the offset, based on the way that Jeff was talking about the season, the fact that Jeff seemed to love the season, it was already in my head that I think this will end up becoming the Joe and Eva season. I feel like this is exactly what they would like out of their season, where again, we saw with Survivor 44. A lot of the reason why they love Survivor 44 was because of this very basic storyline of the Tika 3, these underdogs that go on to win the game. And I feel like Joe and Eva who have this very endearing relationship from the very beginning. Them going on to run the game was, again, a storyline very much in that vein, to where, again, right from the offset, I had Joe and Eva as my number 1, number 2 contenders, and it was that way for most of the season, mainly off the back of that concept. This does lead to some ominous content here from Joe that a lot of people did note from the offset, this content where Joe does talk about how he's not going to let her down, even if it harms his game, and he has to go home early, which, again, definitely raised some flags there, definitely brought up this concept of, is Joe going to be someone that's potentially willing to sacrifice his game for Eva? Is he going to be making a move to save Eva that ends up destroying his game? I do feel like it definitely was something that definitely brought out a bit of a worry there for Joe's edit, but it's a spot where, again, I fully just thought it was more to add to this concept of Joe just being this good guy. Again, I think it's very clear that we're supposed to be looking at this Joe and Eva relationship as a father-daughter relationship. That, again, this family that Joe keeps on talking about wanting to make proud is supposed to also parallel with this relationship with Eva. But anyway, with that, we then move on to the Siva tribe, where I did feel like the content on the other 2 tribes did feel a tad less developed than that on Logi, where again, Logi just had so much focus there, where I feel like Siva in this spot just kind of had a tad less complexity, where again, we get the first confessionals from certain players. Again, Camilla talks about having wanted to do this since she was 9, and that she's ready to run around and cause chaos, which again, just felt like a confessional that was nothing of any true depth, which is definitely a red flag for me. Mitch was completely pointless. Him talking about how he's disappointed that his group lost, but they're strong as a unit, which again, terrible opening confessional for Mitch. Chrissy actually surprisingly gets the best opening confessional of the 3, being able to talk about her occupation as a fiery lieutenant, talks about how that's going to help her out here, and that helps her deal with different personalities, which again, if only that actually mattered, because Chrissy said it was pretty dead following this. But also here we end up getting a lot of focus around David, where we see him doing pull-ups in the middle of camp, introducing us to the fact that he's a stunt performer and plays a superhero for a living. Said that the other players are going to see him as that, and that we'll find out if he's truly a hero or a villain. Again, I wonder if that's going to be paid off on. But still, it does feel like David right away came off as a bit more of a Dodo-ish figure, where I know David's another one that, again, was pretty high on people's boards for a lot of the early season. Yet for me, I always felt like there were a lot of red flags here. I felt like we were mostly meant to be looking at David as kind of this wackier Dodo-ish figure early on, one that was a bit too high on his own supply, which we instantly see once we cut to Kyle arriving at camp here, in a spot where he decides to lie to everybody about his occupation, where again, he's a lawyer and he can't tell the truth about being a lawyer on Survivor because of Survivor 45, I guess. Where again, it was really dumb there, but again, for some reason now it's just part of the meta. But says coming into a party with a costume is tough. Just if you know that, then why are you doing it? I really do feel like this is a really dumb aspect of modern Survivor. But again, does lead to bad content from David here, where David's saying that Kyle's a sincere guy and he could see in his eyes that he's telling the truth, that he can trust him, but he's not him, as he would have gotten the supplies, because he needed his cockiness there. And it's followed, again, more negative content here from the fact that David, again, finds these animal symbols on the Siva tribe and decides to tell everyone about them, which is why are you doing that? Or again, I don't know if this is just the inexperience from David or just him trying to come off more trustworthy, but again, leads to the entire tribe doing an idol hunt together in a spot where Charity talks about she doesn't know why he would do this and share with everybody. And again, it just felt like more just kind of bashing on David's strategic decisions here, but also we end up getting content from David saying that he can tell someone's personality from 3 questions. What's your favorite movie? What car do you drive? And how do you like your steaks cooked? Which, again, random, but it also just felt like a reason for David to talk about his love of rom-coms, because obviously he's a sensitive guy. But it does also lead to Charity talking about how she likes her steaks medium well, only for Kyle to call her a psychopath and that she needs to go, leading to us cutting to Kyle and Camilla bonding, or the fact that both of their favorite movies is Holes, which is very random. I mean, I like Holes, but again, I don't know if I would say it's my favorite movie of all time. But also they bond over the fact that they're both Guyanese, which, again, a bit strange they end up on the same tribe. I don't know how they hide these tribe divisions, but it does bleed into this conversation between Camilla and Charity, with Charity saying that, again, if we lose, we know what we're going to do. Obviously implying Kyle as the odd man out, only for Camilla to say that she wants to work with Kyle. And obviously goes and warns him about Charity, again, making it very clear that Charity is being set up as the first target for this group, with Camilla, again, getting a lot of credit for that. Saying that she knows that she's weak and needs another name out there to avoid being targeted. All this ends up being very strong content for Kyle and Camilla in general, and the fact that they get a set-up duo already in the premiere here in a spot, again, that this season was propped up as a season about partnerships. And The fact that we get this Kyle-Camilla relationship from the offset was very good, especially in a spot where I did feel like it was better for Camilla than Kyle, where Kyle instantly talks about how he wants to work with Camilla because he's an impulsive guy. All Camilla is a strategic player that he needs around. Where again, I felt like the edit telling us that Camilla's the better player. Again, I also did not love that description for Kyle there, but yeah, we end up seeing them form a 4-person alliance alongside Chrissy and David, with again Camilla getting to narrate this entire sequence, which I did think was pretty good for her educate. But with that, we then cut to Vula, with again some lacking opening confessionals, with Vula in general just being very underdeveloped, and obviously we end up seeing why by the end. But it does play into kind of an issue this season, the fact that we do start off the season focusing on this tribe that ends up being largely irrelevant to the season by the end. But again, we first get content from Cedric about being a colorectal surgeon. Kids want him to do something cool, like be on Survivor, I guess, so good for him. Where really Cedric's this person that ends up being pretty important to the early portions of the season, yet despite that, I always felt like his edit was a bit lacking, with it just feeling like we weren't getting any true depth from him. I think introduced to Steph. They're talking about chomping at the bit to play the game. In her professional life, she decides what to do and when we do it, but here, she doesn't want to put a target on her back, so she's going to practice sitting on her hands and not take action, and that'll be the key to her game, which felt very opposed to what we were told earlier in the episode. Where again, I think this is very clear thematic storytelling that I actually did like in this premiere. The fact that we have Steph as representation of playing the game hesitantly and using her as this to Say, as Say is obviously the one that plays aggressively, where we do instantly see Say talking to the women, clearly trying to gauge how aggressive of players they are, only for her to be upset that they're playing the get-to-know-you game, and she's not here for it, and she needs to know about her longevity in the game, saying that she needs a core 4, to which she talks to the men and makes an alliance with the men, which, to be fair, was kind of what I expected from preseason, because she did talk about how she had difficulty working with women, where again, it's not shocking this happened, but still, I don't know if I really believe the concept of that she was ever actually going to work with the women in this spot here, but obviously, again, this episode ends up revolving a lot around Say, to the spot where she ends up breaking the record for most confessionals in one episode with 21, which is, again, insane. Though, obviously, again, the 90-minute episodes obviously help there. But still, that's obviously an insane number to hit right away. Again, her just continuing to break records from a confessional perspective as her season goes. But again, it's obviously showing her as a very aggressive player in a spot where, again, obviously the edit sides with that style of gameplay over the other. And we see this seemingly being effective for the players around her, where we get our first confessional from Justin talking about Say, saying that Say came to play and he doesn't want to be the first out, so he's going with her. So again, bad content for him. Both in the fact that it's about Say, also in the fact that, again, he doesn't end up obviously playing with gusto here in the way the edit kind of implied that I wanted you to do. But it is here where we see Kevin arriving back from camp, to which he does get pretty strong content here as well, with him being called a hero for bringing back supplies and how he's ready to play the game, leading to us getting content from Mary with her making a fire right away, getting her first confessional, talking about how she made the fire and how it was beginner's luck, but it was easy, and that players don't give a fuck about that anymore, and that she needs to build trust, which was, again, a questionable opening confessional here, one that definitely felt like a bit of a circumstantial confessional, considering she literally did make the fire, though it does introduce us to the fact that she is a pretty good confessionalist, and the fact that she literally curses in her first confessional on the season. But again, Lisa seeing her conversation between her and Kevin, where they instantly bond, and Mary calling him a golden retriever, which probably isn't the greatest for Kevin. But again, it ends up showing Kevin being kind of in the middle of the tribe here with his relationship with Mary, also being brought into Say's alliance, which again theoretically puts him in a good spot, though realistically he does seem to be at the bottom of Say's group, to where I do think if I am Kevin, I personally would not put much merit into that alliance, where it did seem like he had much closer relationships with the people on the other side. But this does lead into more Steph content, her rivalry with Say, and that she ends up talking about needing relationships, to which we see her talking about Reiki, only for Say to just be clearly annoyed and walks out of the conversation, saying that she can't imagine her wanting to get to know people, and is just wanting to play hard, and time will tell who has the better strategy, which, again, we do see by the end of the episode. Though, again, it's not perfect, obviously. I think Say is portrayed as a bit of an extreme in this light, and the fact that we do obviously cut to Mary. I think Say is bad gameplay and lacks subtlety and isn't trustworthy, where it definitely felt like content that was leading to Say having a fall eventually. But this does lead to Say leading the idol hunt with her alliance, to where obviously she ends up being the one to find a beware advantage, where we see how it functions this season, and the fact that she's given a puzzle lock that she has to solve. with each of the three tribes getting a similar lock and a very similar style of puzzle where they either figure out a word using the symbols around them, while again, technically, they end up finding out the word in a bit of a different way. It was just, for the most part, just kind of derivative and again, not particularly interesting. But again, we do waste a lot of time here. Thankfully, not as much as in the 47 premiere of the Idol Hunts, but we do end up wasting some time here. Them trying to figure it out and her reaching out to each of our alliance members, only for them to not know until Cedric finally figures it out. So yay, Sei has an idol, cool. Which I will say, I was surprised at the fact that it was a normal idol. I very much expected it to have stipulations like we saw in 47, though here it tells them that you have a dilemma, and that is if you want to tell others or not, which again isn't much of a dilemma, so again, it's kind of lame. But with that, we finally get to the immunity challenge, which ends up being the typical obstacle course with a puzzle at the end, just kind of boring. Outside of the fact that we do see Jeff taking a fall mid-challenge, which again was kind of funny. But Logie ends up easily winning here, all while Vula ends up being behind for most of the challenge, though ends up actually doing pretty well at the puzzle, though ends up being constructed in a way that has it like almost falling over, and they end up having difficulty putting pieces in, leading to Siva still pulling out the win over them, coming in second, sending Vula, the tribal. I never would have guessed it, that the clearly weakest tribe would have been sent the tribal, though it does lead to Steph apologizing to the tribe for losing it on the puzzle, even though, again, like, they actually did well on the puzzle. Like, they made up a lot of time there, to where I do feel like it's very strange how much Steph seemed to be blamed for this, though it is a spot where she talks about how she knew that others want her to take responsibility. It says no one wants to work with the delusional queen, to which we then cut to Sei, with Sei saying it has to be Steph, as she doesn't listen to the people around her and she can't work with that, which again, I don't know if we ever really saw that in the edit. But on the other side of things, we do end up seeing Mary leading the charge against Sei, with Justin and Kevin being set up as the swings, in a spot where this content did feel largely fabricated, though we do end up seeing Justin say that Sei is dangerous, though she's up front with him, and refers back to this being like his restaurant somehow. I don't know how, but again, it's personal content for Justin, thank God. But yeah, I do find it very strange how, like, we see him then going to Sei and then lying to her when asked about this conversation, saying Steph didn't give him a name, which is like, I don't get why you're lying to her if you're not flipping on her. That felt very misguided to me. And even Sei picks up on this, saying that was a long water walk for her to not say anything, which again, at least shows Sei being very perceptive in moments like this, even though she herself should not be saying this out loud. But again, Kevin and Justin ended up being portrayed as like this duo, making this decision in a spot where again, it never felt like this was a reality. Like, Justin seemed to be obviously more of a duo with Cedric, and Justin seemingly never actually contemplated taking Sei out here, to where because of that, Kevin ends up backing down. In a spot where they seem to look at Steph as like this massive threat in the game, which I guess like stems from the fact that she is like a super fan. And again, this is a spot where I don't think this is the right call for Justin, and definitely for Kevin. I think for Kevin, this is actually a pretty dire move here. And I do think this is a critical mistake that costs him the game, and the fact that, again, he is someone that clearly knows he is on the bottom of this 4-person alliance, and considering he's on the Vula tribe, which sucks at challenges, and even he knows that, and assumes that they're going to be going to tribal over and over again in a spot where most recent seasons don't have swaps. I do feel like if I was Kevin in the spot, there's no way that I'm actually siding with the Sei side of things, especially with the knowledge that Sei has an idol, where I do think with the knowledge that Sei has an idol, I think even Justin should be on board here taking out Sei. As again, if you leave Sei in the game with an idol, that puts her in a very powerful position in these next few rounds. So again, I think it was the right call for pretty much everybody to at least flush the idol. And I think for Kevin in particular, I think I would have been dire enough here to actually threaten Rox in the first round gameplay, which obviously sounds insane, though I do think you're in this spot here where if Justin was actually, again, somewhat sketched out by Sei to begin with, again, is he going to Rox for Sei? Also beyond that, again, Kevin has this very close relationship with Mary, supposedly had a pretty good relationship with Steph, to where, again, I just think this is a spot where if I'm Kevin in particular, I think this is a spot where I definitely put my foot down in this first round. Is again, on a tribe this small that is probably going to go tribal over and over again, you're kind of screwed if you don't. But either way, again, they do make the decision to take out Steph, where Steph ends up getting nervous after we see Kevin tell her that's a straightforward vote, where, again, by that point, Steph knew that she was going home. There's really no suspense there, with her even saying that this is her experiencing complications of playing a less aggressive game and not call the shots, which leads to Sei talking about how she has agency and that her game's good, which again, obviously plays into those themes from earlier, but also again, just felt like propaganda from production of them saying, hey, don't play like Steph, play like Sei. Anyway, we get the tribal, where we do get a pretty cool looking set here, it being this kind of destroyed village. I know Jeff talked about how they had like created this massive lore about this like ancient civilization that was destroyed, and this is supposed to represent that, which is kind of very weird, but again, at least cool aesthetic here. And we do get a pretty interesting tribal eventually, where we do see Steph talking about astrology, and talking about air signs, only for Sei to make a face, and this leading to a bit of bickering between the two, with Sei saying she doesn't get along with other air signs, and she doesn't want to work with people, not thinking about possibilities, and just looking at the stars, leading to Steph being insulted, as she's clearly implying her, with Sei saying that if you're in the stars, then when are you in reality? But again, this is coming off pretty tense for an opening tribal here, with Sei even apologizing by the end, in a spot where I didn't feel like it was that serious. Though I know from the people that were there, supposedly did say that tribal was a lot more intense than what we even saw in the show, to where I do wonder why they didn't show that. But still, fun bickering there. That was pretty clear that Steph was going home, where we get to the vote where Steph does end up playing her shot in the dark, which she obviously gets a not safe, to which Mary ends up being the only vote for Sei, in a spot where everyone else votes for Steph. A pretty boring result, but again, we lose Steph, who I really liked on this season. I mean, she's someone that I thought had really fun energy in her preseason. I thought she went out in, obviously, again, a kind of lackluster way, but I do think she's someone that did seem to have potential in the game. Thought she was a really fun personality in her exit press, and I know she's someone that Jeff did mention that maybe should be someone that would be willing to bring back, to where, again, like, well, obviously I'm not expecting Steph to ever play Survivor again. If there is some sort of like early boot season, or even a first boot season, which there probably won't ever be, maybe Steph is an option for that. But Steph's someone that, again, genuinely I would like to see her play more games like this. I do feel like she's someone that does seem to have a decent mind for the game, just one that, again, played a bit too passively on the offset and then was never able to really recover from that. But now for episode 2, where we do start off with some pretty fun drama on the Vula tribe between Mary and Sei, where we do see Mary instantly wanting to talk it out right as they get back to camp, with Sei saying that she's fine, but Mary saying she doesn't believe it. Which I did love Sei then instantly saying, well, you lied to my face, only for us to cut to Sei in confessional saying that she doesn't want Mary thinking that she has grudges when she does, which, like, you literally just told her that you're upset that she lied to your face. But either way, again, all this obviously just setting up Mary as the next potential boot, which kind of made it apparent that wasn't going to happen. How blatantly was set up here, with Mary again getting some pretty good underdog content, saying that she got but didn't get as got as Steph did. But it's also again bleeding into some strong underdog content for Mary. But we also do get a short sequence of them being annoyed at the flies that are flying around them and swatting them away, in a spot where I'm kind of surprised we didn't get the Kevin confessional that we saw in so many previews of him being interrupted mid-confessional. But again, it just felt like that was just there to waste time. But anyway, we see the guys go off and talk about who to target between Mary and Sei, with them ending up landing on Mary, but do get talk about how Sei is dangerous, with Kevin in particular pushing for Sei here, which obviously again makes sense considering his relationship with Mary. It also makes sense for his game. Again, I do think for him in this position, in a spot where Sei has an idol and he doesn't think that Sei is going to play it, again, I think sniping her out with the idol in her pocket is the optimal play here. Again, it puts him in a duo with Mary for the next round, and puts him right in the middle between, again, Mary and the guys. Though, technically, there is actually probably a better play in him getting Sei to play the idol, but making sure the votes land on one of the other guys. Though, again, it never seemed to be a practicality. But again, that would have put him in an even better position. Again, having the guys turn on Sei, to where whoever remains is still going to have the face-off against Sei in that position, while also him and Mary now have a solid 2, to where, again, I do think that would have been the optimal play, but again, this ends up leading to, like, overconfident Kevin content about how he's in the middle, which, again, felt more in line with him eventually getting his fall. But anyway, we then cut to Siva, where the only segment we get from them early on ends up being about their humble traits, which really felt like a scene out of Siga. Again, a scene from a tribe that has nothing going on. But, you know, we get Charity talking about how her feet are gross. We get Chrissy talking about having a deep belly button. But then we get more focus around David, who reveals that he has 4 nipples. Thank God. This really ends up being another ridiculous character moment for David, him saying that this is why he likes milk so much, and milking himself wouldn't be the worst thing, which, what a line. While we get to Kyle's humble trait, them revealing a callus he's had on his hand for 12 years, which is very clearly a wart, and everyone tells him it's a wart, and goes to confessional to say it's a wart. So I wonder if it's a wart. But again, one of these character moments that gets reiterated across the season, which I know there's a lot of talk about how this was like the D's toe moment of the season. Though again, I think the tone of this is a bit different, showing Kyle being kind of dumb and not realizing it's a wart in comparison to D, where she's shown to be like very impressive and her being able to pick up branches with her feet, which again, I think the tone is different here. Though something I will note is the fact that Camilla was completely missing from this scene, which I do think is, again, probably a negative for her. The fact that each person here got to talk about their humble traits, only for Camilla's to be edited out of the show. But either way, we then get to Loggy, where we do end up spending a lot of the early episode focus on them. First, focusing around how much of a love tribe they are and how much they're killing it. Only for us to then get talk about who's going to sit out the next challenge, with Eva pointing out Star, with Star being annoyed at this, saying, you can't tell me what I can and can't do, which obviously, again, not great content for Eva. The fact that she is pointing out Star and making Star upset, which again, obviously not great content for Eva here. Again, really showing her pissing off Star for no real reason, which obviously I don't think was intentional, but I do think edit showing this as a big mistake for Eva is not ideal. Oh, we then see Star go out and looking for an idol because she's worried about her position. And what do you know? She finds the Beware advantage. Though again, it's played out similarly to the previous one, though, which again, she's given the same lock that Say was, though, is given a guide to match up with the symbols lying around, which can help her figure out what letters she needs, which didn't make for good TV at all. It was very difficult to even play along here. I don't know why they did this. This is, again, just weird. But Star ends up struggling here, saying that she needs help. And who does she call? She calls Joe. Wonder if that was set up in the premiere. Again, I thought it was pretty good for Joe here. Again, that this is a reoccurring aspect of his edit, that when people need help, the person that they go to is Joe. But again, Joe ends up pulling in Xiaohin, with again him getting good strategic content here, explaining why he doesn't want to be associated alone with Star, as people think he's deceitful, with him and Xiaohin pretending to be working with her at this point, which does end up leading to Xiaohin then taking over the focus of the scene, him talking about how she doesn't have a vote, and now is put in this pretty interesting dilemma here of should he help or should he sabotage? Where obviously, again, if Star is the target here, it would be much better for them if she never got her vote back. And through that, he could just not help her here, and through that, she'll never get her vote, and she'll just be an easy person to vote out. And obviously doing so would burn social capital. It would show people that you are this very mischievous player that's willing to do that. So again, I do think for Xiaohin, who seems to have a pretty decent relationship with Star at this point, and it's not really a move worth making, but that's when we cut to Star, again, starting to play the game and talking to Bianca and Thomas, with them saying, what's taking you so long? Really playing into Star, again, being hesitant, which again is shown on the show as being bad. But she ends up telling them about the Beware advantage in a spot where I'm like, okay, you're telling like pretty much the entire tribe, which to be fair, again, telling Joe and Xiaohin, it probably was spread throughout the alliance anyway, but really it's an issue of just telling anybody in general. And again, by telling Bianca and Thomas, at least like you're getting ahead of that, you're able to secure this bond with them. But I do think it's also a spot where like you probably just wouldn't be better off not telling anybody. But I do think Star ends up utilizing the Beware advantage in a pretty interesting way, though, and the fact that, again, she's clearly using it as a way to build social capital more so than the actual usage of it as an advantage, especially considering what we later see her do with it, to where, while again it doesn't really gain her that much by the end, I did actually think the way she plays it ends up being pretty interesting. But again, this does lead to a situation where Eva is the only person to not know, not be told by Star about the Beware advantage, in a spot where we see her targeting Eva, which, to be fair, that aspect of it is not necessarily bad for Eva. Again, obviously we see a lot of this adversity that the winner ends up facing in the pre-merge, typically from New Era seasons, to where, while again it was shown as her fault, and I think that is a bit of an issue there, it wasn't fundamentally the worst thing for Eva's edit to be targeted in this spot. Though this is followed up by Thomas coming to the same realization Xiaohin did, in the fact that she doesn't have her vote, and this is an easy way to vote her out. To which we see him going to Xiaohin and telling him to sabotage, to just get rid of the guide, and through that she'll never be able to find the letters, and ends up leading to Xiaohin being sketched out by Thomas, which I thought was bad from an edit perspective, but also from a practical perspective, definitely setting up this like future Xiaohin-Thomas feud that doesn't go anywhere. But I will also say, though, that I think this is actually a pretty bad move from Thomas, not just in the fact that he sketches out Xiaohin, but also in the fact that, like, for Thomas, he should be wanting Star in the game. Or again, Star seems to be willing to work with him and Bianca, and in the spot where Star goes, the next person is likely Bianca, based on how loyal Xiaohin seemed to be to Joe, to where I think Thomas keeping around some like Star to go after Eva is not the worst thing in the world for him. But anyway, this leads to us going back to the Joe side of things, where Xiaohin ends up telling Joe that Thomas and Bianca know about the advantage, leading to Joe saying that he's not going to let Eva go, and he has a responsibility to her. She ends up obviously telling her about Star's Beware advantage, which again fully set up that Star was probably going to go home if they went to Tribal, which made it very clear they weren't going to Tribal, as these dynamics were again just so blatantly shown to us in a spot where I felt pretty confident by this point that Logie was probably never going to Tribal before the swap. But either way, we do get a journey in this episode. But right before it, we get a segment about Logie having their own Wi-Fi called Propsty 5G, which is narrated by Xiaohin, which, why was this here? Now, I know a lot of people, again, say this is a moment that made it very clear Xiaohin had a winner's at it, when it's like, again, there's no real depth to be given from this, to where, while it is maybe like a minor uptick in the spot, okay, he got something on the show here, it's not really something that really upped his winning chances to me. But either way, we have the boats coming in with one person from each tribe having to go on the journey, with us actually seeing production give them a game to play to determine who goes, which I actually really like this, where they're told that they have to hold up 1 to 5 fingers, with the lowest unique number ends up winning. A very cool game here that actually gives the players agency, which is very rare in New Era. And the fact that, again, players that don't want to go can just give a 5 and almost guaranteed to not go in that spot, while players that do want to go can obviously play this game of wits between each other of whether to put a 1, whether to put a 2. I really like this game. I thought this was actually a really cool thing to see on the show. And we do end up seeing like Thomas going, being the only person to put a 1 on Logie, while we see Mitch winning with a 2 on Siva. Oh, we get some drama on the Vula tribe from them doing a practice round that Say ends up winning and thinking that she's going, only for the tribe to shut that down with Say being upset. And what do you know? On the redo, Mary wins. I can't believe it. Which I was like, I did find it very weird they were allowed to do a test round. I mean, I feel like production should have mandated that, no, you only do this one time. But obviously does lead to Say being annoyed with her alliance members, that they let Mary go, and that the boys aren't thinking and didn't rally behind her, which, I mean, like, personally, if I'm in the game, especially if I'm Kevin in particular, like, I would not want Say going on this journey. I would not want Say getting this power. Now, mind you, Mary's not a great option either. I think ideally you would want one of the guys to go, but I do think this is a spot where Kevin in particular not fighting for Say to go makes a lot of sense here. But the journey itself ends up being a really lame one, where we just see them meeting for like 2 seconds and instantly splitting up, and they're also given no choice on whether or not to risk their vote or not, which is really lame. And also the challenge itself was really lame too, where it's literally just them rearranging blocks to put them in numerical order, which was so fucking easy. To which we see Thomas and Mitch seemingly easily finish this out, all while Mary somehow times out and loses her vote. Somehow, which should not have been a difficult task. But again, her losing her vote here really should have left her as a dead man walking. Though finally, it does lead to Say seemingly not believing the fact that she doesn't have an advantage, which I would not be shocked if that was at least a factor into not necessarily wanting to put the votes on Mary. But again, it's here where we see that Thomas gets a steal of votes, which is, again, very powerful in smaller groups here, where essentially him and Bianca would have been able to do whatever they wanted on the original Logie if he had used this power. Oh, well, Mitch gets a block a vote. Which, why? Like, why is Mitch given a weaker power? Or I don't know if these were like randomly distributed through which station you end up going to. But again, this is so weird. Like, why did Survivor do this? Just randomly handing out these advantages, especially in a spot where like a block of vote's essentially just a worse version of a steal vote, where both are essentially taking away a vote from whoever you want. A steal vote is that, plus also you getting an extra vote. To where, again, the fact that Mitch just gets an outright weaker advantage than Thomas just felt so strange. But we do see them playing this very differently when they come back to camp, with Thomas pretending like he had a choice to play or not and deciding not to. Again, obviously keeping all this a secret, which I will say, why are you doing that? Now, again, I get the notion of not telling them about the steal a vote, even though I think there are merits to telling them about the vote steal. But I do think the notion of you lying about the mechanics of the journey just seems so stupid, considering other people know the mechanics of the journey. Again, if you were to ever get the merge. And obviously, like, Mitch and Mary are going to know the real rulings behind all this, which, again, just leads to you getting caught, to where I really don't know why he did this. But on Siva, we see Mitch, again, being honest here, with this really getting propped up as this big hero moment for him. But that's now getting focused around his relationship with Charity, which, again, seemed to be a pretty good thing, especially on a season of duos. Though, this later gets turned around on them, with David saying that you can't trust the guy as he's close to Charity. The Core 4 agrees that Mitch is playing too hard, which I will say can definitely be seen as his forced adversity for Mitch, considering it did seem very clear that Charity was the primary target. So why are we getting focused around how much of a threat Mitch is? So again, I did actually think that was pretty good for his edit, but this does lead into the Core 4 searching for an idol, with David narrating this entire scene, despite the fact that Kyle's the one to find the idol, which does lead them having this pretty massive celebration. It's in a spot where I have no clue how nobody heard them here. But this leads to Kyle struggling with the lock, only for him to enlist Camilla, who figures it out for him. To which, hey, Kyle has an idol. The problem is that he gets almost none of the credit for it. Where I gotta say, this is another thing that really knocks Kyle's edit for me. The fact that, again, Kyle finds this idol, an idol that actually ends up saving his game just a couple episodes from now. And despite that, he gets almost no actual focus around finding this idol. Yet instead, when he finds the idol, is a scene entirely narrated by David. After he finds the idol, while he is narrating that scene, it's one that he gives Camilla all the credit for him eventually getting the idol. And while obviously that really solidifies his relationship with Camilla, which again is obviously a positive for his edit, I do feel like as a whole, it feels like this is a spot where the show is giving credit to everyone involved with this idol find except for him, which I thought was very bad. But anyway, we get to the immunity challenge, where we see them being ridden in on boats, with them cheering as they come in, with Jeff yelling, "I like it!" which was in the season preview, which I find funny that him saying that was literally just about them cheering while riding into a challenge. But anyway, we do get a pretty good moment here with Mitch once again, with Jeff asking Mitch about his stuttering and how she should handle him, which again, I thought was nice content there. I think definitely one of the stronger suits of, again, modern Survivor and how it handles situations like this, allowing you to see other people's perspectives. But again, the challenge itself is one that we've pretty much seen before. Jump off a tower, release some buoys, transport the buoys across a balance beam while working alongside another person, which that seemed to be the most difficult part of the challenge, but it's ended with a basketball portion. To where we do get some notable moments across this challenge. First, in the fact that Thomas gets poked in the face by the pole while working with Bianca, which leads to him having a black eye the rest of the season. But I did find it funny that Jeff's reaction to this is saying that he's all right, this is Survivor, where obviously Survivor, the game where you get poked in the eye. Anyway, Mitch ends up demolishing the basketball portion of the challenge, giving them a pretty massive comeback that does seem to put a big target on Mitch's back, with people looking at him as a big challenge beast following this. Oh, we see Eva and Joe land the last few shots for Loggy, giving Vula the loss once again in a spot where they actually seem to be doing pretty well early on, only for Cedric to really bomb the challenge once again, him and Kevin struggling with the balance beam portion, with Cedric constantly dropping and losing them the challenge. Into a pretty funny moment of Say just screaming at them, with Mary covering her ears nearby and Say apologizing, which again really plays into the editors having a lot of fun with this dynamic on the show. But we do end up seeing Cedric following this be emotional, saying that he takes the responsibility for the challenge loss and he would understand if they vote him out tonight. Only for no one to talk about voting him out tonight, which I was like, credit to Cedric, as bad as he is in challenges on a disaster tribe, the fact that he is never brought up as a potential target is kind of insane. I do think Cedric, well, again, I'll definitely criticize some of his strategic decisions. I do actually seem to be extremely well positioned on this tribe, which is definitely something I'll give him a lot of credit for. But anyway, this is where we see Kevin again trying to mastermind this vote against Say, telling Cedric it has to be Say because she has an idol. And if Mary goes, they're toast next time. But again, Kevin really propping himself up as the power position, which obviously just seemed largely misguided. Again, I think based on what we know of the tribe dynamics, it did feel like Cedric and Justin were obviously a duo, with them kind of having Say and Kevin as tag-alongs. And I think Kevin being so forceful in trying to get them against Say, one of their alliance members, while again, it was a pretty strong play from him if it was go through, I do think is something that kind of felt a bit see-through in what he was trying to do, and the fact that obviously he's worried about his own game if Say goes, as again, he would clearly be at the bottom of that in that situation if Say does have her idol the following round. But it does lead to Kevin telling Mary that she's safe and that she just needs to chill, with Mary saying she's putting her fate in Kevin's hands. Which it is funny that she thinks that in Kevin saving her in the game in a spot where Kevin technically is, but more so through pulling up his own game. This leads to Cedric struggling with the concept of voting out Say, as she's like one of his kids, which we do see him proceed to warn Say, telling her to play her idol, while also telling her that it was Kevin that masterminded this vote, only for him to still want her to vote for Mary, which makes no sense. Now, again, for Cedric, I do think keeping Say around is 100% the right call. Again, he is someone that has a very close relationship with Say. Say is a very powerful ally for him. Well, obviously with Kevin, with Mary, he's not as close. So again, I think for Cedric, this is a really strong move. Puts him in the center of the tribe. The problem is the way he handles it, where again, still wanting Mary out, which again, probably the more optimal play, considering again, at least there is some connective tissue with Kevin. But again, him literally telling Say, hey, it was Kevin that did this, but no, vote for Mary. Or he literally says, I want my cake and eat it too. It's like, why are you telling her this? Or at least to Say, literally just saying that she's going to vote for Kevin anyway, just to let him know that she's on to him, which I'll say is a really dumb move. Where we just saw this being talked about on Australian Survivor as well. It's like, why is this a thing people think is good? To let people know that you're targeting them, but not taking them out? Like, that is just an insane play. It does lead to her getting credit for the upcoming Kevin vote, where she does go to Justin. It says that she's planting seeds against Kevin, which does lead to Justin and Cedric, how they have all the power and they can take out Kevin. Talking about how Kevin should go tonight, which for Cedric and Justin, it's like, why are you doing this? Now, again, I get the notion, okay, Kevin's a bigger threat than Mary for down the road. They're worried about that long term, but I think there's a couple fallacies here. First, in the fact that Kevin is less likely to flip in a swap/merge situation. Kevin is also someone that is better in challenges, seemingly, than Mary. Also someone that is a shield for you, both later in the game, but also in the short term, in the sense that Say's obviously going to want to go for Kevin, considering this new bad blood between them. Where again, I just don't even get this rationale for taking out Kevin. I think it's a pretty insane move, especially when you're on Vula, a tribe that is losing challenge after challenge after challenge. I think what makes this move even worse to me is the fact that they proceed to then not even tell Say. about them voting for Kevin, leading to, again, like, Sei voting out Kevin by the end, but again, kind of by accident. But this is also a stranger move in the sense that we also don't see them proceed to tell Sei that this is their plan, meaning that, again, they vote for Kevin separately from Sei voting for Kevin, which is kind of insane. The spot where, again, Sei still ends up playing her idol, and a spot where she ends up just burning it. Which obviously, again, I get the rationale for Justin wanting Sei to flush her idol, as again, having an idol you're down to final 4 of a tribe is again a very powerful position, but I also feel like it's a spot where this further burns social capital of her, and I think for someone like Cedric in particular, I feel like Cedric should definitely not want her to flush her idol, as again, Cedric's really safe either way, and again, having the idol back in rotation just makes it more likely that Mary ends up finding the idol, which again, Mary having immunity the following round is really the worst case scenario for Cedric. But either way, we get the tribal, which ends up being another like pretty interesting tribal, Sei just openly antagonizing both Kevin and Mary here, which is pretty funny. Where again, it's clearly a spot where again she's trying to make it known to Kevin that she's onto him, which is just ridiculous. But again, just really openly talking about the core 4, where part of it felt very blatant that she was trying to taunt Kevin in this spot, which again, like, why are you doing that? Especially when she doesn't actually think he's going home. But again, we see her and Mary end up arguing here over Sei saying she's playing an honest game, and Mary saying, but this is a dishonest game, which is again kind of a theme reiterated across the season. But we end up seeing Jeff be very snippy here with Justin in particular, with him saying that things wouldn't be this dynamic if we weren't winning, with Jeff saying, but you're not. Where I just definitely did feel like a more old school Jeff moment here of him being annoyed at the tribe that's constantly losing, or coming up with excuses, where based also on like post-game press, it did seem like Jeff was just kind of annoyed at Justin and didn't feel like he provided what they were expecting of him, which is weird considering, again, he is leading his big blind side in this spot where it makes no sense for his game, which again, I feel like is what Jeff typically likes. Either way, we get to the vote where Kevin ends up voting for Sei, while Mary doesn't have a vote. Well, all Sei and again ends up flushing her idol, though there ends up only being one Sei vote, with all the other 3 votes going for Kevin, leading to a pretty fun blindside in the sense that really 3 people were blindsided here. Again, Mary obviously did not know Kevin was going home. Kevin himself was blindsided. Sei was blindsided by the fact that her actual target and Kevin went home. Or I think it's actually all kind of funny situation. But anyway, we lose Kevin, who I was pretty surprised to lose this early. I felt like Kevin is someone that we saw a lot of in the preseason press. Also seemed to have a pretty decent premiere, to where while obviously there were red flags there, I feel like it was still a spot where I was expecting him to have some longevity in the game. For him to be the second boot of the season was very surprising, especially considering he was probably the most physical guy for the Vula tribe, to where again, in a tribe that's struggling, you would expect him to want to be kept around because of that. But again, he ends up being taken out here in a spot where again, it just seemed like Justin Cedric looked at him as a threat. And while again, I don't think he necessarily plays his hand particularly well, I don't think Kevin does that much like actively wrong either. Again, I do think, again, I would call back to the previous round. I think I would have, again, strong-armed the vote against Sei. I also think in this round, it seemed like he probably, like, overestimated his influence in the game, but still a spot where, again, I don't think Kevin's an entirely bad player, but one whose potential, again, we'll probably never see fully play out, considering, again, I would be pretty surprised if we do see him again. Now, moving on to episode 3, an episode that contains one of the bigger moments of the season, but also one that kind of does show off a lot of the flaws of the new era, which, again, we'll get into. But anyway, we start off on the Vula tribe, with Mary being grateful that she's still there. And again, more underdog content for her, with Cedric saying that she's a fighter, which is kind of ironic considering what we later see. But also we end up seeing Sei here being wary of both Cedric and Justin, as obviously, again, they just end up flushing her idol. To which we do see her telling Mary that we should work together, which doesn't lead to anything, which obviously has a lot of this episode revolving around this Sei-Mary dynamic, something that was actually pretty hyped up in the preseason, where Jeff was talking about this partnership that would form, where enemies would turn into a duo, and again, it's pretty clear that he was talking about Mary and Sei at this point, though I think that also led to a bit of too high of expectations for their relationship, where again, I always assumed that they were going to eventually get together and pull off this big move in the game, yet again, that just never happens. I do feel like that overall makes their entire trajectory like a bit underwhelming, even though the content we get with them ends up being pretty strong here. But again, we end up seeing Mary go on an idol hunt just as the sun goes up, Sei ending up following her, leading to some very awkward small talk about how much water Sei drinks. And we then funnily cut to Sei scolding the men for taking a nap, saying that we have to follow her. With again, Sei playing this optimally. Again, if you are trying to get Mary out, you should be making sure that she can't find an idol. Where again, it very much feels like this like Boston Rob style strategy, where while Sei's never truly able to implement any of that particularly well, I do respect her gusto in at least trying to play that style of game. But we do get a funny moment here, like mid-conversation, where we see Mary running off in the distance with Sei, leaving the conversation to chase her, with talk about how much fun this is for them, with them clearly having this, again, mutual respect for each other, that, again, I just wish led to more. While this was, again, a fun sequence sequence, it really does not add much to the grander scope of the season. But with that, we then move on to Siva, where we get more David content, talking about how strong he is, and Camilla calling him a Chad, leading to personal content from him about how people don't know the secrets about him that knock him down a few notches, revealing to Kyle that he lives in a trailer in front of his dad's house. Kyle's instant reaction to this being sick. I did love David's instant refutal of, no, not sick. Which again, I find it funny, this like very awkward interaction made the show. But again, David ends up talking about his dream of wanting to start a family, but can't because of his financial situation, and said that that's why his girlfriend won't commit to him because she wants to be a stay-at-home mom and will leave him if he doesn't win the money, which is all very strange content. Obviously, it is personal content for David in a spot where, again, not many people have had like this level of a personal focus, where I know that's something that really propped up David for people in the edge community, but even then, like, this is such bizarre content. I'm not even sure how we're meant to be feeling about this, where I do feel like this like concept of that he needs to win the show so that his girlfriend doesn't leave him is very strange. And also, again, obviously not a particularly good look for his girlfriend, which I believe they've broken up since then, so who cares? But still, just some very strange content. We then follow that up with some strategy talk from Mitch, with the reestablishment that Charity is his #1 ally. And now we finally see them doing something in the game, attempting to bring in Kyle and David, with Kyle and David being in the middle of the tribe at this point, in a spot where it did seem like Kyle's initial duo was actually David over Camilla. Yet, again, the edit never really focuses on that relationship. Again, it goes all in on the Camilla relationship, which again gets further cemented in the following episode, and even beyond that, obviously becomes the more important duo for Kyle by the end of the season. But I do think it definitely ends up under-editing this dynamic, which clearly felt like it was this duo riding the middle of this tribe. But really none of this was going to matter, as we do get content from Kyle about still being wary of Mitch and Charity, and very much implying that Charity was still on her way out here, in a spot where, again, this felt more similar to this like Rachel style of content for Mitch that kept him in winter contention for me. But then we get to Loggy, where we do get some very strong content here from Joe, with talk about how energy everyone is. Only for us to cut to Joe building a bonfire, which ends up being such an over-the-top moment here. Again, saying that he can sense morale and they need to take time to give people a break, and talks about how he wants to be a great dad and wants his kids to see him as a great man, saying that he wants his kids to say, I'm proud of him, which again further emphasizes the storyline and gets backed up in the sense that we then proceed to see fellow tribe mates literally say that we're proud of you. But again, this ends up being portrayed as this like big bonding scene for Loggy tribe, with them all in front of this bonfire, only for Star just not to be there, which I found really funny, which again should have made it even more apparent that she's on the bottom. But again, all this obviously just content trying to make Joe into the most likable guy possible. Oh, well, then it's good strategic content. Us cutting to Xiaoheen, saying that Joe is his #1 ally. Which, to be fair, there's not much depth being put into this Joe and Xiaoheen relationship, which is definitely a flaw for Joe. Though, to be fair, it's also a major flaw for Xiaoheen, especially following this episode, where obviously I think the edit very much puts all their eggs into the Joe and Eva relationship, more so than Joe's relationship with the California girls, where we always see that from Xiaoheen and Thomas's perspectives. But this ends up leading to some more negatively tinged content from Eva, where after the bonfire, she says that Joe reminds her of her dad, and in front of everybody decides to give Joe a bracelet to give to his daughter, with Dodo music playing as Thomas mocks her in confessional, and Xiaoheen makes a face when this happens, saying that they need to cut her, which, again, really bad, to where, again, while you can add this into the forced adversity for Eva, I did feel like this was a bit more negatively tinged than what it could have been, especially with the Dodo music playing on top of it. So, obviously, it's, again, appropriate, considering this is obviously a really dumb move for Eva to be doing this so openly with Joe. And really, her bad content doesn't end there, where we see Eva then proceed to talk strategy with Star, saying that she hasn't talked strat with her before and that she needs to open up. But I actually thought I had a pretty interesting way of handling this conversation, talking about wanting to gauge how Star lies due to her knowing about Star's advantage, and now knowing what to look out for when Star ends up lying to her here, which again, I thought was really savvy of Eva here to, again, really circumvent the disadvantages that she inherently has here. Though again, this is another moment that really works against Eva, where again, at the end of the day, this is pretty sloppy play. The fact that she then proceeds to tell Star that we don't need 2 puzzlers and that we can take out Bianca and Thomas, leading to Star obviously ratting this out to Bianca and Thomas, with Thomas now getting to talk about taking out Eva and finding Star's idol to be able to do so in a spot where, again, it never seemed practical that this was going to happen. Again, it was still 3v3, and knowing Xiaoheen's gameplay style, I don't think he would have been willing to make this move at this point. To where, again, I don't think this is something that actually would have happened, yet it is something that, again, is this forced adversity for Eva, but again, just in a spot where this definitely felt more negative towards Eva as a player than what I would have expected in most other situations. But anyway, not even a third of the way into the episode, we then get to the immunity challenge, which I wonder if that's a sign of something. But again, it's a typical blindfold challenge with lots of hyping up of Joe as he just runs straight to the bucket. Jeff propping this up and us then cutting to Bianca on the sideline saying amazing, where again, felt like a very glowing edit for Joe. Oh well, Vula struggles with following instructions, who would have guessed, and they end up being Wayne last and lose once again. And their third loss in a row. This finally is that we get the reveal of a journey, where Loggy gets to decide who goes as the winners of the challenge, which they end up picking Bianca, Camilla, and Pizza Man, with Justin being worried about risking his vote, which I wonder if that will lead to something. Anyway, the journey is structured very similarly to last time, just them splitting apart right away and being forced to risk their vote, which is so lame. But also, the worst thing of all this is that at least last time it was a puzzle. It at least required some skill from the players themselves. This time, it's literally just luck of rolling dice, with constant reference to Yahtzee here, where again you have to land 4 flames using 7 die, and if you do so, you get an extra vote. However, you get 4 skulls, you lose your vote. And we just see them rolling over and over and over again. And again, this was kind of boring, but it was also dangerous fun. Again, Camilla ends up getting her extra vote, which ends up being kind of pointless. While Bianca and Justin end up losing their votes, which ends up sinking their games. Again, over a dice roll, where Justin now talks about being a sitting duck and is in a spot where, had Sari and Mary actually repaired their relationship, which again, they should have, Justin should have been screwed here. Again, this should have made him a dead man walking, where they both vote for Justin, Justin's gone. Which I think he gets initially benefited from the fact that Say and Mary aren't good enough players, but really, obviously, this is just step one of all the things that end up going wrong for Justin in this episode. But anyway, we get to see the reactions from the other camps as the others return, with Camilla admitting to her tribe about her extra vote, following what Mitch did, saying that she told herself not to tell the tribe, but the tribe's too honest, in a spot where, again, I think this is obviously the right call. I mean, they're going to know you have something, or at least had the opportunity to get something. I think you at least build some social capital here, especially considering you seem pretty well positioned within this group. Anyway, on Loggy, we see Bianca deciding to lie about the game and say it was the Savvy Challenge from previous seasons, and decide to not risk her vote. Which I will say for Bianca, like, why lie about the mechanics of the challenge? I get lying about not having your vote, as again, there are obviously downsides to that. But I do think, again, just lying about what the challenge even is, it's like, why are you doing that? Like, it just feels like unnecessary lies that could have caught back up to her. So we do end up seeing her admitting to Thomas that she lost her vote, leading to a pretty funny reaction from Thomas about it being over dice. But again, Thomas continues to lie to her, not telling her about his steal vote, which again, I think is also really dumb here for Thomas. Again, not solidifying this relationship. Also really bad for Bianca from an editing perspective, where while she was barely hanging on at this point anyway, again, this moment I think was one that further sank her. After we see Thomas in confessional gloating about still lying to Bianca here, but again, all this really doesn't matter. Where I think it's actually kind of funny in retrospect just how little the Thomas-Bianca relationship ends up mattering to the season. Considering they actually do get a decent amount of focus in the early episodes here, but I assume that's probably because they genuinely love what Thomas brought to the show. But anyway, we then get the rest of the content on Vula, with Mary obviously being on the bottom and saying that she's going to play it as cool as a cucumber. She doesn't think that she could find an idol in time, or she's just going to pretend like she has one and isn't going to scramble. That's what they think she would do. So instead, she's just going to go swimming. With, again, this really being portrayed as, like, mastermind move for Mary, when, like, this was, in my opinion, dumb for multiple facets. First, the fact that it fails. Like, this is something that doesn't even work for her. Like, all the votes end up landing on her anyway. Also, I think her just lounging around in the ocean doesn't really help her at all. Like, I get the notion of not looking for an idol. Again, I get that. But I do think she should have at least been trying to strategize with the other players and just act like you had an idol instead of just not bothering to do anything. And I will say, I actually think this is a spot where the shot in the dark probably harms the gameplay of Survivor, right? Where, again, I've overall been very pro shot in the dark as a concept, to where while I don't know if it makes for the greatest TV, I do actually think it's a pretty interesting element of the game. I actually do think this is a spot where the shot in the dark has a direct negative influence on the game. It's a spot where I think Mary was willing to do this because she knew she always had that backup of the shot in the dark, which at the end of the day is, again, dumb to rely on a shot in the dark when you have a 1/6 chance. I think you should be actively trying to do things on your own. But I do think this is a spot where, because the shot in the dark was in play, Mary probably was more complacent in how she played the situation than what she probably would have been if she was just a goner otherwise. But again, we end up getting to see Say being terrified that she's not looking and wants to split the vote on Justin just in case, which again, I think she would have considered anyway. I don't think this is something that only came to Say's mind because she saw her swimming. I think this is literally just a basic concept that almost any actual strategist of the game would think of. And again, it's the optimal play. I think there's almost no reason to not split the vote on Justin here in a spot where she doesn't end up going through with it, which I think is a astronomically bad move from Say. Again, this should have been a game-ending move for Say. There's again, it seems like she backs down from it because Cedric wasn't on board with this plan, but I do feel like in most given situations, Say is literally out of the game because she makes this decision here to not split the vote. Where again, it felt like she very much overestimated her relationship with Cedric, where Cedric talks about how Justin is his right-hand guy and that he would struggle ever putting his name down, which, I mean, like, technically he doesn't ever do that. But again, very strange considering the Justin-Cedric relationship is just simply not focused on the season. It's a complete afterthought. And it's part that just made it so much clearer that this was not a relationship meant to have a particularly deep run. But anyway, Justin ends up returning. That's where he ends up lying about the journey, coming up with this really convoluted story that was a game that decided on comfort, shelter, or food, which is like, what does that even mean? And again, I think this is just ridiculous. Again, I don't get why people are lying about what the actual journey is. I get lying about the results of the journey, but why lie about what the game of the journey is? Like, that's insane. Now, again, I get about him lying about losing his vote to Say, as obviously I would give Say a lot more knowledge about what's going on, allow her to potentially go to Mary, pick up her vote, and just vote out Justin. So again, I get his notion of lying about his vote to Say, but again, him continuing to lie to Cedric is obviously very flawed. Now, I at least get it in premise, considering Cedric obviously ratted out information to Say in the last round. So again, if you're Justin, I do think telling Cedric that you lost your vote opens up the worry that he tells Say, probably not even maliciously, and Say ends up still doing the same thing. So again, I get that worry, but I do think it's a spot where to get through this vote, especially if something goes wrong with Mary getting immunity, you're going to need to rely on Cedric here. And again, this is just you openly burning trust with Cedric for not much benefit, especially when Cedric ends up asking him again and he lies to him again. Though again, it just feels kind of insane there. But again, we see Say and Mary talking once again, though again, just never getting on the same page. In a spot where I think this is a complete failure on Say's end here to not manage a relationship with Mary well enough to actually get Mary to actually try to save herself here. Again, this is a spot where Mary's just relying on the Shonda Dark, and a spot where, again, they could have at least tied the vote based on what their current knowledge is. And again, in a world where Justin loses his vote, which is not in practicality, would have just outright won this vote. So again, I think this is generally bad play from everyone here. But the plan here ends up being to put all the votes onto Mary, though it's an interesting spot where I don't think anyone truly knew exactly what's going to happen here, in a spot where I think Cedric and Justin, despite the fact that Say ends up voting with them, just assumed that she was going to be voting for Justin. All they assumed that Mary was going to be voting for Say. So it may have seemed like Cedric was thinking it was going to be a 2-1-1 vote with Justin as the deciding factor based on where his vote lands, which about that. But again, we get the tribal with literally 22 minutes left in the episode, where I wonder if something's going to happen here. But the tribal itself actually ends up being kind of funny in the fact that Jeff is just continuing to scold Vula, calling them one of the most dysfunctional groups in all of Survivor. He talks about how they're not working as a group and don't have a plan. So again, us getting more bickering between Mary and Say, with Jeff saying that's like them on a road trip, with Jeff even proceeding to be shocked at the fact that they talk about how much they respect each other, where again, I think you clearly love how much Jeff loved this Mary-Say relationship, to where he's again even gloating about it in the postseason. Though I did find it interesting that along the way Mary ends up saying that I'm not going to respect someone that doesn't push back, to where we cut to Justin, which I think makes it clear what their thoughts on Justin. But again, Mary ends up playing dead throughout this tribal, which isn't really playing dead when she actually was dead if she didn't get a 1 in 6 chance to save herself from the Shonda Dark. But anyway, we have Jeff ending up interrupting, saying it's time to vote, where supposedly this was one of the longest tribals in the history of the show, even before the craziness that ends up happening, to where I think it's very rare for you to see Jeff literally say, no, we gotta vote now, this is taking way too long. But anyway, we get to the initial vote, where Mary ends up playing her Shonda Dark, with Say saying, I knew it, and that's my girl, but in the worst way. Which again, I find the reaction is kind of funny, as I think 100% Say thought she had an idol, as only for the end up being a Shonda Dark, which again, only 1 in 6 chance, but what do you know, it works. Good for her. But also, obviously it was going to work considering how much time we had left in the episode. But also really funny considering Mary's preseason thoughts on how terrible the Shonda Dark is, only for to end up saving her here. But obviously it turns out that Say ended up voting up for Mary, leading to a no-vote situation, with confusion over why only 2 votes were cast, which I don't understand how people didn't pick up on this right away and just instantly assume that Justin must have lost his vote from the journey. Now for Cedric, I guess there's a world where Say found a Beware advantage but didn't find the idol and lost her vote that way, but it's still a spot where, again, it should have been pretty apparent what was going on here. But anyway, we get to the revote where you can vote for anybody but Mary. Us still having 10 minutes left of the episode. And I love how, Justin ends up saying to Mary, good play, which is for what? She played her shot in the dark. She literally just openly relies on luck. This spot where, again, Justin is, obviously really screwed here by the shot in the dark. Again, this is just further adding to the unluckiness that Justin ends up facing here. Again, first losing his vote from a journey that, again, he had no agency in anything that ended up happening there. Again, he was picked by the other tribe. He then also had no choice on risking his vote or not. Then in this spot, again, would have been safe had it not been for Mary landing a 1 in 6 chance of saving herself here, and even then avoids a split vote from Say, which also should have doomed him. And he ends up facing off against a lot of unlucky circumstances to where it's actually kind of surprising how far he ends up getting into this process, where really he should have been gone from this first vote. But anyway, on the revote, we end up seeing Say voting for Justin, with Cedric ending up voting for Say, again, sticking with his initial alliance, to Say being blindsided here by Cedric. Cedric obviously now having to know the fact that Justin ended up losing his vote, especially because Jeff just then openly says it. As we get the reveal that we're still continuing the 47 tiebreaker rules, where because Justin is part of the tie but doesn't have his vote, that means Say gets to vote on the second revote here, but can only vote for Justin, while Cedric gets a choice between Say and Justin. Which, while he already voted for Say, I think this is a spot where you would assume that he would be strong-armed into voting for Justin here, based on the previous understanding of the rules, as if they go to rocks in this position, Cedric would be the only person to draw a rock, aka he would be automatically eliminated, to where, again, he should definitely be trying to avoid a tie based on the current understanding of the rules. But either way, we get to the second revote where Cedric doesn't switch his vote. Where, to be fair, I mean, Cedric was kind of screwed either way in this position. Though, obviously, to be fair, again, obviously Cedric's also in a very unlucky situation at this point, having to blatantly choose between his two closest allies right in front of them. In a spot where it's not even a guarantee that they go home. Again, he is in a pretty bad position here. But this is where we obviously get the deadlock. That was pretty obvious that we were getting to because of time in the episode, but also Jeff needed to sit down and say that this is a historic tribal, which he said in the trailer. Which, again, this was a moment that was hyped up even in the initial season reveal, in a spot where, kind of funny, happens in the third episode of the season. But obviously this is where everything gets weird, as in a deadlock, again, you need a unanimous decision on who to go home, or else you go to rocks. Where assumingly this decision has to be made of the people that caused the tie to begin with. But here we get the reveal that because the vote is between Justin and Say, and that Mary has no vote, that Cedric is the only person to get the vote in the deadlock, which is kind of dumb. Now, again, the main reason for it is because it's inconsistent with the previous ruling, as why is Say allowed to vote in the second revote, but not here? As both are situations where the opponent had no say to begin with, and through that, the situation should be the same. Now, obviously, that leads to a bit of a lame situation, as again, Say is forced to vote for Justin, as she can't vote for herself, which means that essentially Cedric is then making the decision between Justin going home or himself going home. Sure, it just makes this, again, a non-decision with Say getting her way by the end, but it's still a spot where, again, while I don't think that makes for the greatest TV, it does feel the most consistent with the previous ruling, where, again, I think if you're going to rule the tiebreaker in the way that it was, again, deemed to be ruled in 47, then I think you should also be allowed to vote during a deadlock here. That being said, though, I think there are merits to this style of approach, as obviously it leads to Cedric being the only person that can vote, meaning that he has full agency over who goes home here, in a spot where I think that's like a bit of a reward for him being the best position in the game. And again, that's something I at least think is a benefit to this system, even though it also goes against the initial premise of rocks, where the point of rocks is to punish the people that caused the tie, and Cedric is instead being rewarded for it. Where, again, I think there's a lot of things being jumbled around here on what's positive, what's negative. And while, again, I did stand by the 47 tiebreaker rules at the time, as again, I do think that is what the intention was when ties were initially formed, is for the main reason that the people that end up being tied not voting is because their votes cancel each other out. It is something that, again, was not remain consistent following that, and I think actually in retrospect, considering what happens at a deadlock now, I think I might lean back towards we should just go back to what the rulings were beforehand and just make it that anybody that gets involved in a tie just automatically doesn't get a vote on the revo, as I just think it makes it much simpler and makes it, again, more consistent in a spot where these rulings just feel very flimsy, considering they change for situations that don't feel like they should have changed for. And really, in general, I think that leads to my big criticism of this entire tribal. The fact that I do think, while obviously this is a big spectacle that, again, was propped up by production, people seem to love at the time, to me, this actually more so felt sad. So I think it really just showed me the sad current state of the game of Survivor. The fact that it is in this spot where something like this can happen. The fact that in the third episode, we can get down to one person having the sole vote to eliminate, which felt very forced by all these other twists and advantages going around. That, again, is just so not Survivor. And I get that this is something that Jeff loves, but again, for me personally, I feel like this actually takes away from what I loved about Survivor, with Justin here having almost no real agency in being able to save himself, which again, I just felt kind of sad. This is the type of moments that we're actively striving for in the modern game. But anyway, Cedric has a sole vote to eliminate here, which again, editing wise, should have been very obvious it was Justin, considering he has an edit that very much feels in line with someone that would be screwed over in the game. I'll say, again, felt like she had a tad more longevity in her, but also it makes no sense to vote out Justin here, where again, when you just voted for Say twice and Justin's your number one ally, and even here, he openly talks to Say as if he's about to vote her out, talking about his relationship with Justin, only for Say to then fight back and talking about how hurt she is and saying that his closest ally didn't even tell him that he had lost his vote. And I do think Say ends up obviously playing this very well, though while I think she plays poorly to get into this position to begin with, I think she reacts here very effectively, all while Justin isn't shown to be fighting back too much. I know he claims that was all editing, and he actually did in the real life situation, though either way, I think Say clearly out-campaigned him here, with even Jeff kind of leaving the season seeming to be a bit disappointed by Justin. But it does obviously lead to Cedric saying that he'll make this decision on one stipulation, that Say and Mary can cut it, which is insane. Again, you're voting out your number one ally in Justin. You're keeping in somebody that you have now voted for twice, while also telling that person to bond with the only other person on the tribe, another person that you have also voted out. Which, I mean, to be fair, Cedric's obviously very unfortunate to be put in this position, a position where he's literally voted for every single member of his tribe over the course of this tribal. But again, it still has some astronomically bad decision making here. But I did love the moment of like Cedric saying to Justin, "I'll see you at Luigi's next month," which will be the next time I see you because I'm keeping her, which is an insane way of telling Justin he's going home here. Well, obviously Justin doesn't play aspects of this well. Again, he does not campaign for himself well at the end. Him lying to Cedric is something that obviously backfires on him. He in general, I think, is probably one of the most screwed over players in Survivor history. Again, a spot where he was pretty lock safe coming into this round. Again, Mary was the very clear target. He had to get very unfortunate the fact that Mary's Shot in the Dark play landed to where he put himself in any sort of danger. And even then, he had Cedric fighting for him to begin with. Where had he had his vote here, again, he just handily stays. It's not even a question. But he just ends up having like so many unfortunate things happen around him that ends up costing him his game here. And again, with that, let's talk about Justin, who again, obviously gets very screwed over in the game. Though with that said, I don't think Justin made for the greatest TV. Like, I think Justin is someone that I'm kind of surprised made the cast just because he seems so normal. And while again, he's a purely affable guy, I have nothing against him as a person. He seems even from like post-game things. Again, he's a super nice person, but again, someone that again just did not make for great TV. And I also feel like production clearly was disappointed by Justin on the season. But also a question to that, like, what were they expecting to get? Again, I am someone that I am a proponent of new era casting. I do think the casting is the best it's ever been. But Justin's someone that again, I just am a bit confused over what they were expecting to get out of Justin to the point where they were seemingly disappointed by him by the end. But over episode 4, another pretty strong episode here, possibly one of the strongest of the season. Where obviously we do end up getting the swap, but first we have to spend time on Vula, where everyone's miserable as it got poured on the previous night, with Cedric saying it's a tricky situation, now being stuck with just Say and Mary, which is like, whose fault is that? Again, we see Say still pretending to work with Cedric, saying that he's the one that put her life on the line, so why should I be grateful that you saved me from a position you put me in? Or again, I felt like we were getting a lot of this content that would lead to Say leading this charge against Cedric, but again, none of that ends up mattering. But we do end up seeing Cedric and Say go idol hunting, and for some reason leave behind a note to Mary in sticks telling them that they're going idol hunting, which is like, why are you doing that? Which again, I don't know why they did that, but later Mary ends up joining, and again, none of this really matters. No one finds the idol, despite the fact that Mary walks right by it. And we also get to Say and Mary talking it out, which again, you would assume would be them forming this new duo in the game, and they talk about how Cedric now has to worry about what they're gonna do, but no, that doesn't matter either. Or really, all this is so strange. I think in general, that is definitely a major criticism of this season. The fact that the early part of the season obviously has to focus a lot on Vula because they go to tribal over and over and over again. The problem is that the people in Vula are pretty insignificant to the season as a whole. And by the halfway point of the season, only one remains. And it's even a spot there where she's being under-edited to where again, it just feels so strange. So again, it definitely leads to this like strange dynamic with the season, just how much setup we get with the Vula tribe, just for none of it to lead to anything. But anyway, we get to the tribe swap. The first tribe swap since Survivor 45, which I'm very happy to see it back. I'm surprised we didn't get in 47. And I know a lot of people do claim about how swaps only happen in a new era because tribes lose over and over again. Yeah, I personally don't think that's the case. Where while it obviously is circumstantial, the fact that both in 45 and in 48, we had these like disaster tribes that were going to tribal over and over again and they end up swapping. Especially the 45 situations, one where I think they had clearly planned for a swap the entire time. And I know people say that, oh, they did it because the immunity challenge for that round requires 5 people, which is like, yeah. That's the point. That's why they would swap, to guarantee each tribe has 5 people. Not just sit on their hands and be like, oh my god, this tribe now only has 4. We need to swap. Again, it's just insane that that's actually a thing people think of Survivor 45. And with 48 here, again, I think it's a similar thing. I do think it's a spot where they were going to swap anyway. My read on this is I do think it's a 1 per cycle sort of thing from production's point of view. And we got to swap to some sort of 44. We got a true swap in 45. And now we're getting a swap here in 48. Again, I think to them, it's just a thing that doesn't need to happen every season. They'll do it every once in a while. But again, I'm very happy to see a swap back here. But in the lead up to the swap, we do get some content around Cedric, and says that the connections that you're building are going to be tested, to which we cut to Joe and Eva. But again, so much focus on Joe and Eva as we swap here. Eva getting some of her nervous tics, as she had talked about in the premiere, and getting to really narrate the swap here, saying that she's worried as Joe's the only person that can help her, which I will say a bit weird that Joe doesn't help her in this moment. But again, she literally told him what to do in moments that she's doing this. By the way, obviously it gets rectified by a later moment. But also, again, it ends up being really funny to see Vula just be really excited about the swap, all while the other 2 tribes are really disappointed. So we do have Say like gloating about how that they can now gain momentum and play the middle and watch the other tribes eat each other alive, which is like, why are you saying that? Oh, we see Thomas being upset that he had all the info on Loggy and now throw it in the ocean, which definitely felt like the type of content that someone that gets swap screwed would end up getting. But anyway, we get a completely random draw here for the tribes, obviously swapping into 3 tribes because, come on. But we do get a lot of cross-pollination here. This actually being a very interesting swap, especially in comparison to the 45 one, where 45 we had 2 of the tribes end up being extremely lopsided. But this is a spot where we actually do get a pretty balanced tribe breakdown here. But we first do end up spending time on a new Loggy, where here we end up having 2 Sivas in David and Charity, who are obviously in themselves on opposite sides of their original tribe. We have 2 Loggys in Eva and Star, also not working together at all. Oh, we have 1 Vula in Mary, who obviously is, and assumedly at this point, in the middle, which I will say also in general, the notion that Mary and Say end up being separated at the swap here is very strange, considering all that content we got previously. And again, I think you would assume that, oh, that means that they make it to their merge and do something at the merge, only for them to not do anything at the merge. Oh, we also end up seeing Mary down the road have a very strong bond to David, which obviously was formed at this swap here. Something that, again, is not really focused on. We really just get like 1 throwaway line about how Mary wants to be David's little sister. That implies that she wants to build a relationship with David, but again, nothing ends up being really focused there, which to me was this massive death knell for Mary. The fact that I really felt like once she got off the Vula tribe, she's become such an afterthought in the edit. But anyway, we see Eva noticing that it's all girls but 1 man, aka her biggest nightmare, when they're talking about being typically around men, and obviously ends up hitting it off with David right away. Again, having this really over-the-top reaction, him being a stunt guy. They both love jet skiing. Again, them really openly bonding in front of the others is not particularly great look there, even though it doesn't end up backfiring on them. But obviously, Eva ends up being very open about her game to him, instantly telling him that she's working with Joe and Xiaoheen, which is like, again, why are you telling him that you have a strong alliance on the other side? But either way, this leads to more over-the-top David content, talking about how he's always around women and he treats his girlfriend like a princess, only for him to then mention that his girlfriend broke up with him over money issues, which again, that's inconsistent with the previous content. But it does lead to another character moment from him talking about how he doesn't drink water and he only drinks chocolate milk all day long, which I'll say, very strange that his chocolate milk confessional from the preview never made the edit, where again, that was a pretty fun confessional that a lot of people were talking about at the time. Yeah, again, it's nowhere to be seen on the season. But this ends up leading to Charity talking about how David is playing loyally and isn't playing Survivor. He's not playing strategically, and that she could just boss him around, which again, not a great look for Charity here, where it's instantly proven to be wrong, where we cut to David throwing Charity under the bus, alongside Eva also throwing Star under the bus as well, revealing her beware advantage to David as well, which again, both should be pretty sketchy that they're doing this in the sense that they're instantly throwing their own tribe mate under the bus. But again, it seems to, again, just work out for them, where we do see them talking with Mary, and again, clearly this was like a trio that was probably going to decide what ended up happening on this tribe had they ever gone to tribal, where it was clearly going to be a choice between Charity and Star. All this content also like very blatantly setting up Charity as the mergatory boot, even if they never did end up going to tribal. But anyway, we then cut to Siva, which ends up being a seemingly underpowered tribe here, with very few of the powerhouses that are on the season on it, but ends up being another tribe broken down in a 2-2-1 split with 2 Sivas from Chrissy and Mitch, again, both of which not working together initially. 2 Vulas in Cedric and Say, who obviously have tension now due to the previous vote, while Bianca is alone in the middle, theoretically. Bianca's in this spot where I do think she gets pretty swap screwed in this position. It's a position where, again, she still doesn't have a vote, so through it, she actually has no real leverage if they were to ever go to tribal. Also, being from Loggy here is actually a pretty big target on her back, to where, again, in most given situations, she would be in the middle. She'd be able to decide which side to go with. The problem is that Loggy already is looked at as this very powerful tribe that people want to weaken, and through her being, again, kind of a sitting duck on this tribe, it just makes her such a clear target to take out here to weaken the Loki dynamic, with Chrissy on the show being able to narrate that, with, again, Chrissy being on the show, also being able to narrate the arrival at camp and show the others around, leading to them eating cassava, which is boring, but also talk about how her and Mitch are not close, but they're going to stay Siva strong, because surely Siva strong will last. But this does lead to us seeing Cedric bond with the Sivas, Mitch in particular, where it felt very clear that they were the real power dynamic on this tribe, which again further burns Bianca in the game. But Cedric ended up revealing that he also had a stutter as a kid and still has triggers, which again was a nice bonding scene between him and Mitch. Nice personal content from Cedric, who again felt very shallow up to this point despite his importance this season, which is a major negative of Cedric's edit. But he does end up mentioning that they can bring Say in because him and Say have loyalty, which surely, as we do got to say, being happy that she's finally out of Ula, but upset that she's stuck with Cedric, where we do get this funny moment of Bianca, again, clearly trying to work both sides, going to Say and telling her she wants to work with her and Cedric, only for Say to say that she doesn't know if she wants to, revealing that Cedric almost voted her out, and also saying here that she wants to work with strong women, which is like, does she? Either way, we get to Vula, where really the bulk of this episode ends up being focused on, where we do get a pretty basic 3v2 split there, with Kyle and Camilla being together from Siva, though obviously being in the minority here. Though also being in a spot where it did seem like this is what truly solidified their relationship. Obviously, again, they were in this position where, yeah, they were close, but I do think it was more of Kyle and David riding the middle of the original tribe, where I feel like this is the point where Kyle and Camilla start to work in lockstep. And this is all while we have 3 other players from the Loki tribe. Literally the entire California Girls Alliance of Joe, Xiaoheen, and Thomas, which is pretty insane. And obviously having a very easy majority here. In general, this felt like a very strong team. One that you would assume would dominate in challenges. And to be fair, they did too, which is not great. But again, Joe does get the opening confessional here, talking about how they're a force to be reckoned with, which, again, it's not to be great, but to be fair, other people around him have much worse content, where really in general, Joe ends up being kind of shielded in this episode, where while he does have content here and there, it is an episode where by the end, he is outplayed by the likes of Kyle and Camilla, and I do think the edit seemingly hides him from a lot of that. Which again, I think you could debate if that's even a good or a bad thing in New Era, where obviously in the New Era, it's a spot where the editors are willing to show the flaws of the winner, if not actually actively do so in the pre-merge. But for Joe to not be focused on in this spot is, again, something you could definitely interpret as a negative, though I do think it's also a spot where, again, the relationship with Thomas was never particularly focused on in the edit. I think it makes sense that Xiaoheen takes over that focus here, especially in a spot where Xiaoheen's portrayed very negatively. But Joe's content here is actually like kind of surface level. It's really just him talking about how terrible the camp is here, which is kind of dull. Though we do get some intrigue here from the fact that Kyle and Camilla obviously have advantages in their pockets. Again, Kyle obviously has an idol, Camilla has an extra vote, to which again, it leads to them being fully low despite being on the minority, which again led to this interesting dynamic with this group. But this is followed by Camilla saying that she's in survival mode now, and proceeds to lie to the Lockies here about being on the bottom, and saying that Charity was coming after her, which again definitely demonizes Charity, making her even more of a potential mergatory boo. But again, it says that she knew that she was going home. They went to tribal, with Kyle then playing into this, making it seem like they're not close, which ends up being a very impressive play here. Which again, I think Camilla deserves a lot of credit for how she ends up executing this. Something that again seems to be completely unprompted. Again, this is something that it seems like Camilla just came up with on her own. This notion of pretending like she was on the bottom, making it seem like her and Kyle aren't close. And again, Kyle's astute enough to at least play into that. Which obviously this ends up being very impressive play that actually ends up winning them the day by the end of them believing that Camilla would flip to them and allowing them to figure out exactly what to do with their advantages. But this is where we get Thomas reestablishing him having the vote steal, with him also again having the majority and saying it's the best case scenario and the worst case beach, which felt like a setup for a fall, especially as we then cut to Camilla throwing Thomas under the bus, with obviously her revealing the info about the journey from Mitch and how Mitch wasn't given a choice to risk his vote, really making Thomas come off as a liar here in a spot where Xiaoheen talks about how brutal it is that Thomas has been lying to him, which again, I think you could interpret that, especially considering that previous content between Xiaoheen and Thomas, that this could lead to Xiaoheen turning on Thomas. But no, he just tells Thomas what Camilla said, which, to be fair, I think this is actually pretty sloppy play from Camilla. Again, as much as I do think Operation Guyana is a very impressive play from her, I didn't think the notion of trying to turn the others on Thomas, while again, good on paper, I do think it's actually pretty sloppy in the sense that this obviously makes it more likely that Thomas is going to fight for you to go home. So I didn't particularly love that aspect of her gameplay in this episode, but either way, it takes us to the immunity challenge, where clearly Vula was going to tribal, considering they were the only tribe to not get a second segment before the challenge. which is kind of a trope with New Era editing. Along with the fact that Vula also comes in very cocky. Again, cheering as they come in, with Xiaoheen, Camilla, and Kyle all getting talked about at different points about how they're winning the challenge today. And Jeff even calling them the very confident Vula and says that if you declare victory, you better come through with it. But again, all this just felt like such a negative look from all of them, with the only person that doesn't come off as extremely cocky during a sequence ends up being Joe. But again, it ends up being a typical obstacle course, boring challenge, but Vula ends up having the lead through the majority of it, only to struggle on getting the last piece of the puzzle in, with them really blowing the lead and ending up losing, and kind of as expected. The point is, we get a lot of focus around Xiaoheen, with him just being openly wrong about things, and talking about how he feels good about his alliance, it's 3-2, and he doesn't think the other side has anything to save themselves, so one of them's going home. And this is followed by, again, us seeing Kyle and Camilla, like, again, throwing each other under the bus, though not really. Obviously just trying to make it seem like they're not together, to which Xiaoheen tells Camilla that unless you're good actors, I can see that you're not close. Where again, it really felt like the edit laying it on a bit too thick, where I know this is something that, again, people talk about, is this is the forced adversity from Xiaoheen to prop him up as a potential winner pick, where to me this just came off way too negative. Again, it's a spot where this just made him seem like an idiot, where I feel like that's like the different thing about editing post Gabler, is I do think they saw that they made Gabler look too bad to the point where they don't want to do that again. And I think in the world that we're in now, I don't think they want to make their winner come off as just an idiot that's getting things wrong constantly, which becomes a major focus of Xiaoheen's edit. And even then, again, Xiaoheen's edit is just so soulless up to this point as well. And he has no established relationships in a season that was, again, told to us from the very beginning was a season about duos and partnerships. Xiaoheen doesn't have a duo or partnership. Also, Xiaoheen's main relationship on the show is Thomas, somebody that ends up going home this episode. Or while obviously not irreparable following this, I did feel like this was just overall a terrible episode for Xiaoheen, even though some people thought it was a good one for some reason. But anyway, we see the California girls gathering and deciding on who to take out, with Joe and Xiaoheen wanting to take out Kyle, while Thomas wants to take out Camilla, with Xiaoheen saying that she's on the bottom and we can pull her in as a number, which is again a bad read. While Thomas says that just to be safe, I could use my vote steal, but that would piss off my alliance, as he hasn't told them, which is the reason why you should have told them. But also, again, felt like content that was so clear that Thomas is going home here. Again, this is like the typical sort of like, oh, I'll play my idol, something weird happens tonight. It just felt like this confessional that is simply just there to remind us that, hey, Thomas could play his vote steal and save himself, but he's also not going to. But anyway, we see Kyle and Camilla eventually plotting on how to use their advantages, with them deciding to target Thomas over Xiaoheen, despite them looking at Xiaoheen as the sneakiest player out there, which again is kind of unfounded for the most part. Again, this ends up being something that they continue to talk about throughout the season, but I'll say through that, I also think Thomas gets a bit unfortunate how things play out here, where it seems like Thomas is actually mainly targeted here because of the journey, because it's a spot where they're worried about Thomas's advantages, and if Thomas obviously has an advantage for the following round, and they go to tribal, and that would always be very bad for Kyle and Camilla, to where, again, I think it kind of forced them to target Thomas in this spot, in a spot where, again, I think he gets a bit unfortunate in how that plays out. But here we see them come up with the plan for Kyle to use his idol here to take out Thomas, in a spot where Camilla also gives him the extra vote, with no explanation on what he's doing with the extra vote, which I think is really bad. Now, again, obviously, you would assume that if they're going to use the extra vote, that they would use the extra vote to put another vote onto Thomas. But again, it's never even said that they're going to use the extra vote, where I assume in this moment that Camilla was giving him the extra vote just for safekeeping, because they knew that Kyle was going to be staying and that he would be using his idol. In the case that Camilla goes, at least Kyle will still have the extra vote. But again, none of that is explained. Anyway, Camilla ends up returning to camp, where we do see Xiaoheen getting, again, a bit more negative content here, with him deciding to search through Kyle's bag. Being propped up is this really tense moment, as Kyle's idol is inside there, but Xiaoheen doesn't dig thoroughly enough to find it, making Xiaoheen come off even more doofusy here, which is something that Kyle ends up reiterating as a reason why he can't trust Xiaoheen for down the road, which, again, for me personally, I mean, get over it. I don't think this is that big of a deal, especially when, again, like, you're in such a small group to begin with. I think the bigger thing should be the fact that they actually end up voting for you. But anyway, Camilla ends up warning Kyle about they checked his bag. But also, again, I think a big thing to note here is the fact that they did this in front of Camilla, further cementing here the fact that, again, they're very likely to vote for Kyle, as why would they do this in front of Camilla otherwise, which I actually do think is actually an innovative strat for down the road. I think if I were on Survivor for down the road, I would think about doing this to trick the other side into thinking whose side I'm on, to where, again, if I'm planning on targeting Camilla, I think I would do something like this in front of Camilla to make her think that I am with her, to make her assume that, again, the other person's the person that they're going to vote out when they're really voting for her. Again, I think this is actually a pretty interesting strat that you can utilize to further cement a safe vote, though here obviously it was just the actual reality. They actually were going to vote for Kyle. And again, this obviously just gives Kyle and Camilla all the information on what to do with their advantages. But yeah, we got the tribal, where we continue to get Kyle and Camilla pretending like they're voting for each other and like they're going home, with Kyle then openly talking about how they've both bonded over being Guyanese, which I'll say, like, why are you saying that? Again, that definitely makes it It seems sketchy that why aren't you working together then? But Kyle ends up talking about how he came into the game with confidence and it hit him right in the mouth, which is a funny line considering this is something that led to a pretty big spiral before this episode came out. And the fact that, again, this line was in a trailer in a spot where like the audio is very different than most other clips, to where my assumption, I think most people's assumption, was that this is from his final words, that people thought Kyle was going home throughout this episode, and that they stupidly put audio from his final words in the trailer. Now, obviously, again, that ended up being false. And to be fair, by this point in the episode, it was very clear Kyle wasn't going home, as there was no setup to Kyle messing it up here, where, again, if we had gotten some level of content about Kyle talking about not using his idol, then I think there would be a shot Kyle goes home. But again, without that, again, it was pretty clear that, yeah, we were just wrong. But again, we do get a lot of emotional content here, like Camilla talking about how much she underestimates herself, and Thomas talking about how he overcame his fears, which, yeah, good for them. But anyway, we get to the vote where Kyle ends up obviously playing his idol, and we get 3 votes against Kyle here that don't count, with him obviously getting 3 votes against him here that end up being nullified, in a position where, again, typically I would dock points against Kyle's game for needing an idol to survive in this round, though I actually think this is a spot where I don't really dock him much at all, considering, again, this is a spot of, again, him being swap screwed, plus also him actively putting the votes onto himself so that they can effectively use the idol. By the way, we then get to the remaining votes, which end up being for Thomas. Jeff saying after the second one that that's enough, which was weird, as, again, to astute viewers, you would realize that that is something that Jeff says if there's more votes in the voting urn, aka they use the extra vote, which is so strange that they did this. Again, Kyle and Camilla end up using the extra vote here with no real setup to the fact that they were going to use it, and it's barely even explained in the following episode as well, which, again, I think editing wise, it did not feel great from Camilla, especially the fact that she didn't get to explain how she's utilizing her extra vote. But also beyond that, I also think it's a spot where I don't know if I agree with the decision to use it here. Now, obviously playing it here has merit, as, again, in the case that the idol play doesn't land, this is obviously guarantee that they get to a tiebreaker, where, again, in the case of a deadlock, Kyle will be safe because of his idol, and Camilla will be safe because the votes were put on her. Again, it's essentially a guarantee that both are surviving this round no matter what. So again, I fully understand their decision to use it, and I don't even think it was necessarily the wrong call to use it, especially considering, again, how close the merge is, where I do think this is a spot where if the merge was still a decent amount away and they were thinking they were going to go tribal again, I think this is probably the wrong call, because obviously, again, with the extra vote in hand, this would essentially auto win them the following round. They would be in a 2v2, they would have an extra vote, they would just automatically win that battle. While in this spot now they are in a 2v2, so you have to rely on someone from the other side flipping, to where, again, I think that is something that, had this not been the new era and they still had a few more rounds until the merge, I would say this is probably a move that I don't know if was the correct call. But again, with them being so close, and also the fact that, again, it's an extra vote, it's such a circumstantial advantage anyway, you can utilize it in a way that it's essentially acting as an immunity idol, but again, essentially keeping Camilla and Kyle safe as long as they stick together. It's a spot where, again, I do think they ultimately make the right call, even though it's, again, something that is purely not explained on the show at all. But yeah, we get a big reaction from the Thomas blind side, with a lot of focus on Xiaoheen, with him getting pretty emotional. We're in a spot where, again, I didn't completely rule out this being a spot where they could completely turn around on Xiaoheen's edit in the next few episodes, but again, it just never really turned around as much as what it needed to be for him to end up being a viable winner candidate. And with that, we end up losing Thomas, and generally throughout this review, I feel like I haven't really even talked about how great of a character Thomas ended up being on the show, in a spot where, again, Thomas was a very fun, like, villainous figure for the show. So someone that definitely came into the game wanting to play in this very maniacal way, had these very funny, biting confessionals, and it's about where, again, Thomas is someone that I was shocked to lose this early. I mean, I think Thomas was an incredible character. Felt like someone that was set up for a decent while, especially with the California girls. And again, I think the fact that California girls don't even last throughout the pre-merge is something that was mind-blowing to me. But it's also a spot where it feels like we just lost out on so much potential from Thomas. In a spot where I know Jeff has said that he would be someone that they're willing to bring back again, where, again, I would hope that we see that from Thomas. Again, not really banking on, considering obviously the lack of returning seasons that we typically have. And again, are they really bringing back the fourth boot from Survivor 48? But again, a spot where I would love to see it. I think he's an incredible character, but also one that, again, has a very strategic mind for the game, and someone that I think has a lot to bring to the show. And over episode 5, which ends up being another pretty strong episode, though one for a lot of different reasons, and one that is also structured very strangely. But we do start off with the reaction on Vula, with Xiaoheen getting the opening content here, which is something he direly needed from an edit perspective. Him talking about his number one ally going home, even though he previously said it was Joe, and admitting to the fact that it's his fault, and complaining about how the California girls didn't even last one tribal, which was just fine content. I feel like, again, like, for Xiaoheen in this spot, I think edit-wise, you would want him to have, like, essentially the start of his story be immediately after the fall of the California girls, where you would want this episode to really be this massive pop for Xiaoheen. Yet, it's not really that, to where while at least he got to talk about it immediately afterwards, it doesn't really feel like this adds any true depth to his edit. But this does lead to Kyle talking about how him and Camilla put on a masterclass of deception, with Camilla pretending like it wasn't fun only to cut the confessional where it says she has the biggest smile on her face. And while obviously all this is really showing Camilla and Kyle getting one up on the California girls and again being portrayed as pretty good players, I did feel like this felt very opposed to a lot of the themes of the season, to see them just very blatantly be this representation of deception in the game in a season that does seemingly revolve a lot around honesty. And while obviously you can criticize practically that concept, I don't feel like that was necessarily the intention of the edit, and I feel like this was content that very much felt more so to me as this being set up for eventual fall, more so than this being a winning trajectory at this point. But here we do get a glimmer of the Joe and Kyle relationship, which seems to be more important for down the road, and a spot where again Joe does not get any confessionals here. He actually does not get any confessionals throughout the entire episode, and that was something that was majorly used against him from an Edgic perspective. The fact that again there's not been a winner since I believe Erica that has had a zero confessional episode. But I think the counterpoint to that is the fact that Joe is so prominent in this episode without any confessionals, where again I don't think the editors are sitting down specifically thinking about this person needs confessionals in particular throughout this episode. They just feel like they need content, and I feel like Joe, despite not getting confessionals in this episode, gets a lot of content. Again, he gets his relationship with Kyle, he gets future personal segment, he gets obviously the entire Joe and Eva moment, to where I do think again to criticize Joe for not having any confessionals here feels pretty narrow-minded from an Edgic perspective. But anyway, we get to the reward challenge where the winners get to go to the sanctuary where good things happen, aka donuts and croissants. Here we end up seeing Say sit out, saying that she's been in every challenge, she needs a break, as if other people haven't been in every challenge. But again, we get some annoyed reactions to that. Oh, the challenge itself ends up being another boring obstacle course. Who cares? But Mitch again does most of the challenge for the Siva tribe in a spot where, again, I'm sure that increased his target. But they end up losing anyway, with Loggy coming in first, with Mary gloating about how they're the first to go to the sanctuary. And they also have so much food back at camp. Leading to some fun Say content here. Again, her speaking up, being upset, saying that you should win with more tactfulness. Which again, like, why are you doing that? And we get a very clear negative reaction from the cast. So many confessionals scolding Say, being pretty clear at this point that Say being set up for a fall pretty soon, with her really running out of runway, both practically but also in the edit. But anyway, we get to the sanctuary where we see David being excited to see Milk, with very over-the-top music playing as he drinks milk. So good for him. I'll always see Charity talking about Say being a sore loser, only for this to lead up to Eva scolding Charity, talking about how fake she is. And again, this was kind of strange content from Eva, but also, again, very clearly setting up Charity as the Mergatory boot once again. Where at this point, it very much felt apparent that Charity and Say were both going to be these outcasts coming into the merge. Especially as we continue on with that negative Say content, as we go to the Siva tribe, with Chrissy being annoyed at Say over her previous comments, and how she would be the first to grab fruit, which ends up saying the little things annoy you, which again, this felt very old school Survivor. But we also see Say being annoyed that Chrissy is momming her to death, saying, I don't have to tell you what I'm eating, you psychopath. But it's clearly setting up this Say versus Chrissy dynamic that seemed to be where the vote was heading. With Say talking about wanting to pick up Bianca as a number to take out Chrissy. All while we see Mitch's perspective of this, with him saying that with Thomas going, that changes everything. As obviously, again, I think the initial plan here was to take out Bianca to weaken Loggy, but now Loggy's already weakened, so instead we see Mitch trying to work with Bianca, with them now planning on voting out Say, which again has Bianca seemingly in the middle at this point. All on the Vula tribe, we only get one segment for them the rest of the episode, but it is a really strong segment. Again, one that has them bonding over the food that they had won, talking about their backgrounds, with Shaheen and Camilla both talking about what their families had gone through, being refugees from war, all while we get Joe talking about his dad having to deal with Jim Crow. Again, all really nice personal segments, only for Kyle to get nothing, which wasn't great for Kyle. But also we have them all agreeing to work together as a four, coming into merge, which again felt like pretty clear setup. Again, this felt like an alliance that was going to run the show, where I was fully expecting this alliance to get to the merge, pick up Eva and David, and really run most of the season, and we kind of get that, but not entirely. But it is strange considering this alliance practically didn't stick together coming to merge, where we do see Camilla and Kyle like instantly targeting Shaheen, and it felt very strange that we get this like setup here, this being such a powerful alliance, only for it to mean nothing coming into the merge. But then we get to the immunity challenge, with it only being a third of the way into the episode, where clearly something big was going to happen, especially considering how it was promoted as such. But the challenge itself ends up being, again, another pretty boring challenge for most of it. Again, swimming the shore while carrying a crate with them, and then do a table maze at the end that each player has to complete. It's all obviously coming down to the table maze, where Vula ends up pretty easily winning here. Although we then obviously get to see Eva struggling here, proceeding to freak out, leading to it coming down between Eva and Sei, which again very much felt like them setting this up as like a hero versus villain sort of moment, with Joe rooting for her from the side, and obviously Eva ends up winning the challenge for her group, thus getting this massive celebration. We talk about how your dad will be proud, and we cut to Joe, and we get constant cuts back to Joe as we continue to see Eva struggling here, clearly having an episode as she had previously described, and we finally see that payoff from that scene from the premiere where Joe is standing there clearly wanting to help but unsure if he's allowed to, only for Jeff to obviously prompt him, allowing him to go, to where we do get Joe doing exactly what Eva told him to do, again to calm her down, again seeing them embrace, again a really emotional moment and a really endearing moment, again something that I think clearly production loved, and again we know that production loved 48 coming out of filming, and I would not be shocked that this is a major reason why is this specific moment. This entire scene essentially transcended the show, again it ended up becoming one of the most viewed clips on Survivor's social media, to where I think this is clearly something that did make an impact, with again this just being a really beautiful scene, and it's followed by more good content that I will say, as good as it is, I don't love the fact that it's very much prompted by Jeff, where again I know people will complain about that, about Jeff allowing Joe to go help Eva, but I don't obviously have criticisms with that. I think that's perfectly fine. I think my qualm would be the following moment where Jeff says, okay, now let's talk about what happened. It really just felt like Jeff trying to interject himself into the situation, where he goes over the top and really just explaining this, which I also think he does even more so to expose Joe and Eva, where while obviously it's very clear that Joe and Eva are close, I do think him just openly talking about it from the entire cast was a bit strange. But again, this is another segment to really prop up how good of a person Joe is, with him saying that someone was in need and that he would want someone to treat his daughter that way. Oh, we then get Eva getting her big moment here as well, again revealing to the entire cast now that she has autism and fully telling her backstory, which again a really endearing moment there, and I'm sure made her like an inspiration for people with autism. Though again, don't love Jeff then immediately hogging up the screen time and crying for I believe the first time since Brenda's family visit, which is random. But again, not saying that I think Jeff necessarily did this intentionally to take away screen time from Eva, but I do feel like this is a spot where I personally think this scene would have played off better had it not been for Jeff's intervention here. But either way, a great moment for the show that really again transcended the show, making Joe and Eva come off very likable here, but also terrible for their games, where obviously it very much exposes them, puts them out in front, makes them look as this powerful duo, to which again you would think inherently would be this massive disadvantage, though actually it kind of ends up turning out well for them. I think this actually ended up endearing them to even people on the cast, and maybe for a while they were again a powerful duo together, they were also a very loyal duo and one that people just liked and wanted to work with. And while obviously it still puts this bullseye on their backs for down the road, I think it actually very much helped them, especially coming into the merge. But again, to keep with the, again, weird structuring of this episode, we do actually follow this up with another scene back on Logie, a pretty extended one, which again, very surprised to see considering they had already won immunity, but again, it's one obviously revolved around Eva. More content about how she's going to be an inspiration to people with autism and parents with children that have autism. But also, you were getting another really endearing moment here of Star being so supportive of Eva. Again, in a spot where, again, they had been, again, enemies throughout the entire game. We literally just saw Eva throwing Star under the bus. To see Star fully support her here, again, was nice to see. And it's then followed up by focus around her beware advantage, with her finally revealing to the group about it, which leads to the entire tribe now trying to help Star solve it, leading to Eva being the one to solve it. Who would have guessed? Adding to the more OTT content for her, especially as Star then proceeds to give her the idol, which is kind of an insane move, obviously, to just hand somebody your idol, but also I actually don't hate it. Where, again, in Star's position, she's in a spot where she's very much in dire need of social capital. She's someone that just seems to be on the bottom of the pecking order. And while, again, I think probably like Charity and Sei are ahead of her on the target list, I feel like Star is definitely not in a particularly good position. And I think actually giving away her idol here does a lot of things. First, it obviously gets rid of this public idol that everyone knew you had and would want to potentially target you for. Again, now that target is out of the way. Also, I think giving it to Eva, again, builds trust with Eva. And again, Eva is someone that, again, comes off as a very loyal player. And again, through Eva comes the connection to Joe, to Xiaoheen, to David, to, again, a lot of people that I think it's actually a pretty good maneuver here to build social capital with them, while also it puts a pretty big bullseye on Eva's back as well. It's where, in general, I think this is a move that, again, gives her a lot more options in the game. And I do think it's something that, while you can definitely criticize on a base level, I do think was actually the correct call from her from almost every perspective, even though, again, I don't think she really makes the most of this. But I do think this is kind of weird from an editing perspective as well, as, again, it really feels like the intention here is to really show this connection connection between Eva and Star, only for that to not be focused on really at all coming into the merge. But either way, we then get to the Siva tribe, which we're actually going to tribal, where we start off with Bianca obviously being worried now, considering she doesn't have a vote. How do I convince them I have power and a say? Laying to a montage of her telling both sides different things, trying to get Chrissy and Say to go after each other, which I'll say felt very sloppy. And obviously, again, I think Bianca's in a pretty bad position to begin with her kind of being screwed by the fact that she doesn't have a vote and she comes from Logie, but I think it's still a position where it felt like she was doing this a bit too blatantly. But we do see Say here thinking that she has the numbers, saying that she's locked in with Cedric and Bianca, but isn't a dummy and Cedric could still vote for her again, leading to Chrissy and Mitch trying to pull in Cedric, wanting him to vote for Say, with him seemingly agreeing, though in confessional, talking about how Say's the person he trusts the most, which again, probably not the best read at this point. But this leads to Bianca being happy that's going to be a 3-1 now, and goes to reconfirm with Cedric, only for him to reveal that he's actually voting out Chrissy, meaning it's going to be a 2v2 instead, which again, only she knows that that's the case, with her saying, I hope Cedric flips to vote out Say, which, why? What difference does this make to you? I will say this is the big thing about Bianca. I think Bianca in this spot seemed to be a lot more worried about long term in the game, in a spot where I think she definitely should have been more worried about short term, where it feels like she was so hung up on the fact that the people on New Siva, despite that doing so, could risk her actual position in the game at this point. And I think that is something that we see completely backfire on her, where realistically, again, if it's a 2v2, who cares? That's good for you. As again, you'll be safe in that position. Again, unless they go to Rocks, which I doubt they would. But where again, obviously, yeah, you prefer it to be a 3-1, which would probably even allow you to even mask the fact that you even lost your vote to begin with. But again, a 2v2 is manageable as well. But this is where we see Bianca saying that she's worried that Cedric's going to look at her as a liar. It says it knows that she should keep it to herself, but wants to build trust, which she tells him that she doesn't have a vote. Seemingly right before Tribal, in a moment that we just see things instantly click in Cedric's head as he hears this. Which again, kind of insane that Cedric has another point in the game where he's this massive decision maker, which is again so strange considering how shallow his edit has been. I would say he's probably one of the most important players to this entire pre-merge, yet his edit ends up coming off a very surface level. But again, this is a spot where we hear him in confessional talking about how he's gonna consider taking out Bianca, but we never actually see him actually doing it. We never see him flipping the votes onto Bianca. And I think that's the position where it seemed like it was because they just simply didn't have the footage. As again, this seemed to happen literally last second, which again leads to a pretty unique vote off, but a position where I'll say, I don't know if Cedric actually makes the right call in this position, where while Say is obviously someone that you have more connective tissue with and had more trust with at a point, I do think that trust is again kind of severed at this point. And I do think him going so hard to fight for Say is something that again, I don't know if is the right call, especially when again, Bianca is someone that legitimately seems to want to work with Cedric. Again, she literally just exposed her biggest secret to him, to where again, I do think if I'm Cedric in this position, I would probably want to work with Bianca over Say at this point, where I feel like Bianca's a much more stable ally. But as we see with the reaction to this, it does seem like people were genuinely upset at Bianca over how she played this, with them again feeling like she was pitting them against each other and really painting her as this like really malicious player in a spot where it seemed like the likes of Cedric and Chrissy just felt like they couldn't trust Bianca at this point. But again, I think it was very clearly out of self-preservation. I think just in general, I would look at Bianca as a more reliable player to work with than someone like Say. But anyway, we get the Tribal, where again, not really much to say about the lead up to the vote, but the vote itself ends up being pretty insane here. Again, presented in a very strange way with again no setup to the votes actually landing on Bianca, where we just unpromptedly get a 2-1-1. Again, the first 2-1-1 in Survivor US history. We see Say voting for Chrissy, still going through with her plan. We see Mitch voting for Say, which initially my read on this was that this was a split vote, though it turns out it wasn't. It just feels like Mitch was genuinely blindside here, where they just never had the time to relay the message to Mitch. Again, things seem to happen on the way to Tribal, where Mitch votes for Say here and ends up being completely blindsided in that moment. Oh, well, Chrissy and Cedric, again, at some point communicated to each other and put their votes onto Bianca, with us getting a pretty big reaction from her. Again, with this being a very emotional moment for her on her way out, with her just like instantly knowing the mistake that she had made. Always see like Say being blindsided as well. And we actually get this pretty savage moment here from Chrissy, just openly explaining why the vote turned in front of Bianca as she's on her way out, saying that there were only 4 votes in there. Did you notice that? With again, them seemingly being so insulted by how Bianca was playing this, which again, I think is such a weird thing to do as you see Bianca just sobbing on her way to getting her torch snuffed. But I really did feel for Bianca here. Again, obviously being this massive super fan of the show and gets taken out in a spot where again, she clearly knows, yeah, I messed up. And you just see her saying, oh God, as her torch gets snuffed. And again, I did feel like this was a pretty brutal exit from her. But anyway, with that, let's talk about Bianca, who, again, was fine on the show. I mean, I think Bianca just feels kind of just normal for the most part. I mean, even though she talked about some interesting dreams in her pregame press, I feel like for the most part, Bianca just comes off very normal. She's also someone that probably had more personality than someone like Justin. I feel like she's someone that didn't really bring much to the show. I don't think she had that much of an impact. She does get one of the quieter edits on the board up until this episode, at least, where I think she kind of falls into this like grouping of, again, Alexis Maxwell, Ellie Elliott, Chelsea Walker's, again, these like very early boots that can seem to have some potential in the game, though we'll probably end up never realizing it. But now for episode 6, the Mergatory episode, which is where the season kind of goes a bit downhill, where I think up to this point, again, this is possibly the best pre-merge in the new era, where, again, I think episodes 3, 4, 5 are all really strong episodes, and while episodes 1 and 2 were just kind of fine, again, I feel like it amounted to being, again, probably the best of the new era. I think, which to be fair is probably more of an indictment against the rest of the new era, where I don't think there's really consistent pre-merge throughout the entire new era, where I think, again, this is probably the most consistent of the bunch. That being said, this is where the season gets, again, very rough, and I do feel like this definitely soured a lot of people's opinions on the season, and, well, again, was a very strong season up to this point. But, again, we do start off on Siva seeing the reaction to the previous vote, with Say being really upset at Cedric here, seemingly thinking that he was the one to vote for her, which, again, I guess makes sense, considering obviously it was 2 votes together. You would assume those 2 votes would be the 2 Sivas voting together, but no, obviously. Again, talks about how you just continue to lie, and I did find it interesting to see Cedric being genuinely upset here, or considering how calm and mellow he typically is, again, seeing him yelling about how they were being played and being worked against each other was, again, kind of interesting. But this then leads to Say realizing it was Mitch that voted for her, and her now being upset at Mitch, with Mitch saying that his first tribal was a nightmare and he looks like a fool, which obviously not the greatest content. I think kind of felt very like Jake/Owen-y of this kind of like Charlie Brown sort of figure, which again kind of gets continued across the season. But obviously eventually the boats end up arriving with the reveal that it's Mergatory. I never guessed that would have happened in episode 6. To where, interestingly, we do get all the narrators of the scene coming from the OG Siva tribe, with both Kyle and Chrissy talking about being excited to be reunited with their old allies, which is interesting considering it doesn't lead to anything, with, again, Chrissy shockingly getting content here, where, again, considering how quiet Chrissy's edit is as a whole, it is funny that she's one of the people narrating the merge scene, and even getting personal content in it, talking about how, and even getting to relate it to her job, talking about it's like the fire department, going to a fire, where it's like, sure. Always see David getting the generic confessional about this is where the game starts, it's time to test your social game, which I mean, works out for initially, I guess, but either way, we see everyone arriving on shore, during which we get the reestablishment of the Say-Mary relationship, with Say saying she can't wait to hug Mary, as they went from enemies to allies, and playing with her is the most fun she's ever had, only for us to cut to Mary saying that she has a knot in her stomach over the idea of working with Say again, where, and it is a very strange dynamic here. It's one where, again, I think the edit very much tries to hype up this like frenemies sort of storyline in a spot where it just never amounts to anything, which was very strange. But either way, here we get the reveal that we are essentially doing the same thing as Survivor 47, where the immunity challenge will only have one person end up getting immunity, which again, at this point, why are we even bothering calling it Mergatory? But also, we get a search for an advantage that will be revealed at the immunity challenge. I wonder what that is. But we do see Say running off into the jungle to find it, with Charity following her, only for Charity to notice it to her left and start running towards it, only for us to get some really great camera work here as we're following Charity's perspective, only for us to see Say come out of nowhere and surpass her, which was kind of an insane moment there. But obviously Say ends up getting the advantage in this spot. But beyond that, we do get the establishment to a David-Joe relationship, with them instantly bonding over drinking a gallon of chocolate milk a day, which that's something. Which again just felt like another of these kind of wacky, over-the-top character moments for David. But obviously we get to see Joe reconnecting with Eva, again coming off as a good person once again, saying that a lot of people win $1 million, but not many can genuinely help a human when they needed it and got them out of it, which, yeah, sure. But again, obviously they talk about how they're still each other's number ones and nothing changed, with again this clearly being the most important relationship of the season. But here we see Joe and Eva's plan being to create an alliance of the stronger players that play with integrity, with Joe saying that the game doesn't have to be the new generation of stabbing people in the back and making crazy moves, which I will say, again, while obviously not very likable, this is obviously opposed to what most super fans of the show want to see, and people want to see these big, flashy, crazy moves, and people not playing with honesty and integrity, or even preaching that, and want these more underdog figures to come out on top. I do feel like, from a strategic perspective, this is 100% the right call. This is a spot where, if you're someone that's going to be perceived as a threat, you should be keeping the threats around you as shields for you, while also preaching honesty and integrity within that group to avoid those people from turning on you eventually. To where, again, while I definitely question how much of it is intentional, which it probably isn't, from Joe about preaching about honesty and integrity, it is still a spot where it is a very effective strategy. Where the alliance that we see form here, again, just felt very reminiscent to Australian Survivor Blood versus Water, where that was a similar situation where on Australian Survivor at that point, there was this massive meta of these bigger physical threats having no chance of getting to the end of the game. And in that season, we saw, again, this alliance of the strong people gathering together and really running the show. And it felt like this was going to be a very similar situation to that. Again, really gamifying the meta to keep this group together. But we do end up seeing Eva here, seemingly being the linchpin of this alliance, talking about how David's legit and that he plays with integrity, with also talk about them pulling in Xiaoheen and Kyle, with Joe then being the one to actually reel David in, saying that I heard that you're a great guy and want to work with you, with David saying that there's so much backstabbing, he doesn't want to be a shield, and this year we deserve it. Which again, I think is very funny how David is so high on this concept of this sort of thing has never happened before, and relating this to Survivor history, where he is someone that had never watched the show before applying. But then we see Kyle and David talk it through, with Kyle saying that Joe is with him, but we have to keep an eye out for Xiaoheen, where it very much felt like Kyle just had it out for Xiaoheen ever since he looked through his bag, which is like, again, why? But again, still ends up going through this alliance coming together, with Kyle saying it's music to his ears and ends up committing to Eva, but says that he's already lied a lot and Camilla is his real number one. Says that he has to make sure that people don't see them as a duo, which is still a weird part of the edit and how it seemed like many people have said post-show that they did know that Kyle and Camilla were close and were a duo. However, on the show, they're really hyped up as a secret pair. And to be fair, again, if they really knew, then like, why didn't they take the shot at them ever? But still, it's still a spot where I think the reality is the fact that they were not that close, and to be fair, even they admit that they weren't really this like true duo until, again, going on a new Vula and David's later actions really pushing them together. But again, they obviously do get hyped up here as this like secret pair, with them clearly being shown as a contrast to Joe and Eva in a way that I personally thought they were set up for a fall, with Joe and Eva's duo being portrayed in such a heroic light with how Camilla losing to them, but obviously that doesn't end up happening. So I'll say, I think while Kyle gets a lot of credit during this portion of the game for how he's like kind of riding the middle of this strong alliance, I actually personally think he plays this all wrong. Where again, he keeps on talking about needing to keep his relationship with Camilla a secret. Yeah, I think he does it too much. I think he should have been fighting to put Camilla into this alliance. Again, he literally had this 4-person group coming into the merge talking about wanting to work together. And now he has this strong person alliance that includes everybody but Camilla. And obviously Camilla is a very different type of player. She's not really a player that fits in line with the overall mantra of the alliance, but neither is Mary, and Mary is later involved. Where again, I do think Kyle, to me, has a massive failing at this point in the game in not having Camilla involved in this alliance, as I think that's a major reason why it ends up breaking up in the way that it does. Where again, while he ends up playing it well when it eventually does, I think that is adversity he faces simply because he failed at this point in the game to actually have Camilla involved with them, to where again, they would have had just a much more stable ride had Kyle just fought to have Camilla as part of the group to begin with. But either way, following this, we end up seeing Siva gathering here and talk about keeping Siva strong, which, considering they have 6 out of the remaining 13 players, again, that would have actually been a pretty powerful position to be in. Again, if they had been able to get rid of, again, someone like a Say, who is this big target at this point, they literally would have been half the tribe. Though obviously a major issue here is the fact that we do have this strong person alliance, where it does feel like David specifically is the major reason why this group never stuck together, where it seems like he never truly considered actually sticking with the Sivas. Oh, to be fair, obviously there was already this distrust between them and Charity to begin with, but I did note that Mitch does say that one of us 6 is going to win the $1 million, something that ends up being subtitled here, which I did know at the time, though didn't take too seriously, as really, I didn't see many of the top contenders coming from Siva at this point, where this still felt like an edit that was more so revolved around Logie, with the likes of Joe and Eva, and even Xiaoheen having more complex edits by this point. Edits that felt a lot more intentionally crafted. So again, I was more all in on them winning at this point, though obviously, again, that was wrong. But here we do get some focus around Charity, who ends up saying that Say is the easy vote, but would rather take out a huge threat, that being Eva, with her obviously having an idol and everyone now knowing that. So we see her starting to enact this plan by going to Star and telling Star to take the idol back, which Star should never do. Again, this is always just terrible for social capital. Also, again, Eva's probably not going to give it back anyway. So again, this is kind of an insane call. And also an insane call to even just ask Star to do this, considering Star and Eva clearly built a bond through this. So again, why wouldn't Star just rat this back out? And what do you know? Star rats this back out. Though again, I did find it funny how like Star says that me and Eva are friends now, which like again doesn't go anywhere. But Star ends up telling Joe and Eva about Charity, saying that Charity's her target, coming to the immunity challenge, which, to be fair, it being so blatant this early on, maybe added like a sprinkle of doubt that would land on Charity. But either way, again, I thought it was pretty apparent for most of this portion of the season that Charity was set up to be taken out exactly at Mergatory. But anyway, we get the challenge, which again, formatted same as 47. Also, the challenge itself, the same boring Mergatory challenge we always get, a really long obstacle course with a puzzle at the end. Obviously, the first 6 to finish get the merge feast, while they then do an individual challenge for immunity in a spot where, say, obviously having the advantage automatically moves to part 2 and gets the reward as expected. And again, this ends up being another challenge where Cedric just really blows the challenge for his team, struggling to get up the warp wall, and gives the other team the win in a spot where the actual individual immunity challenge was also just kind of boring. Again, another typical endurance challenge. Again, it being in return of the final immunity challenge from Survivor Samoa, but them using a ball instead of a totem. Again, who cares? Kyle wins at the end. Cool. But funny is, we do actually get some personal content for Cedric, with him getting very emotional over laying other people down. And again, another pretty endearing Star moment here of her consoling him and saying that your kids will be proud, which again, a running theme of the season. But Star talks about how good of a person he is and wants to give him a new leaf and a new game, which again felt like set up to something. Yeah, it isn't. But again, it was just a nice human moment here. Oh, and then get the reward where we get a burping montage. Thank God. Along with also talk about who they want to take out here. With them obviously ending up landing on Charity. We talk about how the only person that wouldn't want that is Mitch, which, fair. Oh, we see Charity decide to not target Eva now because it's too soon and she would rather do something easy. Which again, don't start enacting the plan if you're not going to follow through with it. But it does lead to her, again, targeting Say, saying that you have to be likable on Survivor. Which is ironic from her, but also, again, obviously shows Say negatively here, where we get a montage of Say just being annoying to everybody, just gloating about how much food she had at the reward, which shows her lack of awareness. But either way, we see the Vulas coming together for really the only time, where Mary ends up telling them that Charity's the easy first vote, only for Say to also want to make a move here against Joe and Eva, only for that to get shut down, but her saying that it's no sweat off her back, as she was playing hard and now she's going to do things differently and lay low, which I was like, did actually feel like content you would get if you were going out here. To where again, it did put a little bit of doubt there that it might be Say going home. And we do end up proceeding to see a bit of a scramble here, and Eva learning that Say mentioned her name, and her attempting to flip the vote onto Say, though again, I did not feel like this felt like it was actually going to happen. Again, this felt like a typical red herring sort of segment. But anyway, we do see her going to Joe and Xiaoheen, talking about taking out Say, only for Xiaoheen to shut this down, saying that it has to be Charity, as obviously if they don't, the Sivas will have 6 the following round, and he doesn't want to give them the opportunity, which again shows Xiaoheen finally getting good content on their show, again being shown as the mastermind for this vote, which was followed up by pretty good content from Joe and him saying that Charity and Say both have to go, and if they're on the jury, it'll be "How hath no fury like a woman scorned," which, I mean, I do feel like that's kind of a weird thing to say, but also, again, he is proven correct, obviously. Again, he gets Charity out this round. Say then ends up being the other person not making it on the jury, to where, again, this ultimately ends up being a moment of Joe being correct and getting his way. But either way, we get the tribal, which was pretty boring outside of Jeff just constantly referring to Club Condo, which, again, isn't a real thing. Now, beyond that, we actually do get some funny moments as they're voting, with Star, like, dancing as she walks up to the booth, which is, like, perfectly lined up with the music, only for her to then drop the marker as she tries to open it in a spot where I don't even know how that worked gravity-wise. Oh, we see Eva going to vote, and out of the blue saying, "Why is everything shaped like garlic?" which was so strange. But anyway, we get to the vote, where we do get one vote for Cedric, which really came out of nowhere, with it obviously later being revealed that it was Say, being petty, I guess. Oh, we then get a back and forth between Say and Charity, with a barrage of Say votes that actually did trick me for a second there, where while I came into Tribal thinking it was going to land on Charity, again, that moment, especially with how it was edited, was obviously intentionally edited like it was about to be the vote off. But again, I did like the editors, like, again, intentionally tricking you there, where obviously it then is followed by a barrage of Charity votes, so Charity's vote out in a 7-5 to 1 vote. With obviously Mitch being blindsided alongside that, even though, again, I don't know if many other people were generally blindsided by a Charity vote off. But again, we lose Charity, and she was fine on the season. I think I was expecting more, like, villainous content from her, in the sense that she came into this talking about wanting to play like Russell Hands. And again, she was, again, more of a villainous sort of person, someone that, again, at least talked about playing deviously, again, just never really did it, and which is kind of on the bottom the entire time. And some of that, again, didn't really seem to have much legs for the game, to where, again, it seemed like Charity was just kind of on the bottom from the very beginning. in a spot where I think you could definitely argue Charity being one of the worst New Era players against someone that probably goes home at almost every opportunity had she lost immunity, yet just never lost immunity until the merge round where she is then a near consensus vote off, to where, again, Charity's someone that, again, I just think plays a pretty lacking game by the end, and one that was just kind of a very predictable vote off at this point in the game. But then we get to episode 7, another pretty dull episode, with it being the split tribal. Thank God that's here. We start off with a lot of the reaction to the previous vote, where we do have Mitch getting, again, the kind of content I would have wanted for him to really get propped up as a potential winner contender. Again, him talking about Charity going home and how this is a rude awakening for him. And we do get a lot of focus around what he ends up doing in reaction to this, which, again, I thought could have been the seeds to a potential, like, Rachel-like uptick in his edit, though obviously that never really comes into fair. Even by the end of this episode, I don't feel like the content was strong enough to really support that. But anyway, we do end up seeing him talk to Say, with him apologizing to her for voting for her once again, only for Say to say that people are obsessed with her and that she doesn't believe him and still wants Mitch to go, which obviously sets up their dynamic across the episode. We also see Mitch getting personal content now, talking about his occupation as a teacher and saying that the best way to connect is to tell stories, where we do see him talking to Xiaoheen and Joe about having previously been a mailman and how he took a pay cut to become a teacher. And again, it did seem like this was being effective at first. It seemed like they were actually bonding with him, only for us to then cut to Joe saying that he seems like a wonderful person, but he's talented and competitive and he can win this thing, where because of his social game and awesome feats and challenges, who wouldn't vote for him? Which I was like, again, that was pretty strong content from what you would want from Mitch at this point, giving us an explanation of why he would potentially win a jury vote. But realistically, it ends up coming off pretty mixed here for Mitch. Obviously, the fact that, again, he talks about building connections, only then see Joe want to target him. Also, the fact that for Joe, again, him wanting to target Mitch and says that he's unbeatable person at the end, yet despite that, ends up not taking out Mitch by the end of the episode, also ends up being questionable for Joe. But again, all this just being a bit of a strange sequence. But following this, you do get a lot of strange focus around Xiaoheen as well, where Xiaoheen was also in this spot where, again, I think he was in dire need of something to really prop him up in the edit. And I think he got some of that in this episode with, again, a lot of focus around his chats with the outsiders, him doing damage control. That ultimately doesn't lead to much, but again, I thought it was pretty decent content for Xiaoheen, seeing him chat with Mitch, seeing him chat with Say, seeing him chat with Cedric, in which his conversation with Say in particular ends up really propping him up as he talks about how he's in a position of power, and it shows him having a pretty accurate read of Say, with her appreciating his honesty, which again does fit in line thematically with the season, at least in terms of the honesty part of it, and showing how that is benefiting his game, even though this is all just for him to want her out and call her dangerous anyway. But that then leads to, again, a bit more questionable content, him talking about how they should be having conversations with him right now, and how he's in the middle of everything, and he's in control, and everyone will need him, and if he maintains this, he will win this game. Which again, I think on paper you could see, oh, this is like a winner quote, but I also feel like this is, again, him being clearly shown to be very overconfident, especially in a spot where, again, he says, if I maintain control, in a spot where by the end of this episode he proceeds to be targeted, and obviously he doesn't get taken out, but again, it does show him losing control of the game at a point, which again, I didn't think was great. But also you read him getting some content around Cedric, with him trying to figure out who put the one vote on him. With this again, him playing this up as like, oh, now I know I'm in danger because I got the one vote, even though, again, the vote was from Say. It's not even like it was from the majority. And to be fair, it's not like he was well positioned anyway. But again, it does lead to some Dodo-ish content here. Again, him talking about how you can tell it's a female handwriting, but he never saw that penmanship from Say. So he doesn't think it's her. I'll always see Say really putting the blame onto Charity, only then reveal that she did it for revenge, for him casting 2 votes on her, which was petty and pointless. Also through this episode, we do end up seeing the tribe name in what ends up being a deleted scene on the show itself, which we do see the merge tribe being named Neonai, the Chinese word for milk, because David likes milk, which is insane. Though I'll say also pretty bad for David and Mary's edit, the fact that that entire sequence, which again does further establish their relationship, gets completely cut out of the show. Anyway, we get to the challenge, which is where we obviously get the reveal that it's the split tribal, where it's the challenge that we've seen, again, numerous times now. You holding on to the spool while holding up a bucket. Again, I guess has become the Gabler challenge now, as we just get references to the Gabler every time we do it. But this time we see split tribal will lead to a double elimination, unlike 47. And obviously a major reason for that is because this season had one less episode. So again, it's more in line with how 45 and 46 worked, where the first person voted out also ends up not being on the jury. But I did think this ended up being a pretty fun sequence on the show. Again, you can clearly just tell the editors having fun with all this, and the players themselves having fun with all this. Where again, we do get some spicy Jeff here from Cedric dropping after only 15 seconds, and Jeff just constantly making reference to that. We got Xiaoheen attempting to do the like tribal voices from the music, only from then remix it in with Xiaoheen, which was a very weird sequence there. We also get the return of Kyle's Callus. Let's then getting talk about how it's actually a war. We get Kyle also talking about how he can already see the commercial about apply now, leading to Jeff and Kyle doing the commercial together mid-challenge, which was very weird. But anyway, David and Joe end up winning immunity, though end up holding it out for the reward, them really bragging about how they're beating Gabler's record of 38 minutes, which I always think is such a stupid stat to bring up because really it's not even a testament to how long the person that goes on to win could last. It's more so a testament of how long second place ends up lasting in a challenge. But anyway, we do get lots of banter here from David. Again, him saying, how's second place on you, Joe? And we see him like flexing and posing. And I did find it funny that David says that I have a lot of respect for you, Joe, and you're what I hope to be someday, which is like, I don't know if that aged the greatest. But either way, Joe ends up eventually dropping and David ends up winning, only for Joe to get all the screen time, where again, when we have Jeff giving them the necklaces, we have Joe being able to talk about how he hopes that this drives his kids and shows them the fight, and if you don't think you can, and knows that they're cheering for him, only for us to get David next and him not saying anything, which again was really bad for David's side in particular. Well, also again for Joe's further just establishing him as him wanting to be this role model for his kids. But either way, we obviously have two different groups to follow here. So let's start off with the losers. End up going to the old Siva camp, where here the dynamic ends up being 3 Loggies in Joe, Eva, and Star, 2 Sivas in Chrissy and Mitch, and then just Say, in a position where, again, based on the previous content in the episode, it felt pretty clear it was going to be between Mitch and Say, though this is a spot where, again, I think you obviously question, like, why wasn't a move made against Joe and Eva? Like, this is a spot where it's most of the underdogs on one group with Joe and Eva, and while obviously Eva has an idol, and you have to obviously navigate around that, while obviously Joe has immunity, again, like, it's obviously a difficult position to truly do something here, but I think it's a spot where you might as well try. Now, again, I don't know if all the people would have been on board at this specific point anyway to be able to do something about it, as, again, we never really see it even be talked about, but I do think it's a spot where this would have been a very prime opportunity to take this shot here when you had the numbers on your side. But right away, we do see Say being the consensus target for rubbing people the wrong way, with Eva, Mitch, and Chrissy agreeing to this plan, only for Chrissy to then reveal that she actually wants Mitch out. Which, why? Considering Mitch is, again, someone from Siva, and also someone that you had a bond with from the post-swap tribe, where I don't know why you're targeting Mitch. But again, she talks about how she needs strong competitors out, and he has a great story, and that's scaring her. Again, playing off that previous concept about how Mitch would be a big jury threat, but it's also a spot where I do think Mitch could have been a very important ally for Chrissy here. But again, I do think it's a largely misguided move, especially as, again, she starts to enact this plan, telling people that she's going for Mitch, only to just not follow through on that. But outside that, we also do see Say obviously targeting Mitch, because again, he voted for her twice. Always see Chrissy going to Say and Star, and again, telling them that we should vote for Mitch, with Star even saying that it's a smart move as he's good at challenges and that they need to take the strong people out, which again doesn't happen. But it does lead to some weird content for Star that I was pretty convinced at this point that she was going to make it to final 3 with, or at least get close, considering there's a lot of content here about how everyone's thinking just about the jury when she wants to be in the top 3, and that the jury's for them suckers and she just wants to make it to final 3. And again, it just felt like this content that was foreshadowing to either, again, a final 3 placement, or probably also more practically, again, a fire-making loss or something to that nature. Again, her just coming short of a final 3, only for, again, none of that to mean anything. Anyway, we do also get content here about Joe and Mitch once again, with Mitch revealing to Joe that he can guarantee that Say goes home by using his block a vote to block Say from voting, aka also blocking her from play Shot in the Dark. Which, sure, again, block a vote obviously is not a particularly powerful advantage in most situations, and while obviously it would have been a better move to actually use it to take a shot at these bigger guys, I think using it to also build trust with Joe, and again, guarantee your safety this round, again, is fine, I guess. This does lead to Joe saying that the safe move is taking out Say, as he doesn't want her in the jury, but the smartest game move would be to take out Mitch, as he's the biggest threat that will sneak in and win it, which I'll say again, very bad content for Joe. Again, him blatantly saying that the smart move is to get rid of Mitch and then not getting rid of Mitch. Also, again, good content for Mitch in the sense that, again, we're just getting further establishment that he would potentially win a jury vote, which is, again, very strange considering it felt like he wouldn't win a jury vote. But anyway, we get the tribal where we get more of Jeff talking about Club Condo. But beyond that, the main entry here comes from Chrissy, again, just kind of putting her foot in her mouth, talking about how we need a break from the honesty loyalty thing, and that's not the game. Linked to this, again, bickering between her and Joe. Joe saying that everyone plays differently and it can't happen, only for Chrissy to say that you need moves and resumes, and says it can't be just kumbaya. And if you do, the guys with good stories are gonna win. We're saying that Joe and David are beasts and just wants to give them $1 million right now. Saying that she needs to find a way to get to the top and not be honest and loyal at some point, but not tonight. Which, why are you saying this? Like, this is insane. Like, what are you doing? Like, I get it if she's, like, frustrated at how other people are playing, which, again, is kind of funny considering Chrissy's the person that came into the season being upset how the super fans play the game. But still, it's, like, a spot where, again, is what Chrissy is saying wrong? Not necessarily. I think, obviously, yeah. Especially for someone like Chrissy, again, that is the way she should be playing the game. She should not be telling everyone she's playing the game that way, though, and essentially putting this big bullseye on Joe and David, saying that they're going to win the game to get to the end. Again, you're just putting a big bullseye in your back by them who have the power at this point in the game. This is just an insane play here. Again, the vote ends up being so boring here. Again, obviously, Say goes home. Mitch blocks her vote, so she can't even play the shot in the dark. Kind of anticlimactically taken out here. It's a spot where I know people were surprised by this, considering how big of an edit she had. They're like, oh, there's no way they would give her this much content just for her to be a mid-game boot. When it's like, I feel like that's exactly what they would do. Again, like, obviously Say at this point has the biggest edit of any player up to episode 7. She broke a lot of records across this season. And again, it seemed like a lot of people really interpreted that as that means that she's going to be like the main character the entire way, when I feel like that's never happened that way. Like, why would you think that? Like, if anything, actually her having such a big edit made me even more confident that she was going to be taken out around this point in the game, because I don't think they would allow her to get to the end with like 120 confessionals. Especially with their edit being so imbalanced in comparison to the rest, where, again, I just felt like, to me, it made it actually more obvious that she was going to go around this point in the game. But either way, let's now cut to the winner side of things. The other group that has 3 Sivas in David, Kyle, and Camilla, 2 Vulas in Cedric and Mary, Xiaoheen as the only Loggy, in a spot where, on the offset, it seems like Cedric is pretty screwed, where literally the other 5 are all people that are working together at this point, even though we haven't really seen Mary be part of that, but again, she is. Though, we did hear from the other tribe, Chrissy talking about how Cedric would be the target if they're dumb, but Xiaoheen would be the target if they're smart, which, again, definitely, again, a boon for Xiaoheen's edit, being able to survive this, though. We do get the reward initially, with Xiaoheen saying that David versus Joe was so cool to be in the front row for, and that records were set, and that's the coolest thing to see. When it's like, yeah, like, who the fuck cares? But again, we get David saying that Cedric's the only person that he wants to see gone, with obviously him just having an alliance with everyone else. Only for Cedric to just seemingly know that he's the target and that he's going home. So again, so much suspense here. But it does lead to us seeing Xiaoheen being decided as the most believable decoy vote. We'll talk about how Xiaoheen would be safe either way, as even if Cedric plays the shot in the dark, that means that there'll be no votes on Xiaoheen by the end. It does make you question, like, who did they think would be voted out if they weren't planning on voting for Xiaoheen in that world? But again, it is funny how, like, Mary is clearly involved in this majority here. Again, she's literally in this conversation, creating this plan, being actually a pretty vocal person in creating this plan, yet despite that, is not focused on at all. But it does lead to Xiaoheen, again, talking about how worried he is, that this could be a smokescreen, that's concerning, which, again, does show him at least being aware that there could be looming danger, as we do get that looming danger with Kyle saying that Xiaoheen is a decoy, but this is an opportunity to make moves, where he doesn't trust Xiaoheen as he's looked through his bag, I guess, and is a good liar. Also, I guess, like, when did he lie? Again, talks about wanting to take a shot at him. With him, he does see him go to Cedric, telling him to vote for Xiaoheen, which, again, the edit tries to paint this as, like, I was actually doing this to target Xiaoheen, when I think it's pretty clear that this was just part of the plan that they had literally just talked about. But again, I did not think there was a chance of there actually being a Xiaoheen blindside here, but we do get Kyle and Camilla talking about it and seem to put in some legwork here to try to make it go through. And it's but where we do get them really gloating about being in such an insane position. We're talking about the most undercover alliance the game has ever seen, which is like, I don't know, I guess. But again, clearly showing them being pretty overconfident here in a spot where I do feel like this felt more in line with a like dragon style edit than one that would go on to win. But again, we do get them agreeing to target Xiaoheen and decide to manufacture a situation of Xiaoheen coming for them to get David on board. I question, why are you doing this? Where again, I think the strange thing about all this is the fact that Kyle and Camilla have such a misread on Xiaoheen. Like, Xiaoheen seemingly is a loyal ally to them, at least for the short term. For them constantly wanting to target Xiaoheen just feels so misguided, as it really felt like he was a potential number 4 for them to use against the bigger threats in the game. Also, I feel like this lie is also just kind of sloppy. Again, them going to David, telling him that Xiaoheen has an idol, trying to frame him for being a liar, which is, again, like, weird considering, like, David and Xiaoheen could just have a conversation, talk this out, and then know that, oh, it's Kyle and Camilla that are pitting us against each other. Where, again, I thought this was just so sloppy. And what do you know? David doesn't bite anyway, and the vote just stays the same. And again, there's no suspense, as clearly Cedric's going home. Where again, the tribal itself is really boring here as well. And again, you could just so clearly tell how much of a red herring Xiaoheen was, where it did feel like a lot of the tribe was edited in a way that made it seem like they were trying to trick you into thinking Xiaoheen would go home, which, to be fair, is probably actually good for Xiaoheen's edit as well. The fact that again, this is a lot of like kind of forced adversity for him, but again, it was never going to land. It just ends up being a 5-1 Cedric vote. A spot where it seemed like Cedric forgot that he could play his shot in the dark, which again, it's kind of funny just how that is a thing nowadays, that people just forget that the shot in the dark is even a thing that could save themselves, considering again, the entire point of it was that Jeff would want them to play in situations like this. But anyway, with that, we obviously lost 2 people this episode. Let's talk about them both. First up, we got to talk about Say. And Say is someone that obviously was incredible TV. Again, hogged up the screen time. Again, broke the record for most confessionals after every single episode that she was on. Definitely felt like the Rome style character of the season. The fact that she was portrayed in a more so one-note way and kind of rare in modern Survivor, but still, again, a very fun villain for the show. Someone that plays the game also in an interesting way, as again, she is attempting to play this like kind of like Boston Rob style game, though isn't particularly effective at it. But again, seeing her attempt to do so at least is fun. And obviously she had fun rivalries along the way, and she was very willing to call people out. Again, I think there's a lot of fun stuff from Say here. That definitely has her as one of the best characters of the new era. Oh, and then get to Cedric, who I'll say initially I thought was a dud. I thought he was pretty boring. I didn't think he really brought much to the show, though by the end I actually found Cedric to be pretty endearing here. I think his run on the season is just very interesting. The fact that he is seemingly just always thrown into these positions where he has to make these major decisions. Again, him in episode 3 having to choose between his 2 closest allies, him in episode 5 getting this Bianca information at the last second and having to figure out what to do with it. Again, I did find that dynamic of Cedric's run to be really interesting, and I don't actually think Cedric's that bad of a player in the grand scheme of things. Well, obviously I think he makes the wrong call in taking out Justin over Say. I think the fact that he was essentially the best position player on Vula, despite the fact that he was losing them challenges consistently, I think is actually very impressive from Cedric. And also, I do think he gets pretty disfavored by Split Tribal here, where again, he gets put into a group with all other people that are in an alliance, and also in a spot where I don't think he would have been the next one to go had there not been a Split Tribal, to where again, I think Cedric definitely gets pretty unlucky with how things play out here. And again, he came off as a largely likable guy throughout the season. Again, obviously, again, not the most riveting confessionalist in the world. But again, I thought he was a fun, like, one-time character here. Not someone I ever need to see again, but I did think he ended up having a pretty interesting run on this specific season. But now for episode 8, where you start off with the previously on that reveals that Mary was added to the Strong Person Alliance, which is funny. I don't know if this was like a deleted scene and they just like assumed they had it in the show before this, but again, this is literally the introduction of Mary being in this alliance, being again in the previously on for this episode, which is insane, which again just continues how bad this is for David and Mary, the fact that their relationship is just so sidelined on this season. But we also get content about how Mary's the last Vula member and that she's grateful to be here. This is a completely new game for her, only for her to do nothing with it. But again, kind of insane that, again, I guess like Emily in Survivor 45, again, by the time of the final 10, Mary is the last standing from her original tribe, which is a pretty insane trajectory there. But we also get content from Chrissy as they return to camp here, saying that don't listen to any of the things I was saying, and I was just talking smack, which obviously no one believes. But she gets into the confessional talking about how we have to take out the stronger players, and we cut to Joe when she says that. Says we have to get rid of these guys, or just give them $1 million now. But again, it's obviously really propelling Chrissy's major underdog arc that lasts one episode and ends in her getting voted out. I can't believe it. As obviously we later cut to Eva telling the Strong Alliance how Chrissy wanted Shaheen out the previous round, and really ends up getting a lot of the credit actually for this move in the edit, which is funny considering it didn't even seem like the reality, as we'll later talk about. But we do then get content around Shaheen and Joe, with Shaheen coming off very negatively here, talking about how they could have taken a shot at your boy. Kyle and Camilla were never coming for him, which also ends up saying that he has trust with David and Kyle, and this alliance going forward is strong. Again, really just playing into how wrong Shaheen is at multiple points, where even Joe at this point seems to be questioning the alliance as that he wants to believe them, only for Shaheen to say, I do. Which again, pretty bad luck for him. But this leads into a conversation about Mary. We're going to reveal that David wants to add Mary to the Strong Alliance, with Shaheen having wanted to put in Camilla instead, which again is really funny, this entire situation where Shaheen is fighting for Camilla more than Kyle is, in a spot where it would have greatly benefited both their games for Camilla to be in this alliance, but also really funny as, again, Camilla and Kyle were obviously targeting him the previous round. So he's doing all this to help somebody that's, again, actively targeting him at this point. This is when we then transition over to Mitch content, thank God, of him saying that he's playing a scared game and he's now ready to take control of the game and push the votes where he needs them to go, which Mitch will surely do. We do see him and Camilla getting together, talking about getting the old Siva back together, take a shot at Loggy and run the game. Only for David to instantly shut it down, saying he sees a clear path with the Strong Five, and Kyle even to talk about how he's unsure if this is the move he should make, to where it felt pretty clear this was never going to happen, even though the edit tries to make it seem like it was actually a practicality. But this is then followed up by everyone on the beach in the morning with talk about what is the largest animal you can take with your bare hands? What a riveting convo. And actually, it was kind of funny. Again, Joe, I think he could take a retired gorilla at the zoo, I guess. And Kyle talking about how he could take out hyena, leading to Mary say he could bite off your wart because we needed that to be added to the season again. Anyway, this is all just a lead-in for Chrissy to come in with the tree mail with the reveal that we're getting a new era Survivor Classic. Because I guess that's a thing at this point. But again, it's the Mega Challenge, the, again, 3-stage challenge that wastes time on the show. That's only there because they want to do an entire round in one day and have to add all these really contrived format changes to this round to accommodate that. To where, again, fun. But this is followed by Shaheen getting to say that he thought they would have a day off and make the tribe flag, but he's wrong about everything, which I do really question. Like, how do people think Shaheen's winning the season with content like this, where he's just so constantly undermined? As again, if he was winning the season, like, why is this here? But either way, we see Chrissy trying to make a system on how to split everyone up, only for everyone to ignore her and instead just pick for themselves, with Joe getting a lot of content here about how he wants to see where people's heads are at, to pick apart alliances, and getting to narrate over all the picks here, which I thought was pretty good content for him, though at the same time, again, not that far away from Q's content during the hide-and-seek moment. And something that would have even propped his edit even more is the fact that Chrissy did claim in Exit Press that this was shown inaccurately, and that this was shown all out of order, and that Joe and Eva picked each other first, though other people have refuted that, to where, again, realistically, would probably lean towards that probably not being the case at this point. But either way, we do see instantly Shaheen picking Camilla, which, again, funny all things considered. But also we see David picking Mary and Joe getting to gloat about that as if he needed that to know that David and Mary were extremely close. But we see Kyle picking Chrissy, which Camilla says was the right move to hide their alliance, even though, again, she was already picked, so it's not like he had much of a choice. Oh, we see Eva obviously pick Joe, with Chrissy saying, of course Joe and Eva are going to pick each other, and they're the two strongest players in the game. They're running the show, and she can't sit back and let them run the show. With at this point, this edit definitely feeling very reminiscent to something like Survivor Ghost Island, with again, this similar sort of content with like Dominic and Wendell, people talking about how we have to stop Dominic and Wendell, only for just that to never happen. But also here we get absolutely no mention of the fact that Star and Mitch ended up being paired up, which again, assumably was because they were the last two not picked, but still, again, very strange. And obviously just in general, very strange how under-focused on the minority is on this season, where I do feel like that leads to a lot of the editing issues in the back portion of the season. The fact that it never felt like this minority group was ever going to be able to actually do something in the game because they just simply never really focused on them. Where we spent so much more time developing the majority alliance and their dynamics. Oh, well, again, people on the bottom get significantly under-edited at this point. Again, you have players like Mary, Star, Camilla, all of which their edits just kind of die during this portion of the season, to where it definitely added less suspense here and just made it less practical that they would actually be able to do anything in the game. But anyway, we get to the challenge where we do get a lot of focus early on here on Camilla being shocked that Shaheen said her name. We already see Jeff like really making a big deal over like Shaheen picking Camilla, and we get a lot of focus on Shaheen talking about why he picked her, only for David and Mary to make a face at that, which obviously leads them into their spiral. But ends up being the typical 3-part challenge that's boring, with, again, it functioning similarly to the 47. And now the first two pairs that are eliminated in round 1 end up having to go on a journey, where with one of them ending up losing their vote, while the two pairs that make it to round 3 end up getting a reward and also end up getting compete for an individual immunity. Now, again, it's not the most egregious format we've seen for these mega challenges, or at least it's not like 45 where like 3 people could have lost their votes during that round, but I still feel like it's a spot where, again, like, this just feels so unnecessary outside of the notion they just feel like they need content for this one-day round. But we end up seeing David and Mary and Joe and Eva be the ones to make it to the final round, which ends up being the return of Get a Grip, which Jeff calls the most iconic challenge of all time, which it's certainly one of, but I mean, I feel like it's one that you would say that just because it's pretty much the only iconic challenge that you're willing to bring back at this point. But anyway, it gets quickly narrowed down to Mary and Eva, where I did love a moment of Jeff saying he'll stop talking if you need him to shut up, only for Mary to say please. But ultimately, Eva ends up winning immunity here, kind of as expected. Oh, all Star, Mitch, Shaheen, and Camilla are the ones out in round 1, to which now they have to go on their journey to risk their vote in a spot where Mitch worries about losing his vote, as if he does, he won't be able to make a move that he surely would have made. But anyway, we get to their journey. An interesting challenge here involving social strategy, where again there's this chute that has gray and red balls. You end up taking turns, taking 1 or 2 balls from the end of the chute, and the player to get 3 red balls first ends up winning. Essentially a challenge that allows for collaboration, which would be cool in many situations, not this one. And again, I think this is like one of these that, again, if this was like some sort of like reward challenge, maybe it'd be cool. But again, for one that determines if you have your vote or not, it's just kind of broken, as it again very much favors the majority. Because obviously it's more likely that the majority of the tribe will have a majority coming into the challenge, which means that it makes it easy for you just to ice out one player, and through that they end up just losing their vote. So again, it's essentially a format here that very much just favors the minority, and it ends up kind of screwing them over. Or had Star been the target for this round, again, she would have been a complete dead man walking, which feels very opposed to what Star production would want. But again, we do end up seeing Camilla and Mitch working together here to keep their votes. So again, they can make this big move, which just gets shut down right away. I'll also say again, like really bad edit for Star here. The fact that Star gets really no content outside of the context of her losing her vote, which again just shows how much of an afterthought she is in the show, despite the fact that again, she's obviously an incredible character. But anyway, we then get to the reward where we see them getting tacos, where right away we see Eva reach for her chips, where she notices a note inside, with it obviously being revealed to be an advantage. What she does prop up is how she wants something private to her, which will surely stay private. But I know a lot of people were very upset over how this advantage was handed out, where, again, it's very much implied here that this is advantage meant for Eva to find it as the immunity winner, where we do see her getting a note saying that's for your effort in the immunity challenge, which, to be fair, could have been technically for any of the people that were there. It's obviously they all made it to round 3, but also and the fact that it was, again, in a bowl that's really only in reach of her, and the fact that, again, there was clearly assigned seating with their names being there. Again, I think clearly, yeah, they did want the immunity winner to get this advantage, because it's obviously an advantage that doesn't activate until the following day. So obviously you're incentivized to get somebody that will be there next day to have the advantage, aka the person with immunity. So again, I think from a production level, I do get that notion. Now, obviously, again, a lot of people were very upset over how this was rigged, which again, like, did they want the immunity winner to find it? Did they put in a spot for her to find it? Yes. But obviously, again, it's still open to the spot where, like, theoretically anyone could have found it. And I think they also had that contingency plan as well, where my sense here is that obviously if something went disastrously wrong and Eva did not get the advantage, that they probably would have hidden it the next morning, as again, this is something that doesn't actually go off until the next night. So they still have a full day following this tribal to try to have somebody find the advantage itself, which again, I assume is what they probably would have done had Eva not found it here, or if someone else found it and that person got voted out. But again, I don't think this is a specifically like rigged for Eva situation, but I do think it was something that obviously, again, they were trying to give the advantage to the immunity winner so that they can guarantee you this is something that can happen in the following round. But it obviously led to people being upset over the notion of us just giving advantages to immunity winners, which again, I fully get that. And this is obviously now just further benefiting players that are good at immunity challenges to be given an advantage in the game as well, which again, I don't love that aspect though. I think a lot of the talk about how this is just giving the majority more power most of the time, I don't know if that's necessarily true, considering, again, obviously the meta on most given seasons is actually the opposite. People that are willing to win immunity challenges are people that are usually targeted. Like if it was last season where Kyle was winning all these challenges, Kyle having this advantage would be pretty powerful considering he was in the minority. But again, obviously for this season where we have all these strong players getting together, then yeah, obviously it favors the majority. And to be fair, it always favors the majority just in the sense that the majority has more people, so they're more likely to win the immunity challenge. But it's something that I don't think was as game breaking as people like to say, that this was something that just gives the majority even more power. And again, while it does, I do think there are many other circumstances in Modern Survivor that do that way more than this here, which again, I do think is pretty marginal. But again, obviously, again, the advantage here has them having to sneak out of camp the following night, which is something that I feel like we haven't really seen in a while. It also feels like something they just added to waste time in the following episode because they need a gimmick every episode. Either way, David and Mary here end up asking Joe and Eva about Shauhin, being worried about him working with Camilla, to which now they want to target Camilla instead of Chrissy. Which, while their read on the situation is incorrect, I actually do think David and Mary have the right idea targeting Camilla. I think Camilla is someone that has a lot more options in the game and has a lot more connections to people within the Strong Six, where, again, for them in particular, especially because they don't have that great of a connection with Camilla, they should be targeting Camilla. The problem is obviously the fact they're doing it kind of for the wrong reason, seemingly. Again, they're doing it because they think she's close to Shauhin, which makes no sense. Again, Camilla literally told David about Shauhin's idol the previous round. So again, I don't get how he thinks that they're actually close. Though it is kind of funny that, again, this plan is like further cemented to him is because of them being worried about Shauhin's idol. In a spot where, again, it kind of shows Camilla's plan backfiring on her. The fact that they think that Shauhin has an idol just makes it even more likely the votes end up falling back on her. But we do see Joe and Eva agreeing here. Joe saying that she's not one of my key alliance members. He doesn't care what happens, which is weird considering, again, we got the entire Vula alliance that just led to nothing. But also, I'll say, again, very bad for David and Mary. Again, the fact that Joe is narrating this entire scene. Again, he's narrating David and Mary's move to where, again, just another prop for him there. Oh, we obviously see Chrissy and Kyle alone at camp, being the only ones to not get reward or punishment, to where this is where we see Chrissy telling Kyle that they should take a shot at Joe. Only for Kyle to shut that down, saying he has a good relationship with Joe and how Joe shoots it straight with him. They should target Shauhin instead because that's something Kyle does and says Shauhin is a liar. But either way, again, it does lead to Chrissy ending up voting for Shauhin by time of tribal, in a spot where she just seemed pretty aloof to a lot of things that were going on during this round. But we do get a lot of fun content once everyone gets back to camp, as we do get a lot of focus now around this majority alliance really crumbling, where we do see Joe talking to Kyle and revealing to him that they now want Camilla out, with obviously Kyle being shocked at this, saying it makes no sense. Which is like, again, it makes no sense for you. It technically makes sense for David. Now, I get the argument that Camilla is a Siva, and obviously keeping Camilla in is keeping in another option for him with Siva, but also it's like you're targeting Chrissy, so like either way, you're getting rid of a Siva. But again, it leads to Kyle saying he's upset that David is disrupting everything, which leads to him revealing to Joe that Chrissy's coming after him. Again, trying to get Joe to be fully on board with Chrissy, which again, it does seem to be effective here, where again, it does lead to some questionable content from Joe saying that the emotional response is to take out Chrissy, which is like, it is also the logical one. But again, very weird the edit painted this as an emotional move here. But either way, we see Kyle confronting David about this, saying that this has to be the move for the strong five. And they have to make the move because Shauhin's getting close to Camilla, which is a funny thing to say to Kyle. But again, Kyle tries to talk him down and is clearly very panicky in this moment, in a spot where David clearly picks up on that and again clearly starts to recognize the fact that Kyle and Camilla are working together, and there's another reason why Kyle wants to protect her, with him even saying, "You're scaring me," saying that he's spooked, says that he's not a number anymore, which again, I think is really all Kyle's fault. Again, while Kyle obviously recovers from this and ends up turning the tables on David following this, he's in a situation where he has to do that because he failed to add Camilla to the alliance to begin with, which again, I think just shows pretty poor play from them in the early merge phase of the game. But here we do end up seeing Kyle warning Camilla that David's after her, really shutting down the Siva plan, even though again, it never felt like it was going to happen anyway. But he tells her that we have to go for Chrissy now, as David's coming after you. Leading to Camilla getting some fun content here. Again, bashing David, calling him the biggest idiot on the island, and that he's so stupid and he should have done Survivor and should have done the Olympics with Joe and Eva, which really was the bulk of Camilla's content during this portion of the season, where at this point, again, it felt like she kind of fell to the wayside in comparison to Kyle, where, again, really all of her content is bashing on David and also at points talking about, oh, Kyle's my number one. But again, it just leads to all the outsiders ending up voting for Chrissy. Oh, we see Kyle try to get Joe to get the majority to go against Chrissy, where them saying, I can't steer votes without blowing my cover, so he ends up getting Joe to do it, saying Joe has a lot of control in this group, which does lead to some strange content here for Joe, and the fact that he does go to the group, tells them that Chrissy's after him, and says that it's Chrissy tonight, Camilla tomorrow, only for Eva to want Camilla out, which again, very inconsistent considering the earlier content. But also, Mary and David obviously want Camilla out, leading to Joe being outnumbered, and he just backs down. Where I will say, again, Joe did seem to have a lot of influence in the game at this point, but he doesn't seem particularly assertive in what he wants. It kind of just lets other people make the strategic decisions for him, despite the fact that, again, this does end up going in his favor. But and we do see Kyle continuing the fight here even after Joe backs down, with David just getting upset once again, leading to a big back and forth between the two, with David now just openly saying confessional that Kyle and Camilla are working together, aka Kyle blowing his cover, despite just talking about how he can't blow his cover, which is bad. But this just even further cements David wanting to go for Camilla, as again, if you're fighting so hard for her to stay now, then obviously it's going to be tougher to get her out for down the road. But again, I do think David strategically is making the right call for his game, yet despite that, again, he ends up getting bashed in the edit here, with Kyle saying that he's losing his mind. But it really feeling like this blatant setup that David is set up for a fall in the near future, in a spot where, again, for most of the season, I was expecting him to be losing finalists. I feel like that was kind of the trajectory he was going. But at this point, it did feel like that completely turned to him just having a bit of a flame out. But right before Tribal, though, we do see Joe saying that we can flip it, but it's going to cause a rift, which, again, they seem to flip it. But again, we don't really see it getting shown, where, again, by the time of Tribal, obviously it becomes a unanimous vote, but it's not explained how that became the case. But either way, we get the Tribal, where Cedric coming in, with him just having a small bench to sit on, which was very strange. But we clearly see Kyle being a bit defeated during this Tribal. It felt like he was just kind of exhausted from all the fighting that day, in a spot where that actually did convince me a bit more that maybe they didn't get this flip to go through. But to be fair, I think what really happened here is that Chrissy was probably going the entire time, and David and Mary were trying to flip it at the last second, only for that to not end up going through. But either way, this tribal ends up being pretty fun with a lot of Chrissy content, really just fighting on her way out, kind of being just a continuation of the previous tribal, or saying that she sees where the game is going and the strong players are going to take over the game, with saying they're kicking ass and we could sit here or start playing the game. But this ends up leading to this big fight here between Chrissy and David, with David just shaking his head, saying that people have been getting together on gender and strategies for a while, and finally the strong guys get together and she's up in arms. Says it's bullshit, which is like funny coming from somebody that hasn't watched Survivor. And again, him seeming really insulted here and just talking about how like we get used as shields on other seasons, only for Chrissy to say, well, I'm not on those seasons. And David say, well, you're on the wrong season, because enough is enough. Where as much as I will defend David's strategic decision beforehand in targeting Camilla, and also his decision to make the strong person alliance, as again, he is on paper at least very well positioned within it before he blows it up. I think this is the part of David's run this season that, again, I would gripe with the most, obviously. Again, I think he comes off on such a high horse throughout all this, in a spot where, again, he just isn't that informed on Survivor history. Where obviously in the new era, again, is it more common than not for these stronger players to be taken out earlier in the game? I mean, yeah. But the way that David talks about this as if this is always happens in Survivor history and he's the one to change it is just kind of insane. And again, it's just not a particularly good look, especially again, him being so angry in this moment against Chrissy. Where again, I think there's just an easy explanation for why he's doing this. The fact that it's just, again, it's better for his game. And it is good to keep around these bigger threats around him in a spot where, again, he is also technically using them as shields. So again, I don't think there's anything wrong with what David is doing in the game. What is wrong is how he's explaining it and how he is handling his relationship with Chrissy, in a spot where we then get Camilla piping up, saying that they're doing a horrible job at jury management. To which we do the cut to Joe being insulted here, with this really being the start of this prevailing content around Joe, but implying how bad his jury management is, which definitely did raise some red flags there for Joe, in a spot where it seemed like potential setup for Joe to go on to lose a jury vote. But I also did find there to be an interesting line following this. So Chrissy saying that she's scared of Joe and Eva as they're a tight duo and would normally be targeted, but this time it's okay to not hide how close you are. With again a cut to Kyle and Camilla with snake music playing over, which I thought was very bad for Kyle and Camilla in that moment. Again, with again it feeling like the edit telling us that this more out in the open relationship is better than this more secret alliance, which again I feel like with the snake music as well, again further villainizing the Kyle and Camilla dynamic here, which is strange as that isn't how the story ends up concluding. Either way, we get to the vote where Chrissy says that she screwed herself by opening her mouth, which is like, I mean, yeah, the previous round probably more so than this time, where this time you're kind of screwed no matter what. But also we see Chrissy proceed to not play to Shauna Dark again in another position where she supposedly just forgot that she could do that, which is funny. But again, she votes for Shaheen. The rest of the votes end up landing on Chrissy. Again, David and Mary's backing down just isn't explained. But as she leaves, she says that this is going to cost people $1 million, to which we cut the Shaheen, which is bad, along the fact that she also says, good luck, you're gonna need it. And we also cut the Shaheen shaking his head. But again, I just felt like this episode was a lot of just dunking on Shaheen for no real reason. But either way, with that, we end up losing Chrissy. And Chrissy's someone that obviously gets a very quiet edit for most of the season. She is one of the most under-edited players of the new era. I think really since 41, I don't think a player's been as under-edited as Chrissy. But despite that, again, she's still constantly on the show. She's in almost every episode. She at least gets a confessional, where while she's never really prominent on the show until really her final episode here, I would still say that she's not someone that got like a purple edit. But she's obviously somebody that was only shown when absolutely necessary. Again, obviously her spike in content in her boot episode here made a lot of sense considering she goes home. But I did think she was pretty fun on her way out, to where while again didn't play the game particularly well, she at least again had the right idea of what she should be doing. And I do think her fighting with David on his way out was again fun TV at least. To where while again I think for most of the season, I would have considered her a dud. I think by the end, she actually brought some entertainment to the show. Now for episode 9, which ends up being a little bit of a bright spot in pretty weak portion of the season, but we do start off with Shaheen being upset that Chrissy voted for him, saying, I don't know why you're coming at me, and why are you upset at the muscles? All while Dodo music is playing, which is not a good sign for Shaheen. But also we see David going to Camilla, admitting to her that he threw her name out, saying that he only did it because of Chrissy potentially playing the Shauna Dark, which is obviously not the way that it's portrayed in the show, and I doubt that was the reality. But it is countered by Camilla saying that you're a horrible liar to his face, which again, Probably not the best strat. But ends up again mocking him for playing an honest game when he had lied to her face and again calls him a complete idiot. Where again, this definitely felt like the episode where we were going to get this downfall for David here. Despite that, Camilla ends up becoming not particularly relevant for the rest of the episode in a spot where I did feel like, again, that was extremely detrimental to Camilla's edit in a spot where you would think that David, this big adversary for her, especially how the edit's portraying it, again, him going out would be this massive boon for her edit, yet it ends up just, again, not being. But anyway, we get to nighttime where we get Eva having to sneak out of camp for her advantage, where we see her walking up to a table where she's just handed an extra vote. This is a spot where she can either keep the extra vote or risk it to earn something more powerful, which does lead to this again being a spot where you're not risking your vote, just the advantage that you currently have, which again is very strange based on how much Jeff seems to love people losing their votes. And also I think makes this something that, again, I think I would have personally risked at pretty much every opportunity. I mean, no matter what, you're not coming out of this negative from what you came in with, where again, I think you might as well just go all out here to go for the best advantage here, even though, again, the odds aren't the greatest. But again, the first one here, I think is a no-brainer. A 50-50 chance of getting a safety without power. That is only good until final 7, which, again, is not great. But still, again, definitely better than an extra vote, which is, again, very circumstantial. Safety without power, in most cases, is essentially guaranteed immunity at final 7. Now, not entirely, considering you have to leave tribal and through that lose out on one of your numbers. But still, again, that's definitely worth it. The final risk here is, again, risking your safety without power for a 1 in 3 chance at a fully powered idol, which obviously Eva Ray has one, so again, getting another idol isn't the most useful for her. However, I think I personally would have done it. Again, at this point, it's like, if I lose a safety without power that's only good until 7 in a spot where I have the majority anyway. To where, again, I feel like I might as well risk it here for 2 idols, which again, if you wanted to, you can make some really powerful plays with 2 idols. To where, again, I do think I personally would have gone for that risk, though I also understand why she does it, as again, it is a 1 in 3 chance. And again, she's not particularly likely to get it, but again, I think I personally just would have gone for it anyway. Either way, as Eva ended up leaving camp, we did hear her talk about how she needs to not get caught with her pants down, only to see Xiaoheen right behind her, watching her go, which was bad for her. But this does lead to Xiaoheen waking up Joe in the middle of the night, which is a funny little scene as he clearly just scares him and whispers to him that Eva's gone, only for Joe to say he's not worried at all and that she's a team player and he trusts her with his life. And that they'll talk tomorrow. And we cut to morning where Eva reveals to Joe, Colin, Xiaoheen her advantage, which, again, what happened to keeping it all a secret. But again, I think this is clearly the core of the alliance at this point. I mean, we see this seemingly be solidified on the show in the following episode, though I have a feeling this has probably been a thing for a while at this point, where Mary and David kind of ostracized themselves from that core group. But either way, this ends up obviously being good content for Joe, again, showing him being right, saying that he wasn't worried and he wasn't going to ask her, but first thing in the morning, she told him and that she's happy for her. Where again, I thought this was overall pretty good content for Joe, all while Xiaoheen also says that this solidifies trust, that she's dangerous, but I trust her and I'm not going for her, which again shows honesty, really playing into Eva's favor here, again, playing with the themes of the season in a spot where, while again, that initial content was definitely very rocky for Eva, how she got caught sneaking out, I think by the end of the scene, this overall ends up being a net positive for her. But also we see Eva getting a lot of strategic content that ultimately ends up being a bit more mixed. But again, her talking about how happy she is that Chrissy went home and that there's better vibes around camp, and being happy that Chrissy went home, even though, again, we saw her wanting Camilla to go, and says that as long as it's not one of her people, she doesn't care. Where we do end up seeing the group agreeing to take out Mitch, only for David to say that Mary wants Camilla, to where we see them switch it to Camilla once again, with everyone seemingly agreeing here, even Kyle, only for Kyle to be upset, saying it's David's way or the highway, that Camilla's his number 1 and he needs to play now. Where we do see him warning Camilla that David and Mary are still after her, also revealing Eva's safety without power advantage, which I think obviously shows you that that was Kyle's true intentions at this point, was to work with Camilla, even though at the same time, I do think I would have been a little wary of ratting that out, but he ends up saying that no one knows how good they are together except for David, and they need to stay one step ahead of him, leading to him doing some pretty good work immediately following this, showing him talking to Xiaoheen, telling him the reason why David is targeting Camilla, and getting the extravagant confessional about how he's making it personal to him so it doesn't expose how close him and Camilla are. And it leaves with Xiaoheen saying, I'm with you, with this edit really implying that like Kyle was tricking Xiaoheen into doing this, when this is clearly also in Xiaoheen's benefit. But they ultimately end up landing on a plan to target Mary for some reason, which again, it felt like a pretty big half measure there, though again, they ultimately end up changing that anyway. But anyway, David ends up noticing that Kyle and Shaheen are gone and immediately tells Eva that they're flipping on them and that they're working together, which, again, the show really tries to play this up as like, oh, David's being paranoid. But the reality is that, again, he was right. So even though he, again, did not utilize this information to the best of his benefit and ended up, again, turning away allies, I do think it's a spot where David ultimately does have fairly accurate reads of the game. So it felt like the edit kind of dunking on him despite that. But again, this leads to the more questionable content from Eva with her talking about how she doesn't think her alliance would flip, and she trusts all of them. She just wants her friends to be friends, which, again, is all content that feels undermining considering we're following that up. Kyle and Shaheen returning to camp, and there being a lot of tension there between them and David, with Eva trying to play the mediator here, though it doesn't really work out, with David, again, calling out Kyle for saying that yesterday shouldn't have been a tough day and should have been easy, while Kyle ends up going confessional, talking about how this is bullyish behavior, which, again, is obviously just further painting David negatively here, though in a spot where, again, like, I don't think David did anything bullyish. It was just him trying to get his way in the game. But anyway, we do see Kyle attempting to start some work on Joe, only for David to interrupt that conversation, leading to David telling Joe that he's uneasy and that something's going on, noticing that the outsiders aren't scrambling, with, again, Joe really propping this up as he's paranoid and says that it would be tough for him to make a move as he's been straight up, only for David to say that you went back on your word during the Chrissy boot, and Joe being upset, being on a pretty big high horse here, saying that, again, I've never went back on my word and I'm not capable of that. It says that it never happened, and saying that it did isn't the way to do this, where, again, he's clearly insulted by this, even in confessional, in a spot where, again, it definitely comes off as Joe being on a massive high horse, yet I don't think that's what the edit is trying to tell us. I think the edit is actually trying to tell us the opposite, that David is trying to manipulate Joe, and Joe's seeing through it. Again, this really gets propped up as this big moment that sinks David's game, when I think the reality is that Joe was already against David by this point. Now, again, were they necessarily going to target David during this round? Maybe not until this moment. But I do think it is a spot where David was already on the outs of that strong alliance, and I think this was just more so just justification to Joe himself of reason why to turn on him in a spot where he was likely going to eventually anyway. But this is followed up by a pretty nice scene here of Kyle bonding with Joe, revealing some of his backstory, talking about how he used to party a lot when he was young and ended up in trouble, spent a few weeks in jail, and again gets propped up as this big moment of him overcoming adversity. Though I will say something strange about all this is the fact that Kyle's message through this is clearly based around how racial bias played a factor into this, and the fact that, like, his friends did the same things as him, yet didn't get the jail time, and I feel like it's very strange that this is a spot where they clearly just edited out of the show, probably wanting to avoid talk about that, which again, not a great look from production in my eyes, but either way, we get Kyle here talking about how he's still lying about his job, but is able to now connect with Joe, saying that he's upset at David for saying that Joe went back on his word and is now trying to manipulate him with that, which, I mean, like, aren't you kind of doing a similar thing right now? You're literally trying to manipulate Joe to take out David. Anyway, we also get a random scene in the middle of all this before the immunity challenge of Mitch teaching Star how to swim, which was random. Why was that there? Again, I feel like that was literally just a filler segment that ends with Mitch saying that this shows that anybody can go out here, which again just felt like propaganda to get people to apply. But anyway, we get to the immunity challenge, which is again one we've seen many times in the past, I believe, where it's again the endurance challenge where you push the track up to keep the ball in place, with it once again coming down to Joe and David. Who would have guessed? And once again, David's super cocky throughout all of it. This even seeing Kyle saying, "Shut up, David," midway through. But we do see Joe almost dropping out here, but ends up saving it, being on the edge for the rest of the challenge, only for David to, out of nowhere, lose concentration. And despite him saving it, ends up losing his balance, putting one foot off the platform, being DQ'd, giving Joe another immunity win here in a spot where David was clearly pissed that all this happens. And again, this obviously ends up being even more tragic by the end of the episode. But also this leads to another point where Joe gets to talk about how his kids will be proud, which hasn't been said before. But also here, Joe ends up getting reward as well, picking Mitch first, as he's someone that hasn't been on reward, being hyped up as a human-to-human moment, because again, Joe's a good guy. Oh, we see him also picking Shaheen and Eva, not picking David, which I thought was pretty savage at this point, though it's pretty clear it's because they were planning on voting out David already. But anyway, at the reward, we see Mitch talk about how he wants David out, and they all agree, which again was probably the plan already, but Mitch says that you don't go out without swinging, because he'll surely be swinging. But this is where Shaheen does get some credit for the David move, with him saying that he's been planting seeds for 4 to 5 days, and we flash back to him telling Joe and Eva and Camilla about David, like the Boston Rob, and this allows for the others to see it for themselves, when I think they can clearly have seen it already. And I know this is a major thing that people propped up as a reason why Shaheen's going to win, though realistically, this is actually a scene that I feel like more so is given to people that don't win. I feel like we see these sort of scenes from the likes of like Jesse and like Andy, to where again, this definitely did not prop up my opinion of him winning the game, even though again, it obviously was a moment where he does get some credit for this eventual David move. But back at camp, we see David again still being pissed, with Mary consoling him, with Kyle saying that they look like and then pauses and says, I won't say that, and then says close friends. Again, I don't know why he did that. I don't know why the original thing would have been such a weird thing to say, but this is where we do see David saying that he has to have a different perspective now, that he thinks he's on the bottom. Says that they have to vote for Mitch to avoid Xiaoheen's idol, which again, funny they think Xiaoheen has an idol. But it seems like David is convinced at this point that the opposition is trying to pull off this like Dee and Julie sort of move of voting with the Strong Alliance, only to have Camilla put her vote on David and have Camilla play Xiaoheen's idol, which again, that's probably not the most accurate read. Though I do love how like midway through this conversation, just Star shows up and tells them that she wants to vote for Xiaoheen, which just completely comes out of nowhere. But again, she ends up getting on board with the Mitch plan, only for her to also be out of the loop by the time of the vote, where again, it did seem like she was working with David and Mary. They were on the SWAT tribe together, so I do wonder if Star had more connections with them that we just weren't seeing because we didn't see much of Star. Well, we do see Eva being looped in on this plan as well, agreeing to vote for Mitch, though says that she's upset that David doesn't trust Xiaoheen and Kyle when she does, to which she ends up ratting out this plan to Kyle, to which now they finally decide to go for David, which again, I don't know why they didn't before. But this leads to Eva saying her heart sank and that she wants to play this honest and loyal game. Oh, Kyle gets a lot of credit here for, again, turning loyal players against their alliance, saying it needs a delicate balance. Where I was like, again, I do think Kyle does play this round extremely well here, getting Eva and Joe to make a pretty bad move for their game. And the fact that while David, again, obviously was a very unreliable ally, he was also a massive shield for them, also someone that was seemingly loyal to them, at least for the short term, to where, again, I do think this is a move here that, again, is bad for Joe and Eva. Though, again, it's not really portrayed as that, especially for Joe, where, again, Joe's kind of left out of this, like, kind of negative content here for Eva, where Eva, again, is portrayed as this person trying to keep this group together, wanting to play the middle of the group, and talks about how she just wants her friends to be friends, only for her to be propped up as the person that votes out David by the end, which is very contradictory. But, again, we do end up seeing Joe and Eva talk here, obviously being these major decision makers in this vote. They're saying that she trusts David and Mary, but they're not with her people, where, again, I think it's pretty clear that they had already bonded a lot with Kyle at this point. That was just not really on the show. But let's say here that he's going with her and will do whatever she does. With, again, it being portrayed as this isn't really Joe's decision, even though again, I think it was clearly guided by Joe. Though, again, I think an interesting line here is obviously him saying that I'll go home before I go against that. And another thing that could be propped up as a negative here for Joe, but it could also just be a thing that further emphasized their relationship. But we get the tribal, where, again, it's a pretty easy David vote, where we do get more content here from David saying he wants to play the game honest and true to his word, and it's never been seen on Survivor before, and wants to prove that he can play the game in more than one way, again, from someone that hasn't watched Survivor. And we once again get Camilla talking about how he's not keeping the jury in mind, which is actually kind of ironic, considering it did seem like actually the jury was pretty pro-David at this point. But anyway, we get the time to vote, where it ends up being a 6-3 David vote, with David, Mary, and Star being blindsided here, thus getting some pretty great reactions from David. Though I will say, I will criticize the vote stack here in a spot where they do a back and forth between David and Mitch, which felt pretty misguided here, as, again, once David sees his first name, it's pretty obvious he's going home, so through that, it kind of saps a lot of suspense at that point. But again, we see David being pissed as he leaves, staring at Joe, in a spot where he ends up being extremely bitter with Joe post-season, and in his press, even on Twitter, he complains about him, which, again, did definitely feel like a major negative for Joe here. The fact that you're going to have someone as influential as David here be on the jury, seemingly pissed at you. Again, definitely not a great position to be in. But again, it does lead to David's final words, where he says that there's no heroes or villains, and that's okay. Which, I mean, like, based on how the show portrays it, I would say David's probably more of a villain. But again, I guess he's neither. It says that he has solace in having chocolate milk, because we needed to bring that up. But either way, we lose David here. And David was an incredible character on this season. Again, while obviously I don't necessarily agree of how he handled things towards the back portion of the season, especially in, again, how he would talk to the people on the bottom, I do think he is someone that made for incredible TV. He is someone that, despite the fact that he has not watched Survivor, I think was a perfect fit for the show. And he very much feels like a very old school casting choice, and someone that, again, like, played the game pretty hard, had some pretty good reads at the game, was able to be in a pretty good position for first, like, half of the game. And while, again, he sinks his own position by the end, with him just kind of being outplayed by the likes of Kyle and, I guess, Xiaoheen, I think it's still a spot where David seemed to have a lot of potential in the game, will also end up being a pretty fun character as well. Again, being a fun, like, more villainous figure through his last few episodes, while also having, again, some of those Dodo moments early on, his love of chocolate milk. Again, I think David ends up being actually a pretty fun character on this season. But Another episode 10, which was very, very, very rough. Definitely a low point for the season. Probably one of the worst episodes in the new era. But it does start off with Mary obviously being shocked that she's back at the bottom again, with Eva talking to her here. Well, I don't feel like it went particularly well. I don't feel like the edit means for it to go negatively here, where I actually feel like this is actually something, especially in comparison to Mary's relationship with Joe, that's meant to be a positive for Eva here, in a sense that, and we do see her say that I like you and I do want to keep you around, but I'm not going to promise keeping you around, and also not going to play my idol on you. But we'll tell you if you're going. We sure use her shot in the dark, so again, there's no downside really in telling her that she's going. So again, all this was very strange content. Again, I feel like I would have left this conversation being annoyed at Eva, but it doesn't really feel like that's what the edit was meant to be telling us. But again, this does end up leading to, though, more overconfident content from Eva, which was not a great look. Her talking about how her group has a lot of power and they're going to get to the final four and no one could do much about that. Which, again, I think interestingly, we don't see any of this conversation from Mary's perspective, which obviously a negative for Mary, but also just in general, like a spot where it does feel like we were maybe being shielded from that a bit here. But anyway, we do follow that up with content around Mitch, with Mitch telling a story about being chased by a dog when he was a mailman, which goes on for way too long, but it does lead to Shaheen talking about how funny he is and how funny he is to be around. So good for Mitch. And talks about how Mitch is in a good spot as he's a free agent in the game alongside Camilla. We need to make sure they don't wake up to the fact that they're on the outs, which I feel like this is very strange content considering we're at final 8 where you have a 4-person alliance. So it's like, even if they did wake up, they would go to Rocks, which again, they're not likely to do. I feel like this is kind of just a weird thing to say, but either way, we see Joe telling Mitch that we're going to get to the 6 and that Mary is the first to go here. To which Mitch ends up agreeing, with Joe again revealing his core alliance of him, Eva, Kyle, and Shaheen, with Kyle and Camilla as 5 and 6, saying that he's never felt so confident with alliance, which again, showing him as overconfident. Also leading to him making a kind of icky comment about Stars, saying that she's his kryptonite and that everyone back at home will know that he won't like her, which is like, what does that mean? But us lead to us finally getting Star on the show, which was not a good sign for Star, where we see her talking to Mary and Camilla about being on the bottom. We'd also talk about pulling in Mitch as he's on the bottom of the other group. So if they can get their 4 votes together, they can threaten Rocks. This thing that Shaheen mentioned not wanting to happen, with Star saying the revolution has started, which again made it kind of obvious Star was going home. So again, at least we got more Star. Again, Star's an incredible character. The fact that she was so sheltered in the edit up to this point is definitely something that feels questionable. But this then leads to, again, another interesting Star moment of Mitch snoring in the middle of the night and Star being annoyed at him, leading to them playfully bickering, with Star even saying that the only reason to keep him around is for numbers. To which we see her trying to pull him in for the revolution, with the plan again to being to tie the vote and hope that someone else flips, with Mitch saying that he would do it for anybody else but Star, and that she's the biggest joke on the island, and that she just voted for him, which I will say, again, obviously, I will definitely criticize Mitch for not making this move, as, again, what's your other option if you want to go in to win the game? But, again, I do get his state of mind. Again, this notion that, again, Star's someone that he never worked with, has, again, seemingly a very iffy relationship with, and, again, Star literally voted for him the previous round. So, again, I do understand why there's this distrust there between them, but, again, it should be a spot where that shouldn't matter, considering what is your other path forward, specifically to win the game. But anyway, we then got our checkup with the Camilla-Kyle relationship, with Camilla, again, seemingly being on board with this plan to go 4-4 and deciding to tell Kyle about this, which, again, I feel like maybe a bit questionable, considering I don't think it's out of the realm possibility that Kyle would rat this back out, but he does end up not trying to dissuade her from this, but does end up saying that he has a good relationship with Joe that goes beyond this game, and that he's done burning jury members, as everyone in the jury is someone that he's betrayed their trust, and he doesn't think a traditional game is what the jury's going to vote for, which I thought this was really interesting content from Kyle. Now, again, I don't think is actually the content that I would have wanted from Kyle, in the sense that I do think this, again, seemed to very much imply that he was going to end up being more loyal to the Strong Alliance than he was to Camilla, in a spot where, again, I don't know if that's necessarily his best path forward. Though I think that really the main reason why that's even an option for Kyle is the fact that forced fire making exists. So through that, he always has that chance at Final Four, which again is the main reason why forced fire making sucks, is because it makes players complacent and be willing to go to the end with a 4-person alliance that they're on the bottom of. But it was a spot here where Kyle's not really willing to go through with the move, but is willing to help Camilla in enacting the move, more so for Camilla's sake, seemingly, where, again, we do see Camilla saying that she'll do the dirty work for him, and Kyle saying that he'll try his best to give her a chance, but if she misses her shot, that's on her. which we actually do see him proceeding to lie to Joe about Camilla being all in on the 6, which definitely does feel like a bit of a half measure. Where again, this kind of reminds me of like Sharn on Australian Survivor Chance Contenders, where again, she knew that the Matt blindside was happening at a point and didn't let Matt know, and that led to Matt being bitter at her. I feel like this is a similar spot where I do feel like, despite Kyle talking about not wanting to burn any more jury members, he is in a spot where he is in position to essentially do so anyway. But anyway, we get the reward challenge, the one that where you have to slither through the sand. Though this time you also have them having to drag a buoy with their mouth, which looked ridiculous. But that's not the only ridiculous moment of this reward, as we get the reveal that the reward is for fried chicken and waffles, with Jeff saying, "Say it with me," and the cast turns it into a song, with Shaheen and Star getting really into it, and Jeff being so impressed with Shaheen, saying, "That's how you do it on Survivor." Again, sing a song about fried chicken and waffles, in a spot where I'm like, what the fuck did I just watch? Like, legitimately, what is this? What is this show? Now, again, to clarify, I've watched the scene probably like a billion times over and over again just because of how insane this moment is. But I think this is legitimately one of the cringiest things Survivor has ever done in its entire run. But either way, the challenge ends up being a Kyle versus Joe showdown, with it coming down to the tossing section, with Kyle winning it by seconds, with Joe literally landing a shot right after Kyle did. To which Kyle ends up taking Eva, Camilla, and Shaheen, which I was pretty surprised here, the fact that he didn't take Joe. And I also do actually just question that decision by the time we get to his logic. Anyway, we get the reward where they get the fried chicken and waffles. Well, I'll say the fried chicken definitely looked very iffy, but anyway, we also see Shaheen throwing whipped cream in Eva's face, which felt very random. But it does lead to Eva talking about how we need to get rid of Star, with such animosity here that felt very strange, considering obviously the last we saw of their relationship was the fact that Star gave her an idol, which again, the fact that obviously was never really showcased again after that is definitely something that was interesting for the edit. I do wonder if, again, it was hidden just because of the fact that, again, Star and Eva just never actually got along beyond that, and they didn't want to show that relationship in a particularly negative light. But again, I did feel like this felt like very bizarre content. The one that, again, I know a lot of people were like very upset at Eva for how dare she take Star's idol and then not side with her, when it's like, I don't really have an issue with that. I think it's a position where Star was doing that as a move herself. While I do think Star is someone that she could have potentially still utilized as a number over certain other people, I do think she's still in a spot where it's not a bad move for her, though again, I think the way that she talks about Star here just is, again, very questionable. With, again, Eva also just coming off very confident here once again, saying that she doesn't picture anyone making a move on her or her core group, and that she's unconcerned about the next few votes, which is definitely a bad look there. Kyle talks about his rationale for why he picked who he picked, with him saying that he didn't take Mary, Star, and Mitch as he wants them to work with Camilla and give them a chance to take out Joe, which makes me question, why not leave them with Camilla then? Why are you leaving them with Joe, the person you want them to target? Wouldn't that make it less likely to target Joe if they're around him and Joe could actually do work with them? Which, again, Joe doesn't do effective work with them. But again, this is an entirely insane idea if this is what your actual rationale was. Or again, you should be wanting to take Joe with you. That way the other four are stuck together to where they can bond to where they would solidify against your group. Which, to be fair, I guess at that point, like, Kyle would be worried the fact that they would solidify against him. But obviously Camilla's there to stop that. So again, I just think this is an entirely dumb rationale. But anyway, it leads to some pretty good content for Kyle. Again, a very astute observation here, saying that the game is won in margins with small pushes, which again, I do think is a pretty accurate read. It's a lot of the way that I personally assess the game, where it's not really about these like big moves that you make, but more so about these smaller nudges that you make to position yourself better in the game. But even then, again, I don't think it really makes sense in this context. I mean, do cut back to Joe with the others, with him saying that Kyle not picking him bothered him, which again, as it should, but then says that he told himself to shut up and that he was being paranoid and that maybe he's here just to babysit, which I will say in general, I thought this was bad content for Joe. Again, especially considering we just saw Kyle talk about letting Joe go. So again, I thought this was a major dunking on Joe. However, the On Fire podcast seemed to have a very different interpretation of this, which I found very strange. Where it felt like Jeff's read on this entire situation was actually more so pro Joe, and the fact that it showed Joe not being paranoid in the way that David was, where, again, I do wonder if that was the intention with this scene, but again, it just feels weirdly portrayed if that was the case. But either way, it's followed by negative content for Joe anyway. But we first actually get some decent content of him talking, saying this is an opportunity to connect with people, make friends on the jury, which, again, is good on paper until he talks to Mary and then tells her essentially that you're at fault for David going home, that you're the one that got in his ear, and people never thought it was David and thought it was you, and Joe just openly telling her that he's trying to keep a good relationship with everybody as you don't know who's going to be on the jury next, which is like, why would you say that? And also, this is, again, very strange content for Joe. Again, obviously, again, this reoccurring thing of, again, jury management constantly talking about in the season, now this time directly pointed at Joe, with Mary herself saying that Joe is doing jury management, thinks that she will give him $1 million, and that's hilarious. Where, again, all this very negative for Joe, but for me, not entirely damning. Where I feel like, to me, this was so straightforward in a spot where it actually made it feel less practical that this was going to happen, at least in a way that would cause Joe to lose the game, which was kind of right, as we never do actually see Joe's poor jury management directly come back to bite him at Final Tribal, but it obviously is just more so set up here to the general notion that Joe might lose a jury vote, which obviously does end up happening by the end. I didn't really buy into this actually being a practicality at this point. I felt like this was actually more so a red herring to make you think that Joe would lose a jury vote when he actually doesn't. But either way, it is definitely bad content for Joe. Definitely a red flag there. It definitely raised some question mark. But this is followed by Mary again trying to enact her plan, going to Mitch, telling him to go to Rocks once again. With Mitch getting some content here that made it seem like he was actually on board, saying that he's tired of people telling him what to do and that he doesn't want to play a scared game, even though he does. He says that they need to go for Joe, which I feel like this is weird considering it felt like this was never going to happen. Like, Mitch just instantly rats this out after a challenge, to where even beyond that, it's like, is he really going to Rocks to try to get Joe out? I think that's very unlikely. So again, it felt like this just added the show Joe facing adversity, which he overcomes because obviously he's going to win immunity, as again, there was no doubt he wasn't going to win immunity at this point, considering how obvious his foreshadowing was. But either way, we get the immunity challenge, the stacking challenge. Though before it, we get race negotiation that no one does, which is funny. Now, I was like, why did they do this so late? Like, they did this with literally just a week left in the season, 8 people left, again, way later than they typically do, to where, again, it is funny to see Jeff be shocked that there's no deal, and it's like, again, like, why would they make a deal at this point? To which I know Jeff has implied they're going to be making changes for this in 49, which, thank God, I can't wait for people to lose their vote over not wanting any rice, but either way, the challenge itself ends up having a lot of back and forth here. Like, I was pretty surprised they even bothered showing this on the show, but I guess they need to waste screen time. But either way, the immunity challenge ends up being pretty back and forth here. Though, again, I felt it was pretty apparent Joe was going to win. And we do get some slow-mo as he finishes with a fly flying in his face. And, like, them putting heartbeat noises. And, again, this is kind of ridiculous. And Joe wins his third challenge here, saying this is for his kids. Because, again, I never would have guessed that he wanted to make his kids proud. But anyway, once we get back to camp, we see Star instantly try to create a backup plan. And now decide to target Xiaoheen, only for Mitch to tell Star to play her shot in the dark, which, again, I love how, like, Star responds by saying her red flags are going up, which is like, no shit. Again, talks about how people are scared and weak, which we obviously cut to Mitch telling Xiaoheen that Star's after him, which again, all really bad for Mitch, to where while obviously Mitch's edit has been on the downgrade for the last few episodes, this was really the moment that, again, no way that Mitch is winning the game after the SPV is getting here. But anyway, Mitch ends up telling Camilla he isn't going through with the plan as he doesn't trust the others making the move, as you can't make moves with people you don't trust, like Mary and Star, which is like, again, like, what other choice do you have? Again, I just think Mitch is in this spot here where he's not winning the game. No one really respects him at this point. And I think in essence, he is essentially now riding for the lines that he's on the bottom of. And so I think you're in a spot here where you might as well make the move. You might as well try to do something. If it doesn't work, then, oh, well, you're going to lose anyway. Even though, again, the move was not particularly poised to be that successful, but still a spot where, again, it would have been nice to see him at least try. But again, with that, we obviously see the entire plan just shut down, with Mila being upset at Mitch for playing it safe. All we cut to Mary saying that why don't we vote for Kyle? Because they won't go to Rocks for Kyle, with Camilla agreeing, only to obviously not actually be on board, saying that this is a big mistake from Mary, and decides to throw her into Bust to Joe, with Joe saying she has to go, which is bad for both of them, the fact that they want Mary to go and don't get their way here. But at this point, again, it becomes pretty clear that Mary and Star both know that one of the two are going home and that they have to vote for each other, with Star saying that she's worried, but she loves the rap, which leads to her starting to rap in confessional with them putting a beat behind it. Her rapping, "My enemies are plotting," which, again, what the fuck is happening? Now, I'll say at least this is more of a fun character moment for Star than the fried chicken and waffles, which is just entirely cringe. Like, it's insane that we get 2 musical segments in one episode here. Though I will say also interesting that she does end up getting to a portion where she ends up rapping about individual people, with the Camilla one being particularly damning, saying that she makes some plans, but now nothing. And we cut to her sleeping in the hammock, which felt like such a death knell for her. But either way, we see Mary telling Xiaoheen to use me in whatever plans you have, and I could help you get rid of Joe or Eva, with Xiaoheen clearly being hesitant here and confirming too much. Again, we do get talk about how she's less of a threat to him because she doesn't have her shot in the dark, while Star is a loose cannon that's been saying his name, where, again, ultimately Shaheen does get his way here. Again, he does go to Joe, tells him that he wants Star, and while Joe does fight back, still wanting Mary to go, as he's more worried about her winning immunities over Star, which, to be fair, for Joe in particular, again, being a comp beast, I think that is probably the right call for him. Though, again, ultimately, Shaheen does get his way here. Again, a minor uptick for Shaheen. Oh, well, Joe doesn't get his way here. Again, another pretty bad look for Joe. Again, definitely a bad episode for him as a whole. Though he does actually say during this conversation, as long as we stay straight, that's all I care about. To where, again, I think that could be a little bit of a justification for it. But as realistically, and it's such a marginal choice, it doesn't really make that big of a difference for Joe. To where, while I do think Mary is the ideal target for him, it ultimately doesn't really matter. But either way, we get the tribal, where we once again get David being pissed when the jury comes in, giving a long stare to Joe, really implying a lot of bitterness there. But here we do end up seeing Star talking about how Mitch told her to play the shot in the dark, and says credit to him, he didn't stutter, which I felt like was a very weird thing to say. But I did find it funny how Jeff ends up being annoyed with Star here after she talks about considering not playing a shot in the dark, which she seemed to just not want to do, just to say an F you to Mitch. And what do you know? She doesn't play her shot in the dark. Which, again, questionable, but ultimately she's probably just going home anyway. But obviously, again, it's not like she had that great of odds anyway. So, again, the vote ends up being a split vote between her and Mary, with the majority splitting accordingly by having the outsiders all vote for Mary, meaning that there's no real shot of messing up the split here, where at worst, it was going to be a 4-4 tie, where, again, there really wasn't much that this minority group could really do, where Star ends up being voted out here in a 5-3 vote. And again, Star is someone that I thought was an incredible character on the show, just someone that I was really disappointed to see her not get much focus on the show. The fact that she was just pretty quiet in the edit, I mean, really outside of Chrissy, the most underedited person of the season, despite the fact that she's such an incredible character. Again, she's someone that feels so larger than life, someone that feels like she could be an iconic character for the show, yet instead she's just kind of in the back burner. And to be fair, a lot of that's because it doesn't feel like she's particularly relevant to the game of the season. She just feels like she's on the bottom for really almost the entirety of it. So I get why you would under-edit her for that, as again, you would have to go out of your way to show Star. I feel like Star is such a great character that you should go out of your way to show her. Where again, she just has incredible confessionals, has a really fun energy, and I felt like at least she got a pretty good send-off here, even though the episode was pretty bad. But again, her getting this big rap at the end, her getting, again, more focus in the episode, definitely is one of the highlights of the episode as a whole. But now we get to episode 11 for another of the worst episodes of the new era, where we do start off with a lot of Mary underdog content, which, again, made it kind of clear she was set up to go home. But we do see her pitching to Camilla to use her to take out Joe or Eva, with Camilla saying it makes sense, as you can't sit at the end next to Joe. And Mitch saying that he's on board, saying Joe is dominating this game, and that he's gonna run away with the season, and that they need to do something, and they don't end up doing anything. But again, that is the main focus around a lot of this episode, is this potential flip against Joe that ultimately, again, doesn't happen. But this ends up leading to a lot of focus around Kyle and his dilemma here, where you see him talking to Joe, them solidifying their 4, with Joe saying Mary has to go, where this does lead to more, again, Joe, like, overconfident content here, saying he feels solidified in his alliance because of the emotional connections, and he wants to get to the end of the 4 of them, as that's what his kids would want him to do, to pick the toughest opponent and take the hardest path and prove that you can do anything, which, again, obviously not great gameplay, but again, this further just adding to Joe's overall arc on the season. Joe is undermined here by saying that there's no scenario where we don't get the 4, only for us to cut to Kyle thinking about flipping, being worried at the fact that he can't beat Joe at the end, says that Joe's a strong player, and one can say that he's been in control, but questions if it's the right time to take a shot at Joe, where you do end up seeing Mary do her pitch to him, being very incommittal to her, as again, obviously you can't really trust Mary, who's someone who's on the bottom, but does say that again, it's tempting, as this is the last chance to get a clean shot at Joe. Which, again, very bad that they don't take. And again, it is during this where we get, like, very ominous music playing. This, at the time, felt like a death knell for Kyle, where I really do feel like this is essentially him hesitating in the game. And again, in a season that was started off by talking about how you need to attack the game, not hesitate. I do feel like this is shown as, again, a reason why Kyle would go on to lose the game, is because, again, he's hesitating to take the shot at Joe. Where, again, we see him say that Joe's the front runner right now, and that he's so emotionally connected to Joe and Eva. And this leads to Mary being frustrated, the fact that, again, Kyle didn't really commit to her, linked to her cutting up coconuts, saying it feels like she has no chances, getting out her anger, which is weird considering, again, the edit is trying to paint it as the fact that Mary is potentially about to flip the vote against Joe. Yet, again, us getting this content of like Mary just being so defeated, I think, again, kind of shows more of the reality of the fact that, again, I don't think this was actually happening. But again, we end up having Mary eat what ends up being the last coconut for the season, where Eva ends up being annoyed at her now that they don't have food, which is, again, funny considering Eva's been on all the rewards. But again, it ends up having Eva saying that she's just spiteful and knows that she's going home, which, again, while, again, questionable content, she is technically right. Where, again, I think this is a spot where, again, like, I think Eva just comes off on a massive high horse. Where, while obviously, again, if you're someone that is trying to do well in the game, again, it's probably better that you don't eat the last coconut. I still feel like it's a spot where, for Eva, of all people, to be complaining about this, I think is a bit rich. But this does end up leading to Camilla also being annoyed at Mary. And it feels weird that the edit, like, uses this as a way to justify why she doesn't trust Mary, aka why she doesn't go through with the move later in the episode, which is, again, bizarre. As again, like, why does this matter? But anyway, Camilla ends up saying that she needs Joe out at the next tribal, with Kyle telling her that he's considering it. Where we, again, get a lot of focus on Kyle here being emotional and confessional, saying his hands are tied and he's going to have to betray one of Camilla or Joe. All paths harm someone and he doesn't want to hurt people, even for the benefit of his family. Which, again, I get obviously the personal connections that Kyle is making out there, though also I think this is kind of insane. Again, the fact that you even recognize that you're essentially not willing to betray people for the sake of your family. Again, for people that you literally met a couple weeks ago, again, is kind of insane. But again, I feel like that's, again, showing how well Joe and Eva were able to connect to Kyle. As again, this should be a no-brainer move for him. He should definitely take a shot at Joe at this point. It was technically good content for Kyle under the context of the season. For major themes were, again, the concepts of honesty, the strengths of emotional bonds, with Kyle really tying himself to those during this portion of the season, which ends up being one of the stronger suits of his edit. Though, following this, we do end up getting some, again, very strange content. First from Shaoqin, him talking about how he was confident he would make it to day 20, but that would have been foolish. And the game's harder than he thought it would be because he's made real connections and has no clue if he has what it takes to vote them out. Which, like, why was this here? Which obviously is, again, to further show this, like, moral quandary that Shaoqin is going through, but also it's like, do we care? Especially when this ends up being a pretty long, dragged out section that's followed by Kyle, Shaoqin, and Mitch going snorkeling, which goes on and on and on, which was so boring. Why was this on the show? And I feel like it was on the show more so as propaganda to get people to apply for Survivor, talking about how cool this is and wouldn't you want to do this? Where again, I feel like this really showed how dull this episode was. But either way, eventually we see a boat coming in with Eva sprinting out of the hammock, because that's how she says it. But says that's scary as you can lose your vote, or it could give a person outside your alliance a power. And we see Mary instantly wanting to do it, only for everyone to agree to draw rocks for it. And who would have guessed Eva gets it? I never would guess that considering she's narrating the scene. Which really was worst case scenario, I think, for everybody. Or like, I don't even think production wanted Eva to go here. Again, it just, again, keeps the current power structure. Gives someone like Mary no chance here, leading to a, again, very predictable result. Though at the same time, obviously does give the opportunity for Eva to lose her votes. Only for it to be a stacking comp, where you just have to stack it up 4 rows to not lose your vote. And she does, and stops there, and that's it. Where again, this was another pointless segment of the show, really just here because again, they need to fill out the 90 minutes. That's the only reason why they probably do this journey to begin with at this point, is to add this like gimmick for the episode, where again, did not bring much. Though interestingly, again, she did stack it up to 8 rows. She would have gotten a knowledge is power, which is so funny. I mean, even she herself talks about, what am I going to do? Steal my own idol? Where this is a spot where, again, I know a lot of people say, again, this was rigged for Eva. When it's like, would they give her knowledge is power if it was rigged for Eva? If anything, knowledge is power even being in the game is a massive net negative for Eva. Where Eva's the only one with an advantage and just so openly has an idol. To where, again, the fact that people think this was rigged for Eva, I think is kind of insane. Now, you do get this question moment at the end where, again, the rules specify that you need to have your tiles up when the hourglass finishes, yet we do see her having already knocked over her tiles before the time ends up finishing, though after she had already clearly told the producer that she's done. And I know a lot of people were saying, oh, she should have lost her vote. And so, again, I personally don't care. I also don't think it changes the result at all anyway. I think they still vote Mary out, where I think this ended up being more of a vote about distrusting Mary than anything, where I don't think this actually changes much. And also I really don't care how they rule this. Are we really going to waste the time of her just standing there making sure her stack doesn't fall over when she's not going to do anything to it anyway. Anyway, we see her returning and telling the truth, which once again gets backed up by Joe and that he believes her, because we needed honesty to be propped up again. Joe does blatantly say to Mary that you needed it, not me, which did not feel like the greatest hack there. But anyway, we end up then following it up with Mary now pitching to Xiaoheen, with Xiaoheen saying the problem with the move is the fact that they have advantages. They're going to stop them from going anywhere. I felt like it was another spot where it felt like Xiaoheen was not really on board with this. And it was just kind of him making excuses for why not to go through with the move. But this does lead to some more Dodo content for Xiaoheen, saying that he knows that Joe's the biggest threat, but thinks that he played a better game, thinks that he could beat him at the end, during which we get a ding noise playing in the background. Okay, the producers thinking this is a joke, with Mary saying here, I want you to prove that you outplayed, not outloyaled, with Xiaoheen saying that there is no outloyaled, which is funny considering Jeff himself propped up the concept of outloyaled on Fire. I think this is a massive dichotomy on this season, the fact that Jeff seemingly fully bought into this honesty, integrity style of game in a spot where, again, he's obviously not typically in that mold. He's usually, again, we need to make big moves. Jeff was kind of making excuses for the likes of Joe and David and how they play the game, not really scolding them for it, and more so talking about it as an interesting way to play the game and as if they're changing the game, which would feel like he just bought into Joe's propaganda. But again, it felt like this content was showing Xiaoheen coming off as overconfident, despite the fact that he does seemingly beat Joe and Eva at the end. Again, playing into how strange of an edit this season has, and how there was so much talk about how Joe will run away with this game and how big of a threat he is. And despite jury management issues brought up earlier, I feel like the show really captured how the others were perceiving them, with Joe and Eva seemingly being looked at as goats by this point in the game, which played a major factor into people not targeting them at this point. Anyway, we get to the immunity challenge, which has them like pushing a wheelbarrow through a course and ends with the arch word puzzle, which leads to some intrigue here. Again, a funny moment of Joe answering with "got fun betrayal" spelt incorrectly, which again I guess makes sense considering Joe only knows integrity, he doesn't know betrayal. But we do also get a pretty fun ending with Joe and Camilla finishing back to back, Jeff about to declare Joe as the winner, only for him to stop midway saying, I'm wrong, your puzzle's wrong, Camilla's right, Camilla wins immunity, which again I felt like was a very funny moment there, with it really coming down to just the end pieces, in a spot where it had to be the same color on both sides and Joe had them opposite, to where I didn't even realize that was even a part of the puzzle until Jeff calling it out. So I assume they were told that on the island, where, again, obviously just a fair loss for Joe there. But this ends up being pretty positive content for Camilla here, talking about how she can't believe she won, and her family told her she wouldn't win challenges, so good for her. It does lead to a reward of sushi, chicken teriyaki, and noodles, and chocolate cake, which, again, felt like it didn't match. Anyway, she ends up picking Mitch here as he's eaten the least, and Eva, again, because she needs to make Joe think that she's still with him, but also not fuel Joe, aka her thinking Joe's still going to be here past this round. Where, again, clearly the move was not happening at this point, but despite that, Camilla ends up saying that if she doesn't make the move now, they'll miss their chance, which, again, terrible content for really anybody but Joe, but especially Camilla. But either way, we get to the reward where, again, Eva gets some negative content here, being overconfident once again, saying she's not stressed and that they're just going to vote for Mary, only for Camilla to say that's what she wants Eva to think. Leading to Eva just openly talking about how at Final 6 she's going to be playing her idol no matter what, and that if she wins immunity, she'll play it for Joe, which, again, like, why are you saying this? Which, again, terrible move on island. Doesn't actually feel like the edit like truly scolding her for this, where we don't even get to see any reactions to this comment, despite the fact that this is obviously just abysmal gameplay. But back at camp, we do cut to the rest, just laying down with Xiaoheen being the only one to make noise there, and getting a segment about how annoyed he is that he hasn't won immunity yet, which, again, felt like foreshadowing, but also all this is so boring and dragged out. But he ends up saying that it's like a funeral, but it's not locked in that Mary's going, even though it is. But again, this leads to this back portion of the episode being just a lot of repeated material from earlier in the episode about talk of, are we going to flip against Joe or not, only for him to not do it by the end. But anyway, we end up seeing Mary walking off, with everyone assuming that she's looking for an idol, with Joe saying that he's not going to panic, but there's always a chance that the alliance turns on you, which is bad on paper, considering obviously he does end up panicking, but it does show him being right at the fact that his alliance could be turning against him, as we cut to Kyle and Camilla talking again about the flip against Joe, with Kyle now making the decision to side with Camilla, which I will say, I was pretty surprised that this was the ultimate conclusion here. I did feel like up to this episode, it felt like Kyle was going to eventually side with Joe and Eva, and I was expecting him to let Camilla go. Yeah, instead, again, he does the opposite, which, to be fair, is the right call for his game. But he ends up revealing to her that he's a lawyer, because that's a big surprise. And we get a lot of talk here about them wanting at least one of them in the final 3 to win the $1 million if they are there. They don't want both of them on the jury, which I feel like is a very weird thing to talk about, as, again, like, why not have both of you in the final 3? Now, again, I get there's a lot of meta Modern Survivor of wanting your number 1 ally on the jury to campaign for you, but obviously that didn't work out too well for Charlie. I think the more optimal strat here is to get to the end with your partnership, but then just outplay your partner along the way. But anyway, all this was actually pretty positive content if it wasn't for the fact that they don't take the shot here. Where, again, Camilla talks about how Joe's the biggest threat, and Kyle says that if we make the move today and it works, we both get to the end, which, again, considering the fact that they didn't, is bad. But also says that they know they're turning on Joe, just when, which is, again, bad, showing them hesitating in the game. In a spot where, again, they're doing it because they say they don't trust Mary. Where, again, I think this kind of thing is, again, it really shouldn't matter, especially as we then cut to Mary saying that she's pulling a Russell Hantz, I guess, in deciding to just tell Joe that she's voting for him, which, again, I don't know if that's something Russell Hantz would do, but it is a spot here where this just makes the move even easier for Kyle and Camilla. Again, for Kyle and Camilla, they don't even need to loop in Mary at this point. They know Mary is voting for Joe. Even if you don't trust her, who cares? And as long as you have Mitch on board, you win the day no matter what at this point. So again, this very much feels like a wasted opportunity here. A spot where, again, this was such a prime opportunity to take out a person that everyone is talking about as the biggest threat in the game. And for you to not do that is fundamentally bad when he has all these other allies around him, when he has these advantages in play, and when he has a good chance of winning immunity, and when you have the numbers secured if you make this move here. So again, I think this is just an insane play that they did not go through with here. That just made the path for them so much more difficult following this. But anyway, this ends up leading to, again, the more questionable content from Joe saying he's not panicked, but he's unsettled. That Mary threw his name out, where he thinks that Mary had an idol and wants to split the vote now, which I will say conceptually is not bad. I think if you were Joe, you should be putting your vote on someone else. In the case that an idol was played, again, that would save you in the game. The problem is that he's telling everyone about this. They goes to Mitch and Kyle, of all people, telling them he wants to split the vote, which, again, for them, just makes it easier for them to pull off this move if they were to want to make it. Well, also, this is a spot where, like, who are you splitting the vote on? Now, obviously, I think you would assume it would have to be Camilla in the spot where he is telling Mitch, but obviously, I think Mitch would be a pretty prime option to split the vote on as well, to where, again, like, why are you telling people on the outsides of your alliance the fact that you're willing to split votes in this position? And again, we do end up seeing, like, Shaheen scold him for letting other people know, and says, "Welcome to Survivor. I've had my name written down twice." He said that this shows that Joe's willing to flip and write his name down, which it's like, does it? Again, I feel like this has no bearing on Shaheen at all, but which I guess is like trying to justify Shaheen potentially making a move at Joe. Yeah, again, this really did not feel like an apt reasoning for it, but really it was just, again, more of a red herring of, oh, is Shaheen gonna flip on Joe, only for that to not happen, along with Kyle also talking about that I could be putting the nail in this coffin, only for him to not do it either. We're clearly none of this mattered, and we were just getting an easy Mary vote. Obviously not a great look for Joe on his way out with this episode, but anyway, we get the tribal, which was so boring. We got so much talk about why they're playing the game and who they're playing it for, when it's like, dude, I don't care. But again, I'm a proponent of, again, I think we should be getting backstory sequences about these players. I do want to know about these players' backgrounds and why they are the way they are coming into the season, but I don't need them talking about how much they love their parents for 5 minutes. I feel like that's something that just simply does not need to be on their show. But I did find it interesting that Kyle does end up saying during his tribal that players don't make moves and regret it for the rest of their lives, where we cut to Shaheen, where, again, I felt like that was clearly meant to be foreshadowing there. But anyway, we get to the vote where it's, who would have guessed it, 6-1 Mary vote. I never would have guessed that. Though it does lead to probably the best moment of the entire episode, in that as Mary gets up to go, so does David, just standing there awkwardly, which obviously I'm assuming he's like trying to honor her, as, again, he talks about in his Ponderosa video, and that he wanted Mary to win, as, again, you would just expect. But again, this was so awkward and so funny. Again, just this image of him just awkwardly standing there. But either way, we lose Mary, and again, I really liked Mary on the show. I thought she was a really fun character, someone that had some really great confessionals. The problem is that we just didn't get enough of her. I feel like, again, that middle portion of the season, she was just pretty quiet which I felt like that was pretty lacking after, again, having a pretty fun first few episodes. That being said, I don't think Mary's the greatest player in the world. Obviously, her game on the season is very rocky. She would have been out episode 3, had not been for Shot in the Dark. She gets kicked out of the Majority Alliance. She pretty ineffective in actually getting people to do what she wants them to do. So I do think she's a very questionable player, but one I did think was a pretty fun TV presence here, and one I wouldn't be opposed to seeing back down the road. But now for episode 12, moving on to an episode where a move finally happens. Just not the move most people wanted, but still, we do start off with Eva, once again coming off very overconfident, but at least getting to talk about how she didn't use her safety without power, because they had to wrap that up on the show, but still comes off very overconfident, saying that it's going to be her alliance of 4, picking off the other 2, thus seeing them land on wanting to take out Mitch, saying no one wants to go against him in the final, even though we later see people want to go against him in the final. But anyway, we get tree mail for a reward challenge, with this leading to some really strange content from Xiaohin, saying that he'll be upset if it's another arm-based challenge, as he's been working hard on his legs, to which he shows them off and says that these things are incredible and should be in a museum, with, again, this really big dodo music playing. That, again, felt very clear that Xiaohin was not winning at this point, and again, felt clear that this was potentially a setup for fall even in this episode. But that's when we do see Mitch finally saying it's time to make a move, which he will, again, surely do. But again, he ends up campaigning here to Xiaohin, with Xiaohin questioning if he should go for Joe and Eva, or is he delusional, which I feel like the edit leaned on that. Says that people think Joe is playing the best game, but he knows he's not playing the best game, as I'm playing the best game. Which this time isn't portrayed in a dodo light in this moment, again, which my initial read of this was that they were trying to make us think that taking out Xiaohin was actually a good move for Joe, as again, he's a threat now, but in retrospect, it probably obviously was to emphasize just how much Joe probably can't win if he gets to the end. Where again, he says that I care about Joe, but is it worth the risk? Yet. Again, very much implying that he is going to be targeting Joe eventually, which again, I feel like this is set up here to make Joe taking out Xiaohin, while again, not a good move in reality, again, not a move that isn't as terrible based on the edit. Anyway, this leads to more content from Kyle about how he's at a crossroads, but it does lead to Kyle and Camilla talking about making a move, with Camilla saying she's not worried to sit next to Mitch and really wants to go after Joe, saying that he's perceived as the leader and has a really good story and no one wants to sit with him at the end. Which again, more of Camilla just propping up Joe. Oh, she says that Kyle is hesitant, which again, I think is bad considering, again, the premiere of the season focused around how you should be attacking, not hesitating, but it says that him and Xiaohin are playing a game of chicken, but need to start playing Survivor and not let Joe and Eva decide who's going home. And this is their final shot and they need to take it, which is, again, bad that they don't take the shot at Joe and Eva. Either way, we get to the reward challenge, during which it's pouring, and obviously with Jeff hyping that up. But again, it's the endurance challenge, which again, interesting to see an endurance challenge here for a reward. But it's the one that, again, Katura end up dropping out at in 45, again, when you're just like holding on to a ramp. And again, it was kind of dull, but the reward itself ends up involving letters from home, with a lot of focus around Joe here. And again, unshockingly, Xiaohin ends up pulling out the win, and he ends up picking Joe and Kyle, with obviously there being heroic music as he picks Joe. Though this ends up leading to a lot of dodo content for Xiaohin here, where you get, again, a sequence back at camp with Mitch and Camilla, really clowning him for making the wrong choice, saying he's fueling Joe in challenges, and that he's giving away the $1 million, giving it to Joe, which again, all very good content for Joe, but also says now that if Joe wins immunity, Xiaohin can go, which I wonder if that will happen. Either way, we get the reward where Xiaohin makes a Liz Wilcox reference, so that's something. But again, they get their letters from home, with Xiaohin's letter from his mom getting kind of brushed over for Joe, who cries at his letter from his kid and reads the entirety of it, with his son saying, believe in yourself. And it really ends up propping this up as, the best advice ever, which leads to his big moment later on. But also here we end up getting focus around Kyle getting his letter from his dad. Also very strong content for him, even though it weirdly transitions to talk about how Joe and Xiaohin have lost their dads, which transitions to now Joe talking about the passing of his sister, which I will say, surprising this story did not get introduced earlier on in the season, but I guess they were really saving it for this one moment on the show, where again, this was a big thing in the preseason. Again, the major reason why it applied to be on the show to begin with, and supposedly, again, was talking about it during the early days of the season. Just again, they just did not focus on it until just this big moment here, where again, he talks about losing his sister to domestic violence and how he fought on the phone with her the night before and is struggling with that guilt. Again, all this very sympathetic content that leads to them, again, returning to camp, where Joe says it's time and talks about his motivation here of playing the game because she was a fan. And apply to get needed closure and start some healing, where this ends up being this big emotional heroic moment here for Joe, with him just on his own talking to his sister with, again, weirdly the camera right in his face, apologize for what happened, that he couldn't protect her, which again is obviously just a very sad scene here, but is again one that's clearly meant to make Joe even more likable, with him saying that he now has the courage to say this out loud and needed this closure to say goodbye, which again, this is all obviously just a moment that further makes Joe a really rootable presence in this spot. But while also at the sanctuary, we did also get some strategy talk, particularly around Xiaohin, with him first talking to Joe about if they should take out Kyle or not, with Joe saying that he doesn't think so because he doesn't think they lose to Kyle, with them really solidifying their final three of them and Eva, which again they will surely stick to, though it is during this moment where you see Joe noticing that Xiaohin is hesitating, leading to this kind of awkward back and forth between them. That again has Joe clearly noticing something is up, and I do think Joe, while again ultimately is tricked by Kyle and Camilla, I do think he was having his suspicions against Xiaohin. Clearly there was this building tension between the two, and again Joe's shown to be right here, where we cut to Xiaohin talking about maybe risking it all and talks game with Kyle, with even Kyle in this spot saying that if Joe goes, they're the front runners, which again, Joe will surely go. And again, we see them joking about beating a firefighter and fire, and Xiaohin rolling his eyes, which again felt like foreshadowing, though it wasn't, but this does ultimately lead to Xiaohin deciding to target Eva as a move to weaken Joe, in a spot where I don't fully get the logic here from Xiaohin. He talks about how we can't take the shot at Joe because that would just empower Eva on the jury. Even though they talk about how Eva's not a jury threat, where wouldn't Joe be more dangerous then? And isn't voting out Eva giving Joe a proponent on the jury? Though I guess you don't really think Eva's as influential. But now I think the move to take out Eva here for Xiaohin is pretty bad. As again, it's a move where who does he really have left at that point? And again, Kyle and Camilla are not working with him. He seems to have a relationship with Mitch, but again, doesn't seem to be closer to obviously Kyle and Camilla. During, I think him thinking about taking the shot at Eva here just feels very misguided, and also in a spot where it kind of backfires on him. Or again, him talking about this concept allows Kyle to have this ammunition to utilize against Joe. Now, at the end of the day, I do think Xiaohin has said that, again, this was edited a bit weird in the sense that they actually had a conversation about everybody. They just only focused in on this one specific part of it, which, again, I think is another thing that probably helped Joe's edit in the sense that, again, it has them really making it seem like Xiaohin was going to target Joe and Eva when he wasn't. And I think that's pretty clear by the fact that he never does following this. Again, the vote does land on Mitch. He never actually votes for Eva. Yeah, edit really tries to make it seem like he is really willing to take this shot. But again, I think it's a shot that is a bad shot for Xiaohin and really backfires on him. All while I actually do think this is a better move for Kyle. Ultimately, he does take out Xiaohin simply because he doesn't trust him. But again, I do think at the end of the day, taking out Eva, who has an idol with her, in a spot where she's in a duo with Joe, is definitely more beneficial, along with the fact that I think it also helps more of the jury. While Eva is someone that, again, not many people look at as a threat, and still taking her out with an idol in her pocket, but also, again, taking out Joe's true number one ally is a more powerful move than Xiaohin, someone that Joe was already kind of being sus on anyway. Now, in retrospect, Xiaohin was the bigger jury threat, and Joe and Eva, beyond this, do want to take Kyle to 3. So obviously it works out for him really well, and it turns out to be a move that actually wins him the game and wins him respect over Joe and Eva. And he did have an accurate read that Joe and Eva were not jury threats, to where, while I do think on paper going to the final 5 with a powerful duo and has an idol in their pocket is, again, kind of a ridiculous move, I do think it ultimately ends up becoming the correct move for him, even though it does lead to a little bit more of a precarious final 4 situation. But again, it just feels like this follow-up on their previous content, the fact that Kyle just never was able to trust Xiaohin in a spot where, again, I do think it would have benefited him to actually go along with this plan. But again, at the end of the day, Xiaohin's probably not going along with this plan anyway, so again, it's a bit of a mess in the grand scheme of things. But again, we see them return from a reward where we have Kyle revealing his master plan, where he goes to Camilla saying he has a move that can get them to the final 4, and a move that undermines Joe's game, and the narrative that Joe has been in control, so one of them can win. Where again, we have them planning to tell Joe about Xiaohin wanting Eva out, and also deciding to spread a lie about how Xiaohin has an idol, which again they did before, but now they're actually doing it, and it actually works this time. And again, using the fact that their relationship's secret to convince Joe this isn't this master plan against him, which again, very impressive play. The fact that they actually make this go through, very impressive. I do have some qualms here with this plan. Again, outside of even just the target, I think this notion of lying about the idol is a spot where, again, it is very dangerous. Like I said before, again, it is a spot where if Joe and Xiaohin talk, they're screwed. Again, at that point, they know they've been lying and the jig is up. Now, at the end of the day, also, lying about the idol also makes it more likely that they don't talk, as, again, in that world, it would, again, prove if he actually did have an idol, then that would really spook him, make him play the idol in a spot where, again, there was reason to distrust him if he did have an idol. So I think there is merit to doing this, but I also feel like, again, it just opens it up for this fully backfiring on them. And also, even though, again, they ultimately would not have been able to take the shot at Joe anyway, I do think the fact that they don't take the shot at Joe here is just kind of insane. And also very opposed to their storyline about how Joe needs to go or else he'll run away with it, but also taking out Xiaohin, I don't feel is a good enough move to show to the jury that Joe doesn't have control, as again, it's a spot where Joe is at least, again, starting to distrust Xiaohin and was looked at as a big threat to where, again, I just think the move was Eva here, really on all facets. But again, despite that, the move gets propped up as this really good play here with Camilla saying that Kyle's smart and this is the final act that they have to do, which was a weird thing to say. Also weird that this plan doesn't start until after the immunity challenge, where, again, I get the notion that, okay, Xiaohin can win immunity and that would ruin everything, but also I do think there are other downsides to not doing so, which we'll talk about, along with the fact that on the show, this just blatantly spoils the fact that Xiaohin will not win immunity, that this plan was going through. So again, that was also not great, but I get to be a challenge, a pretty boring obstacle course challenge with the snake track at the end. Joe wins his 4th immunity. Who would have guessed it? With, again, Camilla scolding Xiaohin, saying that he threw his game away and that he's going home tonight because he fed Joe, even though they had already made the plan to target Xiaohin instead of Joe, so that makes sense. So finally, we see Kyle going on to enact this plan. It's a spot where it definitely is a lot harder to do this when Joe has immunity, as in that spot, again, like, he shouldn't be worrying too much about his own safety. And realistically, again, him winning immunity should have just outright just stopped the notion that Xiaohin and Joe don't talk, as again, like, there's no way this backfires on Joe in this spot, so it's like, why not just have an open talk with Xiaohin? But also, it's Joe, so. But again, we do see him telling Joe that Xiaohin flipped at the reward and has an idol, with Joe clearly being freaked out a bit in this moment. Though again, I think an issue with not telling him until after he had won immunity is something that, again, Joe doesn't seem to pick up on, is that why is Kyle telling him now? Where, again, this is a spot where supposedly there was this big plan to take out Joe or Eva, and Kyle's just telling him after Joe has immunity. Again, it makes it seem like he was actually in on the plan and is only now saying it because he knows it's not going to go through and wants to do damage control. Where I do think this is a pretty bad look, but again, something that just never falls back on him. But again, it does seem like Joe just doesn't buy this at first, like telling him to give him 30 minutes and that he's analyzing why he would be telling him this, with a lot of focus on this dilemma for Joe, with him seemingly being sus of both. And it's a spot where I feel like the edit does try to defend Joe as much as possible here. Again, by fully going all in on the fact that Xiaohin was willing to take this shot, even though he really wasn't. And we do see him talking to Eva, during which he keeps on saying allegedly when relaying what Kyle had told him, saying that either Kyle or Xiaohin had flipped or Camilla is lying. Again, showing him being aware in that moment, at least, although Eva is saying that she trusts Kyle, which is, again, not a great look. But again, we have the conversation between Joe and Camilla, with Camilla really gloating here about how it's her time to lie, and how she's throwing Xiaohin under the bus, and her favorite thing is to run people over. Which I did find it funny that mid-conversation, a branch breaks and almost hits Camilla, which again, maybe should have been a sign for Joe. But again, she talks about how Joe's buying it, which again, he ultimately does, but again, the edit doesn't show it as that clear cut, which I did not feel like was great for Camilla. Though again, we then lead to a very awkward Joe and Xiaohin conversation, with Joe clearly testing Xiaohin, asking about idols, and Xiaohin doesn't really give a proper response here. Xiaohin just not seemingly picking up on what's going on here, with Joe coming out of this saying that Xiaohin has put his hand in the cookie jar, which again, he's technically not wrong based on what the edit is telling us, but I think it is a spot where I assume Joe was already distrusting of Xiaohin to begin with, and this just further emphasized that, which again, I think is bad practically in the game. Again, I think this is a terrible move for Joe, as again, you have immunity. Why not just have an open conversation with Xiaohin? If he plays the idol, oh well. You can throw Kyle under the bus during this, have them go after each other, still take out Mitch. It still would have been a pretty good spot for him, to where again, I do think this is a pretty bad game move, but I don't feel like the edit is really emphasizing how bad of a game move this is. But really, the rest of the episode, again, isn't particularly great for Joe, in a spot where I think this is what really sunk people's opinions of Joe's winning chances. Though I personally didn't come out of this looking at this too bad, especially considering I do feel like it showed Joe very much being sus of really both sides. Even though, again, he ultimately makes the wrong decision. Again, that is the reality of the situation. He does make the wrong decision. To where, again, I think they try to portray it in as palatable way as possible for Joe here. But at least the Xiaohin, again, ranting to each player in a montage, which is kind of funny, of about how annoyed he is at Joe for that last conversation. Says that it feels like Joe might vote him out tonight. Though despite that, still lands on voting for Mitch. Mitch. Which, to be fair, for Xiaoheen, again, had he kept Joe and Eva's loyalty, is not the worst thing in the world, though obviously, again, you should be taking the shot, Kyle and Camilla. But this does lead to Camilla gloating about Joe and Eva just sitting there while her and Kyle are playing the game hard, which again, I felt like was very strange content considering, again, literally the last few episodes have been focused around how they've been hesitating to take out Joe and Eva. It says that things are going to go according to plan as long as Joe doesn't freak out. Cutting to Joe kind of freaking out with Eva, saying that Kyle and Camilla will be devising all of this, and there's a chance it's bullshit. And again, it feels like the edit trying to show that he's not being completely tricked here by Kyle and Camilla, with him ultimately saying it's a gut call and someone's being deceitful, and at Tribal, he has to figure out who matters. But anyway, we got the Tribal, where clearly Xiaoheen's going home at this spot, considering his downfall edit, and it being set up as him or Mitch, where Mitch just barely got any content in this episode. And again, there's never really the setup of it falling on Kyle or Camilla, to where unless there was some sort of flashback sequence, it was very unlikely anyone but Xiaoheen was going home. But again, we do get a lot of focus around Joe and his decision here, a lot of focus around him staring at both Kyle and Xiaoheen at points, and them tuning out the audio. And again, this is very, very strange, which I don't really know what we're meant to be getting out of this, because I could see multiple reads here. Again, the read that despite all this, he still ultimately makes the wrong call is something to be gleaned here, or it could just be a spot where it shows him still being sus of both, which again, I still think is not a bad look for him. Either way, we get to the vote where no idols are played, which I do question again, how'd you not at least attempt to flush Eva's idol and just allow her to have an idol for 5? But anyway, we get 2 Mitch votes, with Camilla being one of them, in a spot where, again, it was clearly a split. But again, Xiaoheen gets voted out in a 4-2 votes, with him saying that you took out the best player and you know it. With, again, it's still, which again, I feel like was still coming off as like Xiaoheen going here was still not necessarily a bad move for the people that took him out. But either way, we do lose Xiaoheen. And Xiaoheen's someone that, again, I came into this season being very excited for. Again, he was my winner pick. He was someone that I did feel had a lot of potential, where I thought he would be a great confessionalist, and he kind of ends up being fine. Now, again, he had some fun dodo moments. He does have some fun liners here and there. He also does get incredulous at points that is interesting. But I did feel like as a whole, I was a bit underwhelmed by Xiaoheen as a character, whereby how he was portrayed in the 46th preseason. I was kind of expecting him to be this like big villain, this like potential modern Russell Hansian sort of figure, but he really wasn't. He instead just plays a pretty standard game of sticking with his alliance and not really pulling off like a big maneuver at any point, to where, while again, I think he's a fine enough player. Again, he seemed to have influence at points. He was able to avoid being targeted for most of the game, despite the fact that so many people seem to be sus on him. Again, I think there are impressive aspects of Xiaoheen's game, but I did think his overall role on the season was a bit underwhelming to me based on what I thought it would be coming into the season. But then we get to the finale, where we get so much focus around Kyle and Camilla, which was obviously a very bad sign for Joe and Eva here. Again, I did come into this finale still feeling like Joe had the win, though those doubts definitely crept up right from the beginning here, getting so much focus around Kyle, talking about winning the game of chicken with Xiaoheen. Now has all the options to get to Final Four. Oh, we see Eva again get negative content once again, saying that she made the right call, and that her and Joe trust Kyle. Though we do end up, again, seeing Joe being worried about the concept of him being duped, which again was a little bit of justification for that, even though, again, at the end of the day, it definitely felt like the edit was more so supporting Kyle and Camilla at this point, with Camilla talking about being shocked that it worked out, and how they not fact check, and talks about her acting skills and how she deserves an Emmy, with all this continuing to be, again, some more overconfident, villainous sort of content for Camilla, to where while she does get good content here, talking about having to own up to her lies, coming in the final Tribal, and saying that people underestimate her, and she's been lying to everybody, it very much felt like this was more so content leading up to a fall, where I personally still did not feel confident in Camilla going on to win at this point. And it's about where I actually do feel like Camilla's edit was a tad more consistent than Kyle. I actually came into the finale itself being a tad higher on Camilla than Kyle, particularly due to Kyle's very shallow earlier edit. But it was with this content here, I did feel more inclined to think Kyle was going to win over Camilla. Anyway, we then get the typical new era trope of them doing a competition to determine who gets an advantage in the immunity challenge, which, again, who cares? Now, again, I like that called back to the opening of the lock to get the idols early on the season, but outside that, boring. Eva wins. Who cares? It doesn't matter anyway. We get to the immunity challenge, a boring obstacle course, and who would have guessed it? Everything just comes down to the puzzle anyway. And despite Camilla being super far behind, she obviously has this comeback victory, making the entire advantage pointless. But again, Camilla's win here being really hyped up on the show, which is funny because considering they literally spoiled us in the promos for the episode of showing Camilla having the immunity necklace around her neck, which is, again, kind of insane, but kind of less insane than them also spoiling Mitch getting put out by having a shot of the jury coming into the Final Four Tribal, which, again, is insane, but to be fair, it's not hiding it that much anyway on the episode. Anyway, we got a lot of talk here from Camilla about how she can't be voted out, which again, definitely felt like ironic content there. Again, her still not getting to the end despite her not being able to get voted out. But again, we get lots of talk about how there's an old Camilla and a new Camilla, but it's like, really, who cares? Anyway, she also gets a reward where she ends up taking Eva for some reason, not really explained, and ultimately doesn't matter anyway, where nothing of note comes from their reward here. But back at camp, we do see the men end up washing themselves and playing in the water and talking about how ridiculous they look, so that's something. But it's also here where we finally get properly reintroduced to Kyle's storyline. Again, him bringing up how he's failed since the beginning of the season, and this solid content gets reiterated across the finale in a spot where it felt pretty clear this is supposed to be this like full circle moment. Again, seeing how Kyle developed from the beginning, where he was reckless, and now he's learned timing and patience, and that's what wins him the game. Which, again, is a fair storyline, but I do just feel like it's portrayed in a very strange way. With, again, the emphasis on that storyline really coming from just the premiere and the finale, where it doesn't really feel like we see the progression leading up to that. But either way, Mitch ends up talking about how Joe's vulnerable, and this is the first time that him, Kyle, and Camilla have the numbers to take him out. With, again, Mitch finally wanting to make a move. The problem is that Kyle's not on board, and clearly not from the beginning, where he talks about Joe's a huge threat, but Mitch is also a huge threat. Which, again, really doesn't translate well to the show, as it really does seem insane that they don't make a move on Joe at this point, which, I mean, to be fair to Kyle, again, maybe was the right call. I mean, obviously his optimal final three was Joe and Eva. It does seem like Mitch would have been somebody that at least would have taken some votes away from him. Same thing with Camilla as well, where, again, he had a optimal final three right in front of him that included Joe. But again, I just feel like it's a very strange aspect of this endgame. The fact that we get so much content about how Joe will run away with the game if we don't make the move, and then they ultimately never make the move, and they get rewarded for that anyway. But again, taking out Mitch here does put Kyle in a position where he either needs to win immunity or he needs to win fire. Again, if Joe and Eva win immunity, obviously they're taking each other. Kyle will go into fire against Camilla. Camilla herself is throwing him in. And so again, the only way he doesn't go into fire is by him winning immunity, which again, I think is a tad of a knock here. Though again, that's also, again, kind of just the issue of forced fire making as a concept. The fact that they always have fire making as a backup there. And again, it seemed like Kyle was pretty confident in his fire making ability, especially against anybody but Joe, to where, again, it's not a major criticism here. But here we do see Camilla saying that we could take out Joe as he's dominating the game, but Kyle and Mitch are jury threats, that she's worried about splitting the votes, where it did seem like Siva ultimately did end up voting as a voting block by the end. I don't know if it was intentional, but again, they did. To where in a spot where you're to lone Siva in the final three, again, they would make up half the jury, to where, again, I do think this is at least sound strategic thought here. But again, we get the first setup here to Camilla not wanting to sit at the end against Kyle, but also doesn't want to make the move against him now, saying that she thought she could separate heart from emotion, but can't, even though she can the following round, where it really felt like a lot of this was based on the concept that she wanted either her or Kyle to win the game, which obviously if both of them get to the final four, it is essentially a guarantee if they're against Joe and Eva. The problem I have with this entire sequence is that they pretend like Camilla actually had a choice in any of this. This is, again, like, Joe and Eva were never voting out Kyle. Like, this was never happening. And this entire, like, idea that Camilla had the power here to take out Kyle but then didn't, again, is just so misguided, as again, I just simply don't think she ever had that ability. And I think that is a major criticism of Camilla's game in general for me, is I just don't feel like Camilla ever has actual power almost ever in the game. It really is a lot of her game relying on what Kyle wants to do, where even if she individually wants to make a move, it simply will never go through from like the final 8 on without Kyle's approval. And I think that is, again, a major criticism of Camilla's game from my point of view. But anyway, we do see her and Kyle talking about how they're not concerned about Joe and Eva, which, again, did seem to be the general mindset by the time of the final 6, where even Shaheen had the state of mind. Though, again, very weird they just didn't really show it until now. Anyway, they talk about how they think the Shaheen move was enough, which ultimately it does. Again, this is a correct call. Them explain the Shaheen move seemingly was a game-winning move to knock down Joe and Eva in its own right. The problem I have with it is, again, it would not work on me. I mean, like, for me personally, I think this is a thing to prop up Joe. The fact that, again, you take a shot at Shaheen over Joe, someone that everyone is telling you is dominating this game. And while obviously that didn't necessarily translate to jury respect, I do think personally, from my point of view, if I was on the island, I would be frustrated with the likes of Kyle and Camilla for never taking the shot against Joe. I would more so want to reward Joe as the winner because of that. But ultimately leads to them agreeing to take out Mitch, as he'll help them get jury votes, which, again, fair. Did seem like he was a pretty big Kyle and Camilla fan on the jury, but this leads to them telling Mitch that he's going home and that he has no chance to save himself. And this is boring. Where again, obviously they spoiled that he was going home anyway, so I guess again they really did not care about that this would happen. But I do find it funny how this is followed by Mitch saying that he should have made a move, which is like, no shit. Either way, we got the tribal where it is very funny how we just get open talk about how Mitch is going home and even cut to the jury just seemingly being annoyed, which again, I don't know if it was because they were rooting for Mitch or if it was their frustrations at not getting rid of Joe. Probably a mix of both, but either way, it's a boring Mitch vote where he ends up voting for Kyle, which isn't explained, but also Eva plays her idol, which doesn't matter, but this does lead to a pretty big heroic exit for Mitch in a spot where Jeff does later talk about his love of Mitch, which, why he is so boring. But anyway, we lose Mitch. He was so boring. I think Mitch, again, was kind of a dud for me on this season. I don't really feel like he brought much to the show. I thought his confessionals were very shallow. I don't think he played the game in a particularly interesting way. Now, again, it did seem like he might have won against Joe and Eva, which at least credit to him for that, I guess. But really, his path there, again, was just not really there. And I think that's a major criticism of Mitch. Beyond that, obviously, again, do have a lot of respect for Mitch. Again, he obviously has a very sympathetic backstory. And I do like that he was able to tell his story on Survivor. But realistically, again, he's someone that I never want to see on TV ever again. But then we get to the final four, where we do get a lot of hyping up here of how it's two duos against each other that played two different games, where it's almost as if that's the story of the season, and that's a major reason why production probably likes the season. Where again, we see them being polar opposites here. Again, Joe and Eva talking, instantly agreeing to take each other. That was never in doubt. Oh, while Camilla just openly admits to Kyle that she's sending him in the fire, with both seemingly agreeing that they have to take the other out to win the game, which is obviously not optimal gameplay from them. I mean, Camilla's the one that really started this, where while ultimately it doesn't really matter, as Kyle was likely not taking her anyway. Again, you should be pretending here, especially if you're in a spot where Camilla likely would pull off the win against Kyle. I feel like she had a lot more to lose here, but it does lead to Camilla saying that she's going to throw Kyle in with Joe so that Joe can beat him. Oh, we see Kyle talking to Joe, with Joe talking about how he has to avoid fire at all costs, and does do pretty good work here in getting Kyle to take him to the final three, in a spot where I don't think this is the optimal move from Kyle. I do think this is more so an emotional move, something he is doing due to his out-of-game relationship with Joe, but I do think it is a spot where Joe should be going to fire here. Again, Joe is clearly shown to be the better fire maker between him and Eva, and through that, I think he would more handily beat Camilla. To where, again, for Kyle, at this point in the game, again, if it is true that Camilla would beat him at the end, I think this is a bad move. Again, this is literally him risking his win even more in this spot, by where he should be doing everything you can to make sure Camilla doesn't win fire. Though with that, I did find it interesting that we instantly got shut down this concept of a Joe and Eva fire-making challenge, which was something being talked about throughout a lot of the season. People thought that that's where their story was going, which I personally didn't. To be fair, I didn't play out the way I was expecting either, where again, I was expecting Joe to win final immunity and take Eva, to play into the concept of how he's taking her with him. But I did feel like the notion of a Joe and Eva fire-making challenge, like Joe laying down his sword in that spot, again, would have been just a very strange conclusion to their storyline. But either way, we get to the final immunity challenge, which is submotion. I can't believe it. And Kyle wins. I also can't believe that after getting so much focus around what he's going to do with it. But again, it leads to good Kyle content here, saying that he didn't drop the ball this time, really playing into his story. But right away, we see Kyle decide to keep his promise and take Joe, telling Eva that she's going in the fire, leading to a pretty lengthy sequence here of Eva and Camilla practicing, with Camilla not doing well. In a spot where, again, I think that is also a major criticism of Camilla's game for me, is the fact that I don't think she has a path to the final three playing the game she does. I don't think there is a situation where people are taking her to the end, and through that she fundamentally needs to win either final immunity, which she doesn't do, or fire. And the problem is that she seems to really suck at fire and probably beats nobody in fire, to where, again, to me, that is also a major detriment to Camilla's game in the end here, where it just felt pretty impractical she was going to make it through this round. But either way, we see Eva also struggling a lot here, and that leads to her having another episode, panicking over not being able to do it, with Kyle and Joe hearing her cry from back at camp, leading to Joe answering the call, and leading to another heartwarming moment here between Joe and Eva, of him proceeding to teach her how to make fire, and does actually also offer to go into fire instead of her, which I actually did think was a practical situation here. While I never thought Joe would lose the game because of this, I did think the concept of him throwing himself in the fire to protect Eva and ultimately come out on top in the fire making challenge was a very likely possibility, only for Eva to instantly shut that down and say that she needs to do it herself, which, again, all this was very strong content and obviously very circumstantial, but still very weird to get this like really over the top moment right before they go on to lose a jury vote. Also here, we do see Kyle seemingly seemingly considering throwing himself in the fire as well, which I think is genuinely insane. Now, again, obviously, yes, you should be bettering the odds of taking out Camilla, and obviously, if you take out Camilla yourself, that's just another move on your resume. A big issue with that is the fact that obviously you are risking yourself. Also, the fact that I just don't understand how he's never considering putting in Joe, which again, I guess this personal bond really means that much to him that he's not willing to burn Joe anyway. But I do think this is a spot where I once again will credit Joe, even though again, obviously a lot of it is based around the concept of Joe as a GOAT, but the fact that again, it's never even brought up from Kyle's perspective. The idea of throwing Joe in the fire, I think is something that, again, I will credit Joe, which is how good of a bond he had with Kyle in this spot. Either way, Tribal plays out as expected with Kyle taking Joe, leading to a really shocked jury, where at the time when I saw this, I was like, oh, this might be like a Woo style move of him taking the biggest threat to the end, but obviously, no, it's not. So I did find it very funny just how happy Jeff looked as he told Joe that he's in the final three, which again felt like he clearly just loved the Joe. But either way, we get the Eva versus Camilla fire making, with Camilla struggling to get a fire from the start and really finally like just talking to herself the entire time and even like encouraging Eva at points. But ultimately, Eva does make a fire. It starts to hit the rope, only for her to get screwed by the wind again. Which, why are we still doing this again? And just doing a voting booth. I don't care about the fucking audio. Just fucking do it properly. But again, it causes her fire to die down, and she starts panicking with Joe calming her down. But ultimately, again, she wins, kind of expected. And with that, we lose Camilla, who, as I said, again, I think a very savvy player. Definitely one of the more strategic players of the season. I think a major issue for me, though, is, again, I just don't think she plays a winning game in the sense that I don't think she has a path to the end. I don't think there is anybody that is taking her to the end. I think it's very unlikely she actually gets herself to the end outside of winning Final Immunity. Which, I mean, to be fair, obviously, if the Final Immunity Challenge was the one from 46, which was a puzzle, again, she likely does win that. So, again, it's not like she had like a 0% chance of winning Final Immunity, but she clearly seemed to have a 0% chance of winning Fire, and I think that is a major detriment to Camilla's game. That being said, again, I think she did very good work working alongside Kyle, though obviously she wasn't as well positioned as Kyle throughout a lot of the season. But obviously, I still think Camilla's a pretty strong player on the season. I think she's also a really fun character at points, too. I think she has some great confessionals. I kind of wish we got a bit more of that side of her, where I feel like her villainous content got died down a bit. She's still a pretty fun character, and probably one of the people I would be the most okay with seeing play again for down the road. Anyway, we then get to the final three breakfast, where we get the typical content of them talking about each of their games, and we hear from the jury, with Kyle being really hyped up as the strategic player of the three, with Camilla, Mitch, and Xiaoheen all propping him up for that, which is a pretty good sign for his perception from the jury. All Eva's felt very half-hearted, with not much talk about her actual game. Again, I would not be shocked if Eva was not particularly high on most people's boards coming into Final Tribal. All while Joe gets propped up as a strong competitor, with Star even saying that he deserves the win as he dominated this game, only for her to not vote for him at the end. But again, it seemed like setup of him needing to own his game to win, only for that to not matter. Which again, very strange from a storytelling perspective, especially when this was set up episodes ago as well. But anyway, we do get a funny little camp life scene here of them revealing their secrets, Eva revealing her science background, and Kyle revealing he's a lawyer, into a pretty funny reaction from Joe, who says he's just a fire captain. But and really funny that both of them were clearly just saving these reveals for the jury, which again has become part of the meta that is just kind of annoying. Like something I personally wouldn't care about, but seems like some jury members do. And Kyle ends up getting the final words coming into Tribal, which felt like a good sign for him, especially with not much characterization for Joe on the way to Tribal, in a spot where, again, if Joe were to win, I would have expected him to get this like full circle moment, talking about how he did this for his sister or did it for his kids, but that never really comes up at this point, which was pretty much the death knell for Joe and his likelihood to win at this point, though it does get progressively worse as we get the Final Tribal, where we really just don't see much of Joe, with it really turning out to be a Kyle-Eva battle, which was so mind-blowing to me. And the fact that Joe is just kind of shut out of the edit here was really bizarre considering his edit beforehand, where, again, we really only see him in relation to Eva, or in him propping up how he's a 45-year-old dad and talks about using the money for his kids, which just felt like a rather weak ending to Joe's season here that had been, again, so strong up to this point. But anyway, again, we get Eva talking about her relationship with Joe, saying that they're one of the strongest duos in Survivor history, with Camilla making a face to that. And the jury seemingly being annoyed with this concept, with like Chrissy talking about how only one of you can win. When are you going to betray each other? Which is like, again, it doesn't benefit them to betray each other. Like, I guess you want them like fighting more for their right to win the game at Final Tribal. But I still find the entire notion that you have to betray your number one ally, and so much emphasis being put onto that in Modern Survivor, is just very weird to me. Also, we get Kyle and Eva revealing their real life secrets, but also I feel like Eva had a pretty great moment during this as well, revealing her safety without power, which in essence, again, not great. Obviously, it's just showing you had advantage advantage, which really doesn't do much considering you didn't actually use it. However, I feel like the way that Eva talked about this was actually, again, pretty good. Again, talking about using the safety without power not for what it was intended to be used, but instead using it as a way to solidify her alliance. Again, only telling the likes of Joe, Xiaoheen, and Kyle, again, was a great answer here, where I did feel like Eva was outperforming Kyle throughout a lot of this final tribal. I felt like Eva, again, had a pretty strong final tribal here, where, again, I really came into this thinking she should be dead to rights, yet she ultimately does pull out a few votes by the end. Though the knock against her performance here really comes from her trying to claim the Xiaoheen move, leading to Camilla saying, "I got you" to Kyle, and being excited that Eva fell into her trap, which leads to her giving Kyle the floor to explain the move, which was the best part of his final tribal, and what was otherwise a pretty milquetoast performance here, where I really don't feel like he had the gusto you would have expected from him throughout his performance, where even this, again, his best moment of final tribal, had to be prompted here by Camilla, where, again, I do think Kyle had a lot of strong suits in the game and had a lot to talk about his intentionality in the game, yet we really don't see much of that outside of this moment at final tribal here. But also here we get focus around David saying knock knock and revealing that he was pretending to be pissed the entire time, even though he was supposedly actually pissed at Ponderosa. But again, still really funny that like his really like stern face was like all a performance for him. But again, really, I felt like he came off pretty tame in this spot, where I was fully expecting this entire jury to be extremely bitter during the jury questioning. Instead, it just felt kind of bland. Outside of it, leading to Kyle talking about his bubble butt and needing to call Cedric's friends to fix that, I guess. And Eva calling out Maria from 46 and saying she's an old woman, which, again, funny to see her catching strays, especially in a spot where it's like she's not that much older than Joe, who has been beating you in challenges. But either way, we get to the actual votes, where we do end up seeing Cedric first voting for Joe, which felt like the complete death knell for Joe, where, again, it was already not looking good, but I think once we see Cedric as the vote for Joe, that is extremely damning in the sense that why Cedric, someone that we never saw his relationship with Joe? Again, it would have made a lot more sense if we had seen the likes of Xiaoheen or even a Star voting for Joe, but the fact that we get Cedric voting for Joe, I think it became very clear at that point that Cedric was probably Joe's only vote, and that's why he's being shown in this spot. Oh, we see Mary ending up voting for Eva alongside Star, which was a surprising jury vote as well. Where, again, just in general, the concept of Eva getting second here was so mind-blowing to me coming into the finale, though obviously felt earned due to her pretty strong final trial performance. In Express, she does talk about the intentionality of her game in a spot where, again, I do buy the fact that I think Eva's game was probably more intentional than Joe's, for whatever that's worth, even though I think Joe is a lot more integral to the success of their alliance as a whole. But anyway, Kyle ends up ultimately pulling out the win here, receiving 5 votes. Again, the 4 Sivas plus Xiaoheen, in what was a fine conclusion to the season, and one that really turns this season on its head for me, in a spot where I felt like a lot of this season was the Joe and Eva story, and through that, again, I felt like Joe pulling out the win by the end, again, would have been the story that production loved, that a player like Joe who dominates in challenges and has so many of these very emotional moments on the show pulls out the win, but it turns out the opposite, which, again, makes sense, but based on the current meta of Survivor, that they would not want this like honesty, loyalty game to be respected, even though at the end of the day, like Jeff seemed to be very high on it on the On Fire podcast, where I did feel like the ultimate result here of Kyle winning here was, while not unexpected entirely from a more practical situation, I felt like storyline wise on this season just felt like a very weird way to conclude this season. A season that, again, I think ultimately will probably be remembered more so for the Joe and Eva relationship, at least from the casual perspective, where, again, I think so many of the season's bigger moments revolve around Joe and Eva. So while I think probably the superfan community will be more so siding towards the Kyle and Camilla side of things, I do think the emphasis that Joe and Eva had in this season's bigger moments does lead to this being, again, a very strange conclusion that they get to the end and then lose. But beyond that, again, we do also get the after show, and that doesn't even deserve my breath. Really, the only thing of note there is the handing David milk. So that's something. But anyway, that's the end of the season. To wrap it up, let's talk about the finalists. Starting it off with Joe, which, again, I still cannot believe Joe got 3rd place on it. Like, that is insane to me. And again, I've been high on Joe the entire season. I had him as my number 1 contender from the beginning to end. Mind you, there's a lot of out-of-game reasons for that as well, and the fact that Jeff seemingly loved the season, the fact that Joe was all over the promos, the fact that Joe had such a great introduction on the show. Though that being said, again, I was not 100% on Joe coming into the finale. There definitely were enough red flags there to where I was less confident in a Joe win than I was with, again, the likes of Rachel, the likes of Kenzie and Dee in particular, to where, again, I think I probably came into the finale seeing the world where someone like Kyle or Camilla could pull out the win, though, again, was not expecting it. And I do think it leads to, again, a lot of the storytelling of the season feeling a bit disjointed to me. I'm not saying that I actually even like Joe on the show. Again, I personally do feel like Joe, while actually like a pretty compelling presence listening to him in interviews, again, I don't think it translated that well on the show. Again, he came off as a very likable guy, but one that, again, just was not a particularly interesting Survivor player. Again, he obviously plays the honesty loyalty game. Again, plays very reactionary to where he only makes moves if people are coming after him. And again, it's just not a particularly fun game to watch. And because of that, again, if we do see Joe again, I'm not particularly excited for it. Though considering how much of a casual fan favorite he seems to be, it does obviously make sense. But then we move on to Eva, who obviously, again, a lot of the season revolves around her storyline as well. Again, her playing the game with autism and having this relationship with Joe. And again, I think she ultimately plays a solid enough game where I think a lot of people really clowned on Eva throughout the season and were frustrated with her. And again, I think there is some merit to that, especially within the honesty, integrity thing. Outside that, I think there's some other weird stuff that people were anti-Eva about. But I still believe Eva, again, plays a pretty solid game here. Again, she is alongside Joe for most of the ride. And again, ultimately, at least gets more votes than Joe at the end. And I think it also proved that her game was a lot more intentional than Joe's was. Again, I think she was able to explain her game, and I'll at least give Eva credit for that. Now, again, like Joe, I don't feel like Eva is particularly interesting to TV, especially on return. I feel like we got what we're going to get from her, and she's someone that, again, I have no interest in ever seeing play again, and likely I'll get that wish for the short term. But to where, again, Eva is someone that, again, while she did provide a lot of the bigger moments of the season, she's just someone that, again, I don't feel like I need to see again, especially with her, again, playing the game in a kind of boring way. But then finally move on to Kyle, the winner of the season. Again, as much as I do clown on Kyle's storyline across season, I do think there are some points where I do question his overall strategic decision-making. I do think Kyle's a very good player. Possibly one of the best players in the new era, which I might be doing a video of somewhat soon. But again, Kyle is a very strong player, someone that seems very well-rounded for the game, to where he obviously can win challenges when he needs to. He obviously built some very strong social bonds out there, and he played a strategic game. Sure, again, questions some of the strategy, but yeah, I do think he ultimately ends up being a very impressive player. I do think his winning game here, though, is, again, good, but I did see a lot of talk about how he's the best New Era winner, which, again, I would not put him on that level. I do feel like, again, while he was part of the Majority Alliance, he was on the bottom end of that for most of the season, and while obviously he does eventually make the move against Xiaoheen, but again, associate him more so with like my semi-dominant tier of winners, someone that really wasn't at the top of the pecking order and wasn't making all the calls, but was someone that was within the Majority Alliance, never really falls out of that, outside of, again, needing his idol during Thomas boot round, but again, that's him being swap screwed, and also, again, obviously having some agency at points. Now, again, I still think a lot of his game does revolve around how he was able to maneuver around Joe, where I think Joe was the person that actually had the power to do the things that Kyle wanted. But obviously Kyle did a very good job at getting Joe to do those things. And I feel like at the end, again, Kyle's game is pretty strong, though I wouldn't put him amongst the most dominant winners of the show. Now, beyond that, from a TV perspective, I did not find Kyle to be the most riveting TV personality. Again, considering he gets the most confessionals of a winner in a new era, won the most confessionals in the history of the show at 92. I really don't feel like Kyle had many interesting confessionals at all, and I do feel like he was given a very surface level edit for most of the season. Again, one that felt very narrational, again, feeling more in line, again, the likes of Charlie, the likes of Sam, the likes of Austin, these previous runner-ups, which are also another reason why I didn't think he would go on the win. But realistically, I wouldn't be opposed to a Kyle return. I do feel like Kyle is someone that, again, has a lot of potential in the game, and I would love to see him play again, to see him being tested once again. For a while, again, I don't necessarily need it from an entertainment standpoint. I do think there's a lot of intrigue and really testing his abilities as a player, which maybe we'll eventually see down the road. But with that, again, that is the entire season of Survivor 48. And again, in general, my opinions on the season end up being pretty low. Again, I do think this is one of the worst New Era seasons. I think it's alongside Survivor 44, 43. I think it's a very lacking season, but again, it's not without its strong points. Again, I do think the pre-merge in general, again, was very strong. I mean, while, again, I did not love every episode, I do think by the end of the pre-merge, I was thinking this might turn out to be the best New Era season, but then it obviously just goes completely downhill in the post-merge, and that is so disappointing to see, considering how strong I felt like the season was up to that point, and that leads to the season obviously being this tale of two halves, where I'm not really sure where I properly rate it. I think there is a lot of similarities between this season and Ghost Island, which, to be fair, Ghost Island's very low on my ranking, and sadly, I think this season probably lands around there, maybe above it, just simply because I do think, again, like the 3-episode stretch of the Justin boot, the Thomas boot, and the Bianca boot were all like very strong episodes in a row. But I do think this is a season that kind of lacks a big character, especially by the time of the end game, where I think some of the biggest characters were players that were taken out earlier in the game. And I do feel like this is a season where it was kind of run by more boring personalities. And again, didn't have the most riveting gameplay by the end, where again, I think it comes off as a lacking season by the end, but definitely one that had some strong suits. But again, that is my review of Survivor 48. It's finally over. Now, obviously beyond this, I will be doing a player ranking, which normally would be the next video I make. However, we obviously have something very special coming up, where on Wednesday, we are getting the official cast reveal of Survivor 50, and I will obviously be doing a video on that first. That is more of a priority for me. Again, I will be making that video, which will be taking up the Wednesday slot. Hopefully, I can get it up on time on Wednesday. I will say, again, I cannot guarantee it will be up on time, but at some point on Wednesday, Thursday, if it really goes really bad, expect a cast reaction to the 50 cast, which again, should be a lot of fun to talk about. But beyond that, again, we'll have the player ranking, which will be coming out probably a week from when this video comes out, the following Saturday slot. So stay tuned for those things. Beyond that, I do have other Survivor videos planned. Again, there were a few videos I've been waiting for 48 to end to make. So again, I will be redoing my top 10 players of the new era, which will be coming out some point probably next month. I also have made a worst players in new era video, which will also be coming out around that time as well. Obviously, beyond that, we got Australian Survivor, AU vs. the World coming up not too far from now. And again, I have a lot of more 50 related videos I do intend on making as well. So again, I got a lot of Survivor stuff coming up eventually down the road. But for now, that is the video. Thank you for watching.